Down a darkened drive, you'll find their candlelight. From a widow's peak, you'll see it burning bright. Through the double doors into their dusty tomb, you'll feel eyes from paintings follow room to room. On the creaky stairs, you may think twice as you tell yourself those bangs are mice. In the upstairs hall, you'll see shadows dance. There's a light from the candle, this is your only chance. You run and you cry as you curse this dark night, only to find at the end there's no candlelight. Instead, there's some headphones you put on full of fear. When suddenly it's every nightmare rolled into one that you hear. And it says, "Welcome to the Paranormal Sideshow with your host, John and Stacey Edwards of ParanormalSideshow.com.
Hello and welcome to the Paranormal Sideshow. I'm your host, John Edwards, and joined as always by my lovely wife, Stacey.
Hello.
And well, what a sordid 2 weeks we've had.
It has been a long 2 weeks.
It has. Mm-hmm. Whatever that thing was that came out of your mouth when you said that. Did you hear that? It sounded like Predator. You were like, it's been a long...
I didn't hear it.
It was really cool, actually, unless the Predator's actually in the room.
I don't think so.
God, that would be cool. If I was to get killed by something from a movie, I would love it to be Predator.
Really?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I love Predator. I love that last movie.
The movie was good.
Yeah, well, I thought it was great, and people had to poo on it. I don't understand why. Like, I don't know if there's one dude that goes and sees a movie and he's like, oh, no. It does not check all my boxes. I don't like it. Boo. And he does his little boo, and he maybe even writes boo on his review.
Right.
It's his raboo. And he puts his raboo out, and then all the other people are just like, oh, boo. Boo, 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 boo. And it's like, 85% of the population all agree with raboo.
Well, we learned a long time ago that we can't base movies on reviews.
No,
because
I know.
There's a lot of movies that we really liked that had bad reviews.
But here's the problem. Okay, we're not sheeple. The people who listen to our show are not sheeple, as they've proven time and time again.
This is true.
So it has been hot.
It has.
Yeah, before we get into anything else, we got to talk about this heat. Because it's not been a regular kind of heat.
No.
It's been a damn nasty heat. That kind that just sticks your shirt to you, and it's humid, and it's just really, really southern. It's been horrid. It's been so hot that I saw some crackheads trying to put the copper back in the AC machines. It's been that kind of heat.
It's terrible.
So yeah, it's terrible. It really is. That's by Charles Barkley. If anybody's ever watched the NBA, it's terrible. But yeah, it's been really hot, and hopefully that's about to break.
Hope so.
And we're going to jump around a little bit in our monologue here, but we were even up north. There's a little bit of nugget for you. We were up north, and it was hot up there.
Yeah, unseasonably hot, I guess. I mean, I know it's summer, but still, it doesn't usually
not that hot.
Get that hot.
No, it was
awful.
It was really hot, and it felt better up there.
Right.
It wasn't
quite as humid, I guess.
So something weird happened to me last night. I went to sleep.
That is weird.
Dum. I had to get up really early this morning, as every morning, because of #BruceWayneJob. And last night I was a little bit late getting to bed, and I was going to get about 5 hours of sleep and then have to go oversee some training for the entire day, which consisted of me listening to the most boring man ever made go through 2 sessions. I kid you not. It was like 2 4-hour sessions of the same thing. So I'm sitting there the whole time, and I'm trying to do other work, and because I could catch up some paperwork while the kids are in there like listening to all this, and this guy was killing me. I mean, it was literally putting me to sleep, even though I was doing other things. So I felt
so like the teacher from Ferris Bueller.
Oh my God. Well, the thing was, I snuck a 15-second video for Stacey. I was like, you wouldn't believe this guy, because he kept saying IE. And sometimes I'm like Jerry Seinfeld. If anybody's ever watched Seinfeld, which I think most of you have.
Yes.
me and Stacey are really like that. So we are pretty, we're terrible people. And we'll pick out one thing and it'll really bother us that bad. That's why we can't have other relationships. Like, you know, if we try to go away from each other, it's just going to come back because there's certain little things. And this guy, like, he would be like, i.e. Razorback, you know, and he would just, and he kept saying,
I don't think IE is something you're supposed to say.
I know, but you're at least not supposed to say it over and over and over. It's like,
right.
He kept doing it. And I started having a little game with it. So I was counting it in the first one, you know, and I was like, well, maybe maybe that's a nervous thing. It's just done. Mm-hmm. So he does the second gimmick, right? He does the second training session. He says IE in the same places.
He's probably got it memorized.
He's written it down. And I think that's why he says it. Mm-hmm. But he's just like, IE hopscotch.
It's probably in the materials. Like, that's how it's written in the materials, but that's not what you're supposed to say. It's just an example so that he knows how to explain it, and he's just saying it.
Well, no, I mean, I've heard people say IE, but not... I mean, this guy was like E-I-E-I-O. I mean, he was really all over the place. But anyway, so last night, back to last night. So last night I was, I went to sleep beside my lovely wife. Mm-hmm. I'll introduce you sometime. And I got up, and you got to understand, I put my heat pump on 66.
Mm-hmm. It's very cold in our house.
And I turned my ceiling fan on medium. Mm-hmm. So I only cover up with a small blanket, and I still burn up because the demon. I don't know. So anyway, I usually don't have any problems. Like, I don't have any weird smells or porosity stuff. You know, things like this don't happen to me. You got to understand. Mm-hmm. All right. I'm a clean person, but I wake up and it's probably 5 a.m.
Yeah, I think it was right around 5
a.m. It was in that weird time zone because I had to get up at 6, and it was like, oh God, because you know you're not going to be able to go back to bed.
Right. You're like, it's so close to when I have to get up. Should I even bother trying to go back to sleep?
No. Let's just go break our diet, because that's the only thing you can do. When you wake up an hour early, it's like, normally I don't eat breakfast. I try not to eat lunch. And if I get up an hour early, though, it's chicken sandwich time. I just can't help it. And easiest thing to make in the house is what you cheat with. And with me, it's chicken sandwich. It's like 1 minute, boom, I got chicken sandwich. But anyway, so, but I wake up, and this is so crazy. Everybody's like woke up with a wet shirt. Everybody has woke up with, you know, where you've sweat in the night. Maybe you wrapped yourself up in your blanket too tight. Maybe you broke a fever or something. I don't know.
It happens to me that's the only time it ever happens to me is if I'm sick and I take medicine and I wrap up and then I break a fever and then I'm kind of sweaty when I wake up.
Okay, so.
But kind of sweaty.
It's probably 60 degrees because 66 on the heat pump and a mother gun of a fan blowing right down on me. Okay. Right. So let's just be nice and say 65. Mm-hmm. So I got the one blanket on me, half on me, and I wake up and I'm telling you, my shirt. I was wearing my down shirt, not like the material, but the band down. Feeling so.
It's probably a good thing you clarified that. People be like, "Why is he wearing a shirt made of feathers?" I don't understand.
I think we figured it out, John. No, it's one of my favorite bands, Phil Anselmo of Pantera. Anyway, down.
It's a very thick shirt.
Yes.
It's well quality made.
It is well quality made, unlike what you just said.
How that came out, right? But.
I'm totally the next commercial we do for our shirts. It's well quality, made in Taiwan. Absolutely a sweatshop, but it saves you money, and it's better than they have a job than they don't have a job, right? But we were. I woke up and this shirt was drenched with a capital D. And when I say drenched, I don't mean it was damp. I don't mean it was moist. I don't mean it was slightly wet. Okay. Right. It was heavy from, if I had thrown it in the lake, and left it on a line for 2 days, and then pulled it up and somehow shipped it to, Malaysia,
right,
and got that kind of humidity on it for a week, and then dropped it in water like the Atlantic and pulled it back.
Right.
That was the kind of wet that it was.
Well, it was weird enough that you woke me up. And you only do that when things are really strange.
Dude, I had to roll it off of me.
And you come to my side of the bed and you're like, honey, wake up. And I had to feel your shirt because you're like, feel my shirt. And it was really weird. It was very wet and heavy. And I don't understand how it got like that at all. And I even noticed that the bed wasn't really
No, that's the
wet.
weird. That's the weirdest part. Okay.
Yeah, like I reached over because I thought maybe I was going to have to change the blankets.
So nothing spilled.
Right.
Okay. These are the things I checked. No, there was no drink spilled. There was nothing like that. Then I checked my pillow. Not wet. I checked my bed. Not wet.
No, I know that because I reached over because I thought I was going to have to get out of bed.
That was the weirdest thing. I was going to tell you that earlier, but I didn't tell you that earlier.
Well, I checked when I woke up.
And the reason I didn't tell you because I couldn't verify it with you because I was like, well, she didn't check. But you did.
I did.
That's really cool. So anyway, I go in the bathroom. This part you didn't see. So I had to, it wouldn't come off. I had to hand roll it.
Right.
And like peel it off of me. And the wettest part was between my pecs.
Right.
Down to my belly button.
That's weird.
And it was in a circle was the wettest part. But the whole shirt, back, front, sides, everything.
Right.
Totally wet. So I get it off and I swear I could wring it and have water just pour out of it. But then, I know this sounds gross, but I smelled it. And there was no bad smell. There was no foul smell.
Right.
There was no smell on me. And then
You're not really prone to body odor, though.
Yeah, I know. But I look in the mirror and there's like no gleam of sweat on me.
Right.
Like no, residue or anything.
So essentially it was as if you spilled a drink on yourself, only there was no drink.
Yeah, no.
Because it's not like you fell asleep doing something. You actually tucked yourself in and covered up and turned the book on and went to sleep.
Right. So strange. I have to believe it's paranormal. I do. I mean, I can't really come up with anything else. I mean, considering everything we do.
Right.
Oh my God.
Is there some? Okay. I'm listening. Apparently you are. So there was a weird knock on the wall a minute ago.
Yeah.
And then your Siri just came on and you didn't say anything even close to Siri.
I said considering.
And she didn't even answer anything. She said she was listening, but she didn't give us any answers or anything.
No, she didn't. And it's over beside it's over beside me, like not anywhere near our normal table here that we're using. So I don't like it to be near the equipment. And that was just
no, because it vibrates the table.
Yeah, that was really strange. And I actually saw it light up a minute ago.
That's weird.
Like it is right now. And that's why I looked over earlier. Like, because you have to touch it for it to light up.
Right. Well, we've been talking about recording this show all night, so maybe the government knows that we're recording, so they want to find out what we're going to say.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly would not surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me
at
either.
all. Because I mean that kind of stuff actually happens. So we'll just keep that in.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I think people need to hear that. You know what I mean? It's like this. Hey, it's what happens. But if anybody's had anything happen to them like that, I know this is a story you probably didn't get. Did you get the story with the weird sounds?
I did not. I did look at it. I read the story, but I didn't get it for our news.
Yeah.
Because I thought you were just sending it to me as a personal thing because it happens to you.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really a news story. It was an article.
No, and it's about...
It's a blog.
Yeah, it's about how 2% of people can hear this audible hum.
Yeah, the hum.
The hum. And
I think it was one of the things that the guys write, like an article that, it was like Nick Redford maybe wrote it.
Right.
I don't know.
And a lot of times doctors say it's tinnitus because that's just the...
Well, for years and years and years, there's like a documentary on it now. And it drives people insane. Like I think they started noticing it in the 70s. Anyway, they call it the hum. And I want to see the documentary. But the thing was, a couple of years ago is when it started with me. And tinnitus, it's nothing, blah, blah, blah. But it is something. and it was like it was describing everything I hear, and they were like, there's no other signs of hearing loss or anything else, and like I can listen to EVPs and hear things that people don't hear, until I point it out, and then they're like, oh crap, we didn't catch that.
Well, I feel like it's one of those frequency things, like they always talk about kids can hear really high frequencies, and supposedly you lose that as you get older. So obviously different people can hear different things. So I think that if you train yourself to listen to certain frequencies like you do with the EVPs, or like people with ghost boxes do, or
obviously
like that.
Because I also hear other things.
Right. So then obviously you know how to tune into a wider range of sounds than a normal person.
So the weird thing about the stuff I hear is ever since the first day that happened in 2009, that morning, I was laying beside you in bed, and that's when I heard something talk to me, and it was verified, something I didn't know, and then you were able to verify that with me, and I was like, oh wow, but the thing about it is you didn't hear that voice, and that's what always bothered me about it, and so other things I hear, what's so strange about it, you can be sitting right beside me and not hear it, but if we're using a ghost box, you can catch it on there. Right. And we've actually, tested this out, even with EVP, and I'll hear a name, and like with one of my spirit guides, and it'll actually come across and say the name. Right. And then say my full name. Right. Well, that's why you sometimes when you hear things, you say, I heard this or I heard that. And that way we can go back and see if we caught it anywhere. Yeah, we always do that just for that reason. Because for a long time, I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to get locked up. You don't want to go around saying, hey, I heard voices. But the good thing about that is if you do hear voices, become a paranormal investigator really quickly. Just from one crazy to another. Yeah, well, another interesting thing I'd like to point out about that, while we're talking about it, is I noticed that over the years, as it's happened more and more to you, that if we're in close proximity, even though I can't hear what you're hearing, a lot of times I'll get like a pain in my head, or I can tell that you're hearing something, even though I can't hear it. So there's obviously some change in something going on. That is strange, and it does happen. And it's because we're around each other a lot. I'm sure it's not something that would happen with anybody else. But if we're sitting on a couch watching TV and you get something, sometimes I know that you're getting something, even if I don't know what it is. The interesting thing about that is, I believe there's a couple's psychic ability anyway. Yeah. And kind of like a close brother and sister or whatever. We definitely have that psychic thing with each other. Like we know so much so that we don't even have to put it over anymore. Right. But we know what the other one's thinking. We know what the other one's feeling. We can look at each other and have a whole conversation. If we're across the room and we're not in a position to talk to each other and there's other people around, we can totally get out of that room. Right. With giving each other the Iggy. Right. And now a lot of that is the being married for 20 years thing. But some of it's not. Some of it is weird stuff. Well, I mean, you can't really explain the fact of me singing the song you're thinking of. Right. That's what I mean. Like some of it's weird because it'll just be something completely random and then you'll start singing it. Yeah. So. It's like, remember that the old house, the last house, start spreading the news and stuff like that, Yeah, well, the house, you're talking about the house in Maine. Yes. The weird thing about the house in Maine is anytime you would go in the kitchen, I would just get these random church hymns that would pop in my head, and I would hum them. And I know a lot of them because, the way I grew up in church and stuff, but it's not something, we don't go to church. It's not something that would be normally hummed around the house. And then you would come in and you'd just start singing this church hymn that I had been thinking about all day, and it was completely random. Yeah, and so weird. You'd be like, "Why are you singing "Breaking Into Chiefs"? Yeah, and I'd be like, "It's been going through my head all day." I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I was thinking of covering it acoustically, and I don't know. So very weird stuff. It is, but I do believe there is psychic abilities that do develop, even with paranormal, as we've discussed before. Right. The more you do it, the better you get, just like playing baseball. And, at first, you're not going to hit the ball as good as you hit when you practice every single day.
Mm-hmm.
And after practicing every single day, play the guitar. You pick it up at first, you're not going to be able to do that good. After about 3 years, it's second nature, and you pick up little things that are kind of like not even taught, things that you just develop.
Right.
And intuitions and such. Yep. And that happens with the paranormal, especially with the paranormal.
Right.
As opposed to other things we might do out there. And every researcher has that happen to them. And that's what I love about doing a lot of cases in a row. You know, Stacey and I are lining up quite a few cases.
Yes.
And the good thing about that is staying busy. You know, you're always in that. You got the stink on you. we always talk about having that stench on you.
You get in that mindset where you're, you know, focused on it and ready for it and that sort of thing. So.
Oh, are you ready for it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the show, and we will be back next week with. So this past weekend, because I'm all about taking crazy trips on the weekend. This past weekend, I took my boy Elroy. I took my son Cody. To these amazing wrestling events. And there was two, and they were both on pay-per-view, but they're GCW. It's cool because it's wrestling that I can actually still be a fan. And the funny thing is, half the roster was guys I wrestle with. And that was really strange. It's like a lot of guys that I wrestle with that have made, you know, because a lot of guys launch off where we're at,
right?
Because we do have a lot of exposure in the group I usually work with,
right.
But GCW does things that my group wouldn't do,
right?
And normally they're in the Northeast, and they do a lot of death matches and things like that, death defying matches as well,
right?
So I love them. I just absolutely love them, because when I was actively wrestling, you know, starting out, I did death matches, and to Stacey's chagrin.
Yes.
So I like going and seeing those. So on Saturday, we drove down to Nashville. Well, actually, we drove to Murfreesboro and got a hotel.
Right.
Because, again, love these trips. And this was really cool, though. The Saturday night wrestling, again, both nights were on a pay-per-view on Fight TV. That Saturday night was this bizarro world. I mean, it was so crazy. It was so insane. Even if you don't like wrestling, it's something I think everybody should see. And it's called Wombat. I'm actually going to have Stacey watch it. And what they did, it was like this. You got to understand first, it was in Tullahoma. In Tullahoma, Tennessee, like if you were going to give Tennessee an enema, you would stick the hole in Tullahoma. And it's seriously that. Just fill that out for yourself. The arena, I dare say, that they did, because when they first were looking to do this show, the promoter was actually saying, hey, does anybody have any places in Tennessee that we could come wrestle at? And I was like, oh my God, you know, that's cool. So I contacted him, you know, I was going to let him come to our place, which is actually nice, the home arena we use. You know, they usually just wrestle in the Northeast. So he's like, oh, we found a place. And I was like, oh God. So the name of the place they're wrestling at is Gypsy Joe Arena.
Right.
Okay. And it's
actually named Arena.
Well, Gypsy Joe building or arena. Yeah, Gypsy Joe Arena.
Okay.
And it's not super small, but it's just weird looking. So number one, Gypsy Joe, little fact for you, I wrestled Gypsy Joe.
Oh, he's a real wrestling guy.
Real legendary. So Gypsy Joe died a couple of years ago.
I see.
Okay, just a couple of years ago. And I believe he was about 140 when he died. I mean, seriously. I kid you not, the old Memphis wrestling I watch from 1981, he was about 70.
Wow.
And I'm just saying,
Right.
he was so freaking old. And we all just, you know, if there was a Deadpool, he was at the top.
Right.
All the time. You're just like, even when he died, you weren't that sad. You were kind of, oh, Joe died.
I thought that should have happened years ago.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, he's still taking bookings. You know what I mean? I mean, that's, he's been dead for years. And that's that. But he was so legendary. He was a true gypsy. And he came from the old country, as you know, came from Romania, so you couldn't understand a damn thing he said. And he had been wrestling since, honest to God, like the 30s or something. Like it was insane. And Another legend that I got to work with at Bill the Butcher, he worked, it was like 60 or 70 years he actually wrestled.
Right. Yeah, a long time.
And it's so insane. But Gypsy Joe, I remember when they first were going to put me against him, Bo James was trying to explain to me, which he's done to me 3 different times, why it was okay that they were gonna let this guy beat me up. And he was like, "Oh, Gypsy Joe's a legend." And I was like, "Okay, he's a Memphis legend. You don't know?" And every time he'd say that, it would be a gut shot, because I know so much about wrestling. I was like, "Yeah, I know. You don't know who Gypsy Joe is. Gypsy Joe was in the first ever cage match." I'm like, "Really? The first cage match?" And he's like, "Yeah. Hey, Joe, come over here." And he come over there. He's like, you don't know if he's putting a spell on you or cussing you out. And, he actually said, "Yeah, brother, I was in Madison Square Garden, Madison Square freaking Garden, when it was the old Garden."
Right.
But he was in the first cage match.
That's crazy.
And that's the kind of, but he was in all these big main events and all this stuff. And he wrestled everybody. So I think his twilight years, when he got like to 112, till he died, that he wrestled in this one building, like every Friday night. And it's got this tradition, like there's a couple of girls there that if you were like 12 in, that, you would hook your buddy up with. But there was no redeeming qualities in any of the people there. There was no charm. But the building had tons of it because of those people. Right. Because of the fact that you knew that everybody in the stands at one point had sex with every one of those wrestlers. And it was amazing, because what it was this weird mix of the cheap seats, which was filled with the Tullahoma faithful that come every Friday night for SWA, because they'd said it everywhere. And the people that traveled like us. And it was all what they call smart fans. So a lot of people came from New Jersey and New York and all this stuff and made a weekend of it. And to look at the funny people. And
the funny Tennessee people.
And dude, it was so amazing. It was a BYOB building.
Wow. They can't even sell alcohol.
During this event, one of the Memphis legends pulled his penis out and actually pulled his penis out and was shaking it back and forth at us. And I turned away, and of course Cody was like, I don't think he could look away.
He was traumatized.
And I had just explained, because he didn't know who the guy was, so I explained for 10 minutes who this guy was. I told him his whole career. And then the guy comes out and he's so messed up that he pulled his penis out and shook it at us. And that wasn't the only penis we saw that night. So we ended up seeing another penis because these two gay wrestlers made out.
Wow.
And
it's a real good wrestling show when you see
pulled a butt plug out,
2 penises,
everything.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. I mean the whole thing, right?
Right.
So that was like the clean parts. There was 2 guys that obviously had every kind of blood disease imaginable that had a blood match. And I've never seen these.
I should have sent you with protection or something.
I said some really funny things, and this giant guy that was sitting beside me, this huge guy, he runs a deathmatch message board that I'm a part of. And I didn't know that till toward the end.
Right.
So at first he's just being standoffish, I'm the 7 foot tall mean guy that's sitting beside you, But I was being me.
Right.
So I was just commentating everything that was happening because it was so atrocious. And when those guys got out there, I was saying this, saying that, and it was real funny. So these two, the next match comes up, and I already had this guy kind of laughing. Like, he didn't want to laugh.
Right.
But I had him laughing.
Right.
So there was a blindfold match. And it's just a blindfold match. And the guys kept missing each other.
Because they're both blindfolded.
Well, it was like they didn't gimmick the blindfolds. Like in wrestling, because wrestling's fixed.
Right.
You would normally use a type of material you'd be able to see through.
Right. Something sheer.
Right.
Right.
I'm pretty sure they didn't do that.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm sitting there and I'm just running commentary at this point. I'm just so comfortable. And there's a move called a Canadian destroyer. Mm-hmm. All the kids are doing it.
Right.
It's a really popular move. Mm-hmm. When people see it performed, because it's an impressive move to watch.
Right.
So when people see it performed, they know it's the Canadian destroyer. But people that do it, say a Tongan did it, it would be the Tongan destroyer.
Right.
A Brit does it, it's the British destroyer.
Right. Okay.
You got me?
So it's a destroyer from wherever you're from.
Right.
Okay.
But a Canadian actually came up with it, so it's a proper name's Canadian destroyer. So the guy gets a hold of the other guy with the blindfold, mm-hmm. and he does the Canadian destroyer. And I holler out as loud as I could, "It's the Helen Keller destroyer!" So I wasn't thinking anything because I say stuff like that constantly.
Right. I'm used to it.
So this dude, big old guy, mm-hmm. he's sitting there and he's got a bunch of beer in him, mm-hmm. but he's sitting there and he's just like, and it's about the one you could literally hear what I was just doing.
Right.
And it wasn't really dawning on me what was happening. And all of a sudden he explodes and he hugs me and pulls me to him. And he's like, "You're my best friend." And I hope if you're listening to this, bro, don't be embarrassed about that because it was really freaking cool. Okay. I'm not making fun of you because I sent the show to him because
right. I'm
I'm not making fun of you at all. I love you to death, okay? Because the next day he was a little bit weird. He went to the show the next day, and it was I can only like tell you, have you ever been at the bar and you flirted with somebody like a little bit too hard?
Right.
And then you see him the next night and you're kind of like,
yeah, I hope you don't remember.
Hey, or you're almost like a bitch because you overcompensate.
Exactly.
So he was like totally not even putting me over the next day. Like honestly, it was kind of, I was that other person because I was like, I waved the next day and he totally ignored me. Like you can ask Cody, we were in line and he shows up and I was like, and I put my hand down because he looked straight at me, but he had that mean look again. And
maybe he forgot all about it. Maybe he's just too wasted.
No, I caught him looking at me later. He didn't forget. But anyway, so dude was just hugging me and loving me and all this stuff. But anyway, so I just had to tell you guys about Tullahoma. The point I'm making, the next night in Nashville, so we were there, and I always make friends at the locals. So we're in line and to get in, and this guy in line was like, "Yeah, this is the hipster part of Nashville," and pretty honestly, it was like right beside the Hall of Fame or whatever, Country Music Hall of Fame, but there was like all these ugly buildings like where they sell like tapioca. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like they had like reclaimed them. Like the hipsters were like, "I claim this in the name of skinny jeans,"
Right.
And so they really did. There was all these like emasculated men with like these perfect beards and this boofy hair,
right,
and skinny jeans, tight fitting shirts, and they were all drinking like White Claw, which is this new popular. I'm pretty sure it was originally thought to be for maybe wine cooler. I don't know. Anyway, they call it White Claw, and they were all about White Claw. So all these guys were like with these girls, and these girls were hot, and which I'm not used to at a wrestling show. And I noticed it, and I was just like, I was telling Cody, and Cody doesn't like stuff like that, because he loves you, and he gets the wrong idea, I'm just like, because I would say that to you.
Right.
And I was just like, there's a lot of hot chicks in here. Like it just dawned on me.
Well, good for him for being offended.
And what he always is, he's just like, will you stop? And I'm like, no, you're getting the wrong idea. I was like, we're at a wrestling show.
Yeah, it's just weird.
We're at a death match.
Out of place.
We're at a death match wrestling show. But see, the thing is, this wrestling company, is trendy right now.
Oh, I see.
Super trendy.
Trendy, yes.
And wrestling's in. So it was fun to watch all these horrified people because it was a very inappropriate show. So I would holler things, and people were like weird about it. Like really weird about it.
Were you triggering people all over the place?
Well, they had one legend come out,
right,
which was the wild-eyed Southern boy, Tracy Smothers.
Right.
Tracy's been around forever.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm friends with Tracy.
Yes, you are.
And you know, I've working and wrestling around here, you're going to wrestle with Tracy Smothers often. So, and you know, Jessie Bell Smothers, Tracy's daughter. And so I know these people, and it was funny because I talked to her before the show and just like, hey, how you doing? All this. So they were out there performing, and Tracy is just, because he's just giving it the most inappropriate he could to get heat, you know, to get the fans.
He's trying to get
them
to
get the fans hating him. So he's talking about, he's like, I don't even like Nashville because he's like, nobody in Nashville's from Nashville anymore. He's like, that's why I moved to Indiana, you know. And he was talking about the guys and how they are the girls, and you know, just he was really pointing it all out. And he started saying, you know, don't, you better not call my girl a whore and all this stuff. So nobody did. Like normally that's where people would have chanted,
right,
you know, whore, whore, whore.
Right.
But they wouldn't because they didn't want to offend her.
Right.
And I'm just, all of a sudden somebody's like, Tracy sucks. And I was like, Jessie swallows. And I hollered it out, and I seen Cody, who was the same age as these other people. It's like he melted into a puddle of water. Like he completely disappeared. And he even pointed this out like on the way home, and I wouldn't talk about it. I ignored it. I pretended I didn't hear him say it.
Right.
Because he was like, you know, he's like, Dad, did you notice when you hollered that how the whole place got quiet? And I was like looking at it, I was like, hey, did you look at the sun? You know, for a long time. But it did. And this one guy was like, oh, real cool, man. Real cool. And it was. But
that's what they wanted, though. That's what Tracy Smothers was trying to get to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're just trying to incite the crowd.
I was trying to get people going.
Right.
And it was funny because I got them going in the wrong way. Like everybody was so scared to offend somebody.
Right. That they wouldn't yell at
They
the
were just, but it was so funny because when I did this and I was offensive, you could see like every 20-year-old chick in that place was kind of like, whoa, this guy's dangerous. This guy, this dude, oh my God.
He's rude.
He's a daddy. Because something also has happened with the new generation, and it's horrifying. I don't understand it, but you know, like I was telling somebody, I was like, why don't you call me daddy to one of the kids? And they were like, whoa, 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 whoa. And I was just, what? You know? So daddy is taking on bad terms.
Right.
So anyway, I'm just saying the whole place, like they instantly were like the guys and the girls, probably more the guys to start with because they had more estrogen.
Sounds like you got more heat than Tracy Smothers.
Yeah. I'm a dangerous man.
Of course you are. Of course.
Those circles.
It was a good show, though, wasn't it?
It was a great show. We had a great time, and you know, just it had to tell you, you know, words are not the same as they used to be.
No, they really aren't.
They so be prepared for that. Yeah. So anyway, you know, at the hotel, Cody had an experience. He got to experience something you've got to experience before.
Yes. I feel like maybe I should have warned him.
Yeah,
but meh.
It was horrifying to him. So he doesn't get scared.
Right.
Cody's very, well, he likes things that are macabre.
He does.
And so he doesn't really get, you know, scared.
Right.
But he kind of got a little scared.
Freaked out, I guess.
So I was over in my bed and I was snoring. And I quit snoring because I probably wasn't breathing.
Right.
Like I do. And sometimes I'll take a minute and then, you know, gasp. But a little sleep apnea. But anyway, I was snoring according to Cody, and he wasn't facing me. He was like facing the other direction in his bed, playing a game on his phone. Completely awake, had been awake for a couple of hours. When I stopped snoring, he heard a girl wailing, crying her eyes out, but it wasn't coming from where I was. It was coming from the corner at the end of my bed.
Mm-hmm.
But he felt like it was coming from me still.
Right.
Like in his mind, he felt like it was coming from me, even though the voice was not coming from my direction.
Right.
It was coming more from the foot of the bed.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a wailing, a crying. And he was so intense about this. And I said, could it have been anything else? Could it have been that, I went through everything.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, no, it was a girl crying.
Mm-hmm.
And then and she stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And he started snoring again, and it was fine. And then I told him, I was like, well, your mom's experienced something like this because, you experienced a actual different laugh come out of me. Mm-hmm. And you were trying to have me come to. But you said it was almost like it wasn't actually in me.
Right. Well, there was two. It was one that you did that was not you. And then when I was trying to get you to like wake up, then there was another one that was like beside you is the best way I can describe it. Like I heard it, but I was looking at your face and it wasn't you.
Yeah.
That did it.
Yeah.
But it was the same noise that came out of you. It was very strange. The whole thing was weird.
Well, I mean, this is what happens when you don't get cleansed in all these years.
Yes, but yeah, it's strange that he had that experience and it freaked him out so much.
Well, I mean, there's a difference in going to a haunted place and being haunted. Mm-hmm. We're used to it.
Right.
But, when somebody else is in the room, this is why when at Bruce Wayne job, I always request a room by myself.
Yes.
And they don't.
Well, you do snore, though.
Yeah, I do. But they don't question me anymore.
Right.
I feel somebody along the way.
They used to put you in rooms with other people.
Yeah.
That didn't last. I think, didn't one guy like leave in the middle of the night and pay for his own room?
2 guys. Two guys did that.
Yeah.
One guy paid for the rest of the week and didn't even tell the company.
He just did it.
Yeah, he just did it. He didn't want to cause, waves or whatever, but he told me that there was no way in hell that he could take another night. He's like, I don't know how you do that. And he was horrified.
Right.
And then the other guy was because I think he tried waking me up. Mm-hmm. And I didn't take it very well.
No.
So that was a while back. I didn't used to take stuff as well, like getting woke up. I think he was waking me up early.
Yeah, like in the middle of the night or something.
Yeah, something like that. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it was because I was snoring.
Yeah, he was trying to wake you up because you were snoring.
Yeah, and I think I jumped up and attacked him. Mm-hmm. And so I don't remember. Mm-mm. I just know the next day he was not there. I saw him at lunch. And we had like a cafeteria thing, and I went to go sit with him. And he looked really strange, and
he did that thing where he didn't know what happened.
Yeah, happens to me a lot. Happens to me a lot. But anyway, we've had a little bit of fun lately with the Book of Face, and on that Book of Face, we have the page, and it's had all kinds of interactions. And I mean, we have all the interactions. Mm-hmm. Our interactions are the best. They're the biggest. But the engagement's insane. Mm-hmm. Basically, everybody who likes the page is thoroughly enjoying the page, and they're big time involved. Mm-hmm. So I put up stuff every few hours. Mm-hmm. I'll make sure it's all content, and it's all, like hysterical memes that I'm finding. And the way I've done that, you remember back when you didn't have a choice whether you were added to a group or not?
Right. Like
I think they've changed that.
I think so. Where you would get on Facebook and all of a sudden you'd have these notifications that so-and-so added you to this group and so-and-so added you to this group. And, you could leave the group if you wanted, but then that made you look rude, right?
Yeah. I don't know if that's still a thing because
I don't think it is.
I remember being added to like 20 a day because being into paranormal and wrestling, there's a lot of different branches to each one of those fields.
Right.
And, it's really annoying to be added to things without previously being asked.
Right. I think they changed that to like an invite system now. I think you have to invite people.
I believe so too. And, and I do join a lot because there's a lot that interests me. But from back in those days where I got at it or whatever.
You just never left any of them?
No.
All these groups.
I like to keep things around just in case I need them at some point.
Right.
It's come in handy.
Okay.
Because, I go meme hunting.
You go through your groups
and
find memes?
And basically I put on my meme hunting gear and I go through the jungle of Facebook looking for the best memes.
You keep your meme hunting gear in the bathroom?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I like to hunt memes in the bathroom. But I try to find the funniest, most clever memes, treams, creams, leaves. No, I try to find the funniest and the most clever memes that I can just because I like to entertain people. So I do that and I do the question, if the question, unless I've put too many memes up and then I'll do the question, you get my drift here.
Right.
So a lot of fun, a lot of interaction, and really, our engagements and all these things people care about are absolutely through the Revuski. So it's really cool. But the whole thing with the groups, I was thinking back, how funny would it be back at the trials, like when they had Zuckerberg up there? Remember when he looked like the android? and you see those pictures, right? People are not photoshopping that. Like,
no, I know.
He literally looked like that kid that had to pee that I talked about before that sat beside me in first grade. Right. That his mom sent him to the school in the Uncle Sam outfit. You remember that story?
I do remember that story. It was on one of the episodes.
Yeah, Brian Ball.
Which one? But
I remember this kid. I remember his name. Hi, Brian. I hope you're listening.
And we had a lengthy discussion about pee pants.
Yeah,
I do believe
pee pants, because they used to give you the rubber pants. And it was the same rubber pants because they didn't have a rubber pant for every student in the school.
They disinfected the rubber pants?
Well, I mean, do you think they did?
No.
Because I love teachers, okay? Right. I really do. But teachers don't exactly have the best, they don't get what they should get.
Right.
I think that we treat our teachers poorly.
We do.
And for teachers, anybody who's ever had to keep a kid that wasn't their kid for more than 10 minutes and not beat the kid, then God bless them. Okay. But when you're having to keep and try to teach 30 little booger eating bastards how to tie their shoes and all this stuff. Now, I love kids.
I do too.
My own. Yeah. Okay. I like to see,
and even that is questionable sometimes.
I like to see other people's kids
right
at the mall and stuff. Like, oh, look how cute they are. Yeah. Let's go. That's just, like I said before, Stacey and I are very Seinfeld. Okay.
I will tell you, I love kids, and I used to think that I wanted to have a career with kids until I was an older teenager and I worked for a few months at a daycare, like in the afternoon, just relieving the regular daycare teacher for a few hours. That lasted for a few months until I realized that I was not cut out for that kind of work.
It's a whole different species.
It really is.
They have their own language, and it's weird. We go through these little parts in our lives where, a lot of times you don't remember what, you don't remember like before 8 years old. I mean, you have this, you have that.
Right.
You don't really remember it. I think it's because we're actually different species. I do. I think we're different species, and I think that they have their own little world. Like if you watch something like Recess, the cartoon, they have their own little world, right? And you had your hierarchy, and you had all these your own problems and all this stuff. And I do remember those kind of problems. I remember the playground kind of problems, and the things that were so dramatic at the time. And, like the pee pants, like I did not want to wear those rubber pants, but not because of the rubber pants. I didn't want to wear them because I was afraid that they didn't wash them really well.
I can see that because you instilled that kind of, fear into your daughter.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't make it sound like I made her mentally ill about it.
No, she's just very particular. Like I've never seen a kid wash their hands more. Than her.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a good thing to be clean.
Right.
But I remember those kind of problems. I remember those kind of deals. And that's a whole different thing. And you could really, I remember driving teachers absolutely bananas. And it was almost fun. Like the whole group.
Like a challenge.
Like the whole group was doing things that we knew that we were doing. We didn't get together about it. We just kind of knew, like some kind of colony. And, it was just doing these things to drive the teachers nuts, right? So, but then you go through from that to the teenage years when that's a whole different species, you know? Then you go from your adulting, right? And it's almost like, I think that whoever comes up with like Nielsen ratings actually knows the secret.
Right.
That's why they break that crap down. Okay?
Well, you forgot, the adulting thing is actually two separate. It's like that beginning part where you think that you're an adult and you're all responsible. And then it's that you really are an adult and you were like, what in God's name was I thinking? And I thought I knew what I was doing.
Yeah. This goes back to my Tolkien. This goes back to Tolkien.
Right.
Do you remember at the first when they're talking about hobbits? And he talks about, because it was Bilbo's 111st birthday, right? 111, if you're keeping track.
Right.
And they talk about pretty much, through a hobbit's lifespan, right?
Right.
And young Frodo is like in his 40s, I think.
I think it was 33.
He's like 33, okay.
Yeah.
And because he had just got out of his 20s, and they still considered that childish.
Yeah, like I think that age was like becoming an adult finally.
Right.
Like that, which is about right.
Right. You were just coming into being an adult. And I totally agree with that.
I do.
I think that you're given all this responsibility. And my God, when you're 24, you're like, hey, I know what I'm doing. And no one could tell me any different, man.
No.
We went all over the world. We lived everywhere. We had high profile jobs. We, did all kinds of things, tryst, violence, just everything. Everything you can imagine. We lived it up in the, come on. We lived it up in our 20s.
We did a lot of stupid stuff.
Like it's amazing we made it to the 30s. Okay. That's a whole nother book.
Yeah.
Like we have that Motley Crue book in us. We really do. We have the Dirt book for John and Stacey, the Dirt, that we're not going to publish for a while. Like when we publish the Dirt, no one's going to be attracted to us because of the book. Like it's going to be like, we're going to be 82 and we're going to be like, hey, can we do it now? Yeah, probably. Because that's going to be your voice.
Right.
At somewhere around 50, you're going to start smoking.
No, I won't.
yeah, because you've got that northern old lady. All northern old ladies, to me, in my head, smoke. I don't know why.
My grandmother did.
Yeah, you see?
She called them her no-nos.
Did she really?
She did. She'd say, go get my no-nos for me. And I used to go get them, and she used to keep them in this like leather cigarette case that you.
Wouldn't it be funny if she was talking about the dog that lost his nose on the 4th of July? Kept him out back. Will you go get the no-nos for me?
That's not funny. You could put the lighter in the little pocket in the front, and it had a little clip on the top, like a coin purse, and she'd keep her pack of cigarettes in there. And I would bring them to her, but I'd always unclip it and smell them because I love the way they smelled. I hate smell. I don't like it when they're burning, but for some reason that tobacco smell when it was closed up in that leather pouch,
right?
Loved it. So I would sit there and I'd smell it, and she'd be like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm just smelling them. She's like, those are no-nos. You don't ever smoke. But she smoked like 6 packs a day or whatever. Right.
Well, I loved, I get that because I loved my granddaddy's skull smell. And I just adored it. Like the spit smell in his truck. And I think it was because of my granddaddy.
Right.
And yes, I'm sorry I started dipping because of my granddaddy. My granddaddy was my hero, my icon, my legend. And so I wanted to be like him. I actually wanted to hum country music at a low level while I drove my big Ford truck around. And, that seriously was my goal in life.
Wow.
Because he was the coolest thing in the world. And he never sang a song.
Right.
But we would go along and he'd be listening to Willie or, Merle or one of his favorites like that. And it would always just be like, that I remember that like it was yesterday. And I always was like, do you think he wants to? I wonder when he's alone. Does he break out in song when he's alone? But he's so old school that he can't do it. I mean, Granddaddy, carried a gun in his boot. You know what I'm saying? He's not the kind that's just going to like serenade you. It's like, here's a little ditty, John. And, so anyway, back to the Facebook, back to the groups. When they had the Android in there, wouldn't it have been funny, if you had one of the congressmen, just be like, excuse me, Mr. Zuckerberg. Yes. We need to ask you, with everything you're doing, we really appreciate the changes that you're trying to do. We notice now that you can go under advertising, for instance, and pick about 2 million preferences on what you want to be targeted for, since you're going to be listening to us. And I swear to God, I've tried this out because I wanted to see where it said I leaned politically, and it said I didn't lean. You know,
well, you don't really,
because I don't publicly, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't, because that's how they pick you up. You know, when everything goes crazy, they're going to use that kind of stuff, and they're going to be like, okay, we're getting him. But anyway, the conversation would have been really humorous because it's like the one thing. It was the last big thing that nobody ever really took to. They never put him to the coals over this. You know, and it bothered me a lot more than the fact that them listening to me or watching me through a camera was the fact that they could add me to the, you know, the greater Toledo paranormal bison for God, you know? And it was like, I might like to be part of the paranormal bison for God because it sounds bloody interesting.
It does.
But maybe I don't. Maybe I have a problem with bison. Maybe my bison killed my mom.
Just paranormal bison, not regular bison.
Right. The paranormal bison are the shits. They are just mean and ornery and all that stuff. But anyway, you get what I'm saying, right?
Yes. So I'm glad they took that little feature away. Like,
I'm pretty sure they did.
I think they did. I think you can just invite people now. It will suggest people for you to invite, but I think you have to just invite them, and you can't just randomly add people to a group. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's the thing. Maybe you guys correct me if I'm wrong there. Maybe people just don't do it anymore because
it's rude.
They got tired of me going through their groups. But
anyway, you go through the groups now and steal the memes.
Well, not steal.
Borrow.
I'm sure they didn't create them.
Right.
You know,
right.
I didn't find some like Boston Paranormal and they created like 40,000 memes. They're like, wow, these guys in these groups are really good at creating these memes.
So creative.
Yeah, no, I really doubt they did. And that John Travolta image, they probably don't own. You know?
Right.
So I'm not real worried about it. It's not like I'm making any money off of it in the first place. I'm trying to bring joy to people's lives.
Yes. You found some pretty good ones.
I think so.
I can always tell when you're meme hunting because you'll be in like a room all by yourself, like on the couch or in the bedroom or something. All of a sudden,
you can say it.
You'll just be laughing. And
I'll be in the bathroom.
Yeah, sometimes you're in the bathroom, but not always. You're not always in the bathroom.
That's true.
Sometimes we're sitting in the car and I think you're working on your phone and all of a sudden you just start laughing and I'll just kind of look over at you and you're looking at memes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's in between like other stuff because you know it could be 10 o'clock at night and I'll still be working.
No, I know, I agree. It's just randomly like
sometimes I need relief, and there's two things that relieve me. Okay, meme hunting and Castle Crush. Let's talk a little bit personal stuff. This is what we do during the first part of the show. Is we like to bring a little bit of the personal stuff to you guys because we're family, all of us, big old family. So I play one game. Only one, and Stacey can verify this.
Yes,
I never play more than one game on my phones. This goes back years. I used to play this Evil Dead game, this Army of Darkness game.
Now you beat that game like 6 times or something.
The game was created in 2011. I still have it on my phone. It only takes up like a quarter of my screen now.
Right.
And I'll still play it. I can go through all like 60 levels in a couple of hours. And I mean, I'm damn good at it. I'm so good at it. I think that Last Starfighter is going to happen. It's going to suck me into a vortex at one time. And they're going to be like, it's going to be like, you know, Hail to the King, baby. We've been needing you. You know, didn't you used to think that could happen on Last Starfighter?
Yes.
Like in your real life.
You know, there is really a story out there.
Where somebody came from another galaxy to take them away?
No, but there really is a story out there about a video game that showed up in an arcade one time.
Yeah, that's an urban legend.
Is it?
And it's a cool urban legend.
You don't think it's true?
I know it's not true.
Oh.
But unless the government's like, shoot, they are on to us.
Right.
That's a killer urban legend. Okay, let's go in our timey-wimey machine.
Okay.
And I'm going to be able to know this in the very next moment.
Okay.
Oh, yes, Stacey. I absolutely remember what you're talking about.
I know, right off the top of your head.
And you know what? I think I had an article pulled up on my phone that I keep in the background.
Right.
Because I never clear pages off, which you hate.
It drives me crazy. I'll go to your internet, your Safari, and it'd be like 2,000 like windows open. I'm like, what is all this stuff?
And it makes sense to me.
Okay.
I know that 300 windows back is something I really wanted to tell you or something. Yeah. So anyway, on window 422 was an article from Atlas Obscura. And I'm going to give them credit because everybody who knows me and listens to the show know, and they know I don't do the Stacey thing. I don't make the article my own.
Right.
This is the article because it's cool. the urban legend of the government's mind-controlling arcade game. Okay? Mm-hmm. And by the way, the game, it's the name of it. The reason I know it starts with a P. Mm-hmm. It's just to pronounce it, I've never really been sure. It's a Polybius or Polybius. You want to look there at the top. Is it Polybius?
Polybius.
It looks like
probably. It probly means something.
It's definitely not
Greek.
Probably.
It's like Greek or something.
Oh, okay. Like so, yeah. We should look up what that means later. But it's Polybius. If you want to look up this stuff on your own, mm-hmm. Polybius. Polybius is what we're going to call it. Okay. In a suburban arcade near Portland, Oregon, in 1981, a dull digital glow bounced off the faces of teenagers who clutched joysticks, immersed in the game. Tiny lines of dots danced or exploded with high-pitched beeps across them all. But one game cabinet, Polybius, drew the longest lines. Gamers who tried it couldn't stop playing and became oddly addicted. They were nauseous, stressed, and had horrific nightmares. Others had seizures or attempted suicide. Many felt unable to control their own thoughts. It was only later that they recalled how Polybius was serviced more often than other games. Men in black suits opened the machine every week, recorded its data, and left with no interest in its coins. Soon after it appeared, the mysterious arcade game vanished without warning, taken by the men in the black suits, leaving no record of its existence. That's the story, at least. The legend is one of the big unsolved mysteries of the gaming world, though most concede that the game never even existed. It's since become an urban legend on gaming and conspiracy websites and the internet horror wiki creepypasta. And like all good stories, it's kept alive by its fans. It's uncertain how far back the Polybius tale goes, but the earliest known discussion of it is thought to be from 1998, when a mysterious description appeared on the vintage gaming website coinop.org. The current entry for Polybius states that the game had a very limited release, 1 or 2 backwater arcades in a suburb of Portland. And according to rumors, it was developed by some kind of weird military tech offshoot group and used one of the proprietary behavior modification algorithms developed for the CIA. The 1998 post was shared with others in 2000 on a precursor to internet forums called Usenet, and seemingly sparked further lore about the game. By 2003, it appeared in a list of urban legends in GamePro magazine. In coinop.org's comment section in 2006, someone by the name of Stephen Roach added to the story. It was created by a company he and a few other naive programmers began called Cinelation. They were hired by a separate South American company to do the work. They were merely in over their heads with their advanced, accidentally dangerous graphics. In response, coinop.org amended its entry in 2009 with a rebuttal, saying Stephen Roach is full of himself and knows nothing about this game. The response claimed staff was planning to sort it all out by flying to the Ukraine. Stay tuned. As with most legends, the details are evasive. No one has a copy of the original Polybius game file, which are often found and shared by vintage game lovers. So no one can agree on what the game was actually like. Was it a puzzle game or a shooter game? What kind of graphics did it use? Polybius, or at least the simulations fans have made of the legendary game, was disorienting and confusing. In its colorful geometric shapes, bend and fold from a center portal like some sort of digital acid trip. If you're prone to seizures, the simulation may actually trigger them. According to legend, the intense combination of vector and raster graphics in Polybius, which was supposed to be impossible, at least back in 1981, made the mind susceptible to subliminal messages from the U.S. government. While details about the game are ambiguous, its story has roots in truth. Just a few decades before Polybius supposedly terrorized Oregon gamers, the government was truly secretly testing unwitting subjects in MKUltra. An unethical government-led experimental program of the 1950s involving LSD was uncovered in 1975 by the Church Committee of U.S. Congress, an investigation of the CIA, whose predecessor controlled the program. Many of MKUltra's subjects did not know they were part of the test, all designed to explore brainwashing and confession techniques. Despite an attempted cover-up, a cache of 20,000 documents were revealed in 1977, and more information was declassified in 2001, showing over 185 researchers and 80 institutions participating in experiments with mind control, resulting in terrible effects on the research subjects. Reports of injuries from video games actually happened too, though from entirely different and real arcade games. A newspaper from the Portland area at the time reports that a 12-year-old boy named Brian Morrow got sick after drinking Coca-Cola and playing Asteroids for 28 hours. An arcade representative said they were massaging his hands to keep the kid going. Another boy at the same arcade on the same day experienced a seizure from Atari's game Tempest, a puzzle game with fast-paced, disorienting graphics that Polybius is frequently compared to. Even the government video game connection is real. The Army and the Marines have and still use video games to train soldiers. What's more, shady arcade owners sometimes dabbed in illegal gambling, so the FBI may have actually been walking around arcades and checking machines for evidence. Combine all that with the existence of the short-lived 1985 game Polyplay, an 8-game arcade cabinet that was recalled, possibly according to Skeptoid, for copyright concerns, and you have a pretty solid foundation for a massive urban legend. The name Polybius could have been a misconstrued version of Polyplay, or an international reference to ciphering system of the Greek historian named Polybius, born around 200 BCE. Polybius itself may not exist, but that hasn't stopped its story from capturing imaginations of gamers, writers, and artists. The Last Starfighter, a 1984 movie in which a man in black recruits a teen for his epic video game skills, might have been influenced, or is influenced, by the legend. A 2006 Simpsons episode called Please Homer, Don't Hammer 'Em shows Bart next to Polybius' cabinet, with property of the U.S. government stamped on the front.
Well, you know if it's in The Simpsons.
A series called Doomsday Arcade by Escapist Magazine is based on it. Blister Declassified, a 3-part series that was supposedly focused on Polybius, was canceled before the 3rd installment could be released. There's even a t-shirt, and in 2015 a Kickstarter campaign for a Polybius documentary was in the works, but it unfortunately didn't get the necessary funding. Polybius never seems to completely go away. Some online members of the Vintage Arcade Preservation Society claim to own it. One listed serial number is 666. Photos of the unknown origin of its screen and cabinet bounce around the internet as proof that it exists. Every now and then, the supposed sighting of the cabinet shows up. A bar in Brooklyn called Barcade created a Polybius cabinet for Halloween in 2012. And it was so convincing that an Instagram post of it attracted believers and instigators. User Broyo Mofo wrote a comment saying, "Please tell me that you didn't activate that machine and it was simply a gag decoration or some sort of party," and added that they'd played the original game, suffered a seizure, and became addicted to the point that I kept playing, and for reasons I can't remember, I attempted to commit suicide. Bye-bye Polybius, see you next Halloween. #Barcade, #Brooklyn, #Polybius. A photo used by Barcade, November 1st, 2012. A few days ago, a Craigslist ad in Los Angeles advertised a Polybius cabinet for sale. This time, the culprit was a prop house for Sony Pictures, which made the cabinets for a movie that was never made. The cabinet has an engraved plaque labeling it property of the U.S. government. In an email, Andreas Kratzky, who is listing the prop, told this magazine here that Polybius machine was dressed up to resemble all aspects of the myth. They clearly took care to satisfy the nerdism of the gamer community regarding the myth of the game. Since posting, the listing has gotten multiple emails commenting on its worth and rarity. The post has become something like a crystallization point for the imaginations about the game. While many believe it to be an urban legend or a hoax, the story of Polybius still has people searching for the one thing that keeps it just out of arm's reach from fact, and that's hard evidence. It's likely they'll keep looking for it for years to come, but on my own note to this, they also cannot disprove it.
No, absolutely not.
I'm glad that we went down that dive because, you know, as far as urban legends go, a lot of times they can be disproved just from common sense.
Mm-hmm.
But that was absolutely correct about MK Ultra. And in the time period, for those of you who may be too young, in the early 80s, you didn't just, you know, you could totally build a cabinet and put it in a small town.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And people wouldn't be able to go on the internet and know that there wasn't that same game in New York.
Right.
You could have just put it in the arcade, done your testing,
mm-hmm.
got your subjects.
Do you think that the guy that says he played it really did play it?
You never know.
Like, you would think more people would come forward.
You just
remember. That's if they remember. Obviously, it messed with your head.
I can tell you this much.
Mm-hmm.
That game is going to be a big part of my life from here on. Like, I'm going to have a poster
mm-hmm.
with the game in the house. And
well, a couple things that make it sound really believable are, one, I don't think that a story like that would just come out of nothing.
Right.
There has to be, and I know it pointed out maybe it got mixed up with this other game,
yeah.
but the fact that it's named after a Greek historian is very government.
Oh, yeah.
Very government project, very strange.
They
I'd
always
like
do
to,
stuff like that.
It would be worth diving into everything about that historian, because generally it's going to have something to do with what they're doing.
Do you know anything about Polybius right off the bat? Or?
Just that he's a Roman historian, and he wrote some sort of really long book called I think The Histories or something, but it's like tediously long.
Right.
Like, I don't think he was very entertaining writer, but I don't really know much about his life or
That's really
or
strange.
his interests or things like that.
In 300 BCE, he wrote that long of a history book, which is awesome, really.
Let's see. I think it says here, I just looked it up. It says it covered the period from 264 to 146 BC in detail. And it describes the rise of the Roman Republic to the status of dominance
Right.
in the ancient Mediterranean world.
So,
and apparently he had an eyewitness account of the sack of Carthage and Corinth.
That's
so he wrote
really
all
cool.
about it in detail.
Well, I would like to read. You know what? I bet I have read his stuff.
You may have.
I just didn't know it was his stuff.
Right.
You know?
Right. But yeah, as far as urban legends go, that one's really...
It's cool, isn't it?
It's really cool. I like it. I'm glad you did the whole story.
Well, you know, then we were talking about The Last Starfighter because we were talking about, you know, how that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if anything like that has happened. But, you know, as a kid, I really wanted that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And just like we'll go back to my games now and my phone, we got to go all the way back here to where this begins.
Mm-hmm.
So Castle Crush
right.
is my game now.
It is.
And I play that anytime I can get. And the thing I like about it, I don't like commitments. And we've talked about this before. Stacey and I are an enigma. But
right.
we both have, I think it's because we both have so many personalities that we can really, we never know which one we're getting. So it's always new and fresh.
Yes.
But, you know, Castle Crush is like a couple of minutes. I get one game and I can go do, you know, 3 or 4 more hours or something. And, but I love stuff like that. I can't do the one Stacey does where she cultivates a freaking town up into...
I usually do 2 or 3 at a time, 2 or 3 different types of games.
Which ones are you playing right now?
Right now I'm playing this like build a tower game. It's not time consuming. It's just you go on there and buy everything and let it sell.
Oh, come on, give us the names.
I think it's just called Pocket Tower. I play Merge Dragons just because I really like it, especially at night, 'cause you just merge things. I don't even do the levels. I just stay in my camp and merge things, and it makes me ridiculously sleepy. Like when I'm ready for bed, I'm just merging, and then I'll fall asleep. And then the most time consuming is Kingdoms of Heckfire. I've been playing that for almost 2 years now, and I still haven't grown as big as I need to grow. Like I still have room for my little castle to get bigger, and now it's not even about the quest or anything. It's just like I'm gonna get to that end point.
Right.
I've put too much time in now. I'm gonna get there. So.
Well, what about the one that you play with the portable Nintendo thing?
Graveyard Keeper.
Yeah,
we've talked about that before. I like playing Graveyard Keeper.
You've got that on like every platform we have.
I do.
Like computer.
I really like it on the Switch though. I bought it on the Switch, and I like it on the Switch because it's portable, but the screen's really big, so you can see a lot of the detail, and it's really easy. And now that Kyler has taken a vested interest in the iPad, I can just let him play on my iPad, and I can play that on the Switch, and I don't have to worry about it.
You always lose your iPad to a baby.
Yeah, I lose everything to that baby. I was eating a peppermint patty today, and I walked by him. He just reached out and took it and started eating it. And I was like, what do you do? He's 2 years old. You enjoy that, sweetie. I ate a Pop-Tart for breakfast this morning, and he took half of my Pop-Tart and licked all the icing off and then gave it back to me.
You know, he doesn't do that crap to me. Like, I was eating an ice cream, and I know how he always takes your ice cream.
He always takes my ice cream cone.
He totally looked at it. Like here's what happened. And you could see his little mind working. So he was walking by, and he seen the ice cream, and he stopped. Like it actually stopped, and he looked at the ice cream.
Loves ice cream cones.
And he looked at me, and I ignored him. Like I was watching him without him knowing. You know what I'm saying? Like I like to study everything. So he looks at me, and you can just tell he wants to say something. And he looks back at the ice cream cone, and he looks at me again, and he goes about his business. He's not that comfortable, as much as he loves me and all that stuff.
He's weighing out the probability that you're actually going to give up your ice cream cone.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's just not as comfortable as, you know, I'm not as approachable as you. You're,
right.
You're a grandma, you know.
Right.
So back to our original thought.
The original, or I think we have a few more to back through before we get to the original.
Yeah, that's fine. But the thing about it is, as long as we go back, you know, as long as we tie that string around our waist,
right,
and we go look for Carol Ann, you know, it's fine.
It's right.
It's fine. So on the Facebook, I really appreciate everybody, by the way, for just how much interaction we have. But I do find the memes, I put them out there, and there's so much more to it than that, but I hope you guys enjoy the crap out of it. So anyway, we had this really cool thing that we decided to do. We'd seen John Tenney do it a couple times on Twitter, but we wanted to do it because, you know, it's a really cool little psychic thing that you see people do from time to time. And we came up with a couple of items, one from you and one from me.
Yes.
That we put in a box, a Stacey box, and we decided to give 24 hours and let people trick their psychic prowess, as I said on the video.
Right.
But we recorded a video right when we did it, so there was no shenanigans. We wanted to make sure that it was time stamped and everything, so we could play that 24 hours later to show you, you know, us putting it in there.
Right.
And then we put our energy out into the universe.
Yes, like we telepathically sent it out there, what we put in the box.
Right. And I even put it near the window so it could telepathically go through an easier way than the wall. If it works like that.
Yeah, who knows?
But we, you know, we got back some really astounding answers.
We did.
So almost instantly, we started getting a lot of answers, a lot of guesses from people. You know, some were silly. We had some that were just completely off base. I really apologize to you. You know who you are. And I'm just playing. I do that because everybody thinks it's them. But no, we got so many that came back with crystal. And it was so funny because poor Stacey, about an hour into it, I had several people say something about a crystal. Yes, it was an amethyst crystal that was in there.
Yes.
From Stacey. And it was actually her dream crystal, her dream amethyst that she keeps beside the bed so to keep the bad dreams away. And she's had this so long that it's probably formed its own crystals. And she's had it since 97. And, you know, so it's always been with us, always. And we used to have a bunch of stones that we put in different places and did different things with. And I've even been known to have one under the bed before and stuff like that, but they work. And so anyway, I had a little bit more trouble picking what I was going to put in there, but I have a lot of Indian artifacts, not Indian Native American.
Not Native American.
But
Indian.
from India. And, so I went with a Buddha and decided to put the colored in Buddha that I have, not the little purple one, and decided to put it in the box. So we did the video of it. Good stuff, and people almost instantly started guessing crystal, and a lot of people. So they weren't getting my part correct, but with her, she was like, am I that predictable? And it was a little deflating, whatever, for her. But anyway, we actually had people, some said crystals, some said one of Stacey's crystals, and then we had a couple of people that said amethyst. Had it right. Very impressed with you. Okay. That was very impressive to us. We're going to read off the ones who actually had amethyst crystal correct. But before I do that, I'm going to tell you about our psychic daughter, Ariana. So Ariana, she always wants to get out on this, right? So she comes in here and she's like, I really want to do this, but she does it better when she gets to touch. So she likes to touch, the box or whatever, and she gets very intense. My little baby has my intense eyes. I was just looking at some pictures she took, and it's so crazy because you can almost see the psychic ability because she has these eyes that are just, they look through you, and she's so beautiful, but her eyes are just, they're very, when they're focused and they're serious, and she's a serious person. Like if she's talking about something, she'll get completely livid in her own way. If you're laughing about something, I mean, she's like, no, I'm being serious, So I love that. I love that intensity. She could probably lead a company someday. But she held the box or touched the box.
She just put her hand on it, yeah.
And she came up with the amethyst crystal, and she was having trouble with the other part. Stacey blames me. She says I didn't put it out there hard enough. But the problem was, I was a little bit like, we went through, Stacey and I both went through several items. This is funny. So our friend Travis Molden, okay, his two items that he picked were both things that we almost put in there. So, we haven't told him that yet, but there was both, like, one was a feather, and, Stacey was like, look, she's like, I've got all these different feathers, and we could do this and use a small one or a big one, and all this stuff, and I didn't do it. So without further ado, I'm going to read off some of these names. Okay, so Robin Kingsley said an amethyst crystal and an Ace of Cups tarot card. Okay, so it could have totally been a tarot card. You have no idea. In this house, Robin, it could have totally been. But congratulations, because you did a really good job and got one half of that. And think about that. It could have just as easily been one item. And if it had have been one item, it would have been an amethyst, because it would have been Stacey, because I wouldn't have been that. I wouldn't have took that big of a part into it. Travis Molden, by the way, had said a feather and a pendulum. It was almost a feather and a pendulum.
Because both those items are right there on the counter, like on the bookcase.
Yeah, they were very easy to grab. So Tony Berkshire, long-time listener, first-time caller. He's been with us forever. And he said an amethyst, but then he got lazy and let his mind he let his mind take over from listening to the show. And because he's been going back through since episode 1.
Wow.
I don't know how far up Tony is right now, but with the longer episodes later on, he's no way he's caught up. But so he won't hear this for a while. But Tony said an amethyst, which was his psychic ability, and then, like I said, the laziness and some bay leaves. Because if you listen to it all the time, right, it's readily available.
Yes, we always have bay leaves.
Right. So I'm still very impressed with you, Tony.
Yes.
You should further this off and see what you can come up with. Then we go to Michelle Manry, and she said John's favorite necklace and one of Stacey's crystals. That was a lot of you say to crystal, and I'll go through everybody with the crystal because I'm very impressed with you too.
Mm-hmm.
But this one was special because it was also almost John's favorite necklace and a crystal, just to let you know. Then we're going to go to, let me see if I had any more with the amethyst. And if I missed you, I apologize, but I'm looking here. I was very impressed with Janice Fithen, okay? Because she did it real early.
Yeah, she was like right off the bat almost.
Yeah, and she's a long time like of our Facebook. Janice has been with us for a long time.
Yes.
So we've had a very big surge in our Facebook love here recently, but Janice she's OG. But she said, a quartz crystal and a wrestling figurine, which I love you for that. And very close, but it was a figurine and a crystal.
It was a figurine and a crystal. And I do wear a quartz crystal.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't really talk about that, but I wear one around my neck all the time.
All the time. And I do have wrestling figurines.
You do?
Not all the time, but I am a wrestling figurine. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go through the people who just did crystal, which once again, we're very,
it's very impressive.
Very impressive. And Stacey's going to go through the people with the crystals.
So there's one on here from Jennifer and Brian McDaniel, and it mentions a crystal. So that one was pretty cool. I think it's funny that Brenda, from our friend from up north, said that I put the Marilyn Manson ticket stub in there because she knows we just went to the concert.
Again, that's Brenda not using her.
She was being funny. Yes, she was being funny.
Well, she's not using ability, and that happens to anybody with all of us, right? So I believe we all have psychic abilities, and sometimes though we let our mind, our common sense mind, overrun what's being told to us from the universe. And it's just like anybody who's played a trivia game, okay? You're playing a trivia game, you don't really know the answer that well, but the first thing that pops in your mind is like B, okay? It's multiple choice, A, B, C, D. And B pops in there and it's like, Thomas Edison, and you're just like, and you're thinking about it, then you start thinking about it, and that's when you screw up. You're like, Henry Ford. And they're like, no, it was Thomas Edison. And no one believes you, but you go nuts. You're like, oh my God, I thought that first and it just popped in my head.
Well, that's like when you were talking about Ariana, the way her guesses worked was she concentrated on it. And, she has an amethyst crystal in her room that we bought her that's similar to mine. And she said that picture popped in her head. So she guessed amethyst crystal. And then when she was trying to guess the other object, I don't know if she started second guessing herself because she thought about one of your other Buddha statues, but then she just ignored that thought and guessed something else that she wasn't too sure about. But if she had just gone with that first image, she would have got the other thing right too.
Yeah, it was the wrong Buddha, but it was a Buddha, and I would have accepted that.
But it was the wrong amethyst too. Like the picture in her head was a different amethyst.
Right.
It was almost like it was giving her clues or something. It was very strange. So let's see who else guessed crystal here. So Dory Wheeler, she guessed an agate, which is a crystal. It's just a different type of crystal. And Mary Lynn Lucas guessed crystal for me. Shauna Houle guessed crystal.
Shauna's usually all over this stuff. So.
Yeah. Philip Wyatt guessed a quartz crystal. Again, which is still, quartz is very personal to me.
Do you know where you can find quartz crystals in our house? You can find them over every window and every door and around Stacey's neck.
Just a side note, this Philip Wyatt, he put another comment in here where he was talking about doing the same experiment, but as an ITC experiment, where he put an object in a box and then tried to get spirits to say what was in the box over the ITC thing. That's an interesting experiment. Never tried that.
Another interesting experiment is the ITC water experiment. I was reading on that earlier. I'll have to tell you about that later.
Oh, okay. Shanna McEwen guessed a crystal. And Deanna Meverden, she guessed a white stone, which stone to me would be the same thing as maybe a crystal. I don't know.
Yeah.
Stone crystal.
Hold on a second. Judges? Yeah, okay. The judges say that they will accept stone.
Yeah. I mean, if we were playing Family Feud, that would
crystal.
not go, but...
Well, we keep judges here, and it's actually the two Muppets. That's what I want you to picture when I talk to the judges, the two old men. So anyway, thank you to everybody for participating, and thank you for all our little crystal people out there.
Yes.
Very cool.
We'll do it again in a couple weeks.
Yeah. I got a new necklace, And we'll get more to that later on about when and where. But protection necklace. I got a little rune necklace. Really dig it. But got some scratches on my neck. Some pretty deep scratches.
Yeah.
Like something didn't want me to have any protection.
Yes.
We've talked about that recently.
That happened just now.
Yeah. I was trying not to be too dramatic. But yeah, I just got the rune necklace not long ago. So like yesterday. And it's pretty deep scratches. So it burns. Thought I'd just throw that in there because, it is the show. So God knows that here in a second, the light over there might start.
You never know.
Bouncing off and
Knocking on the walls or anything.
You never know, man. You never know. All right. So I have something pretty cool here.
Okay.
I got a little bit of a list.
Okay.
Not 50 states.
Okay. Because, we're going to have to put a little bit of a cap on the list, I think.
Yeah, I agree because the 50 states sounded fun in, theory.
Right.
But as I was listening back to it, about halfway through it, I was like, oh my God, I should have done 13 colonies. But
it was pretty long.
It was almost as bad as your octopus skit.
Hey, that was not that long.
It was until we cut it down.
It wasn't as long as 50 states.
So with the octopuses.
With
the octopuses, it was just, I don't know, it was fun. It was all that good stuff. Interesting, bloody interesting. But, it's just something didn't roll. I don't know. Sometimes that happens.
It does.
With the 50 states, there was a lot of interesting things in there. It just felt labored, because there was 50 states. So for me, I was like, after like 25, I'm serious. I was just like, oh my God, but I had to finish. So anyway, my list from the great people of Den of Geek, give them a little credit here. And this was a really cool article, and this is going to lead into something. So this is how I like to roll. The best haunted house movies and TV shows of all time.
Wow. Okay.
I thought this would be pretty cool because I'm going to be leading into something very, very cool, very important. But I agree with a lot of these.
Okay.
So they have 1982's Poltergeist.
Okay.
Is on the list.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a staple.
Absolutely. I mean, it's such a good movie. Such a good movie. 1960's 13 Ghosts.
That's a great movie.
It really is. It really is. Love that movie, actually. I even like the remake. 1973's The Legend of Hell House. Just fantastic. We go on to 1980s. Now, this is funny. I haven't seen this one.
Okay.
And Stacey and I have talked about renting this one and watching it. 1980s The Changeling.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't seen that.
And let me read this to you because it's we've talked about before that we wanted to get this and watch it. Bit of a slow burner, this one, but it seriously is creepy if it catches you in the right mood. George C. Scott stars as John Russell, a solitude-seeking composer who rents the wrong house while grieving his dead wife and daughter. The eerie old mansion is home to the ghost of a murdered child. And when it's not pushing its wheelchair around the place, it's pushing John to uncover its story and wreak its revenge. Murdered kids are the worst for that kind of ghostly pestering, but then maybe they're entitled to a bit of post-death whining. You do the same, right?
It sounds like something we would love.
I want to see that. I also want to see this next one. This one just really got me when I read about it because I haven't seen it. It's a 1977 movie, and it's called Hausu. Okay, Hausu.
Okay.
If you're bored of the standard haunted house repertoire of creaky doors, smashed religious icons, bleeding walls, etc., which I'll never be tired of any of that, you could do worse than check out Hausu, a psychedelic Japanese horror starring mostly unknown and inexperienced actors. It sees a group of schoolgirls head out to visit an estranged aunt in the countryside, only to find that the aunt isn't as kindly as you'd hope. And her house is full of horrors. We're talking flying lamps, evil fridges, and pianos that bite. You've never seen anything like this before. And it just looks like, just the picture that they show is just this awesome little like psychedelic picture with all these little scary blue Japanese ghosts. And,
it sounds interesting. I mean, Japanese, they can do some horror movies.
Dude, they do horror so well. Speaking of which, 2002, Ju-on, The Grudge.
Ah,
yeah,
yes.
the Japanese,
the Japanese
original
version.
Grudge. fantastic. Next, 2012, Sinister. We love that movie.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Absolutely love that movie. And then we go to 1988's Beetlejuice.
Of course.
Then, I don't like Beetlejuice.
It's funny because the girls just watched that recently.
Yeah.
When we were out of town and they wanted a movie, and I was like, well, you guys have never seen Beetlejuice. It's iconic. You should watch it. And so after they watched it, we asked how they liked it, and Roger was like, I always thought Beetlejuice was the good guy. She had no idea about the story. She's like, it turns out he's not really the good guy. I was like, no, he's not.
And it's kind of funny. 2005, I'm just going to keep the train in the background this time. 2005 has a movie that we loved when it came out. And it's one of those, when I seen it on here, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to totally watch that movie again. Like, I wanted to watch it as soon as I read this.
Okay.
The Skeleton Key.
I do believe I've seen that.
Yeah, you watched it with me.
Oh, okay. It sounds familiar.
Yes. Something spooky going on in a crumbling mansion deep in the Louisiana bayou. When Caroline, Kate Hudson, takes a job as a caregiver to an elderly man. She thinks she's prepared for the isolation and weirdness of the household, but after running afoul of the lady of the house, Violet, she begins to suspect her patient suffered more than just a stroke. Creepy from the outset, what's great about the Skeleton Key is the way its heroine is slowly seduced into believing in the supernatural. The ghosts here are particularly nasty ones, though in fairness, they're given the good calls initially. And it's got one hell of a sting at the end.
I'm starting to vaguely remember now.
Yeah, so
we did really like that movie.
I want to watch that again. Next is 2002's Darkness. I want to see this because I don't think I have. We have. 2002 is a little foggy for me. Right. But the same guy who made the Record or REC movie, which is like iconic, but I haven't seen it either.
I haven't seen it.
And people will like gasp or whatever.
Right.
But it's one of those that the maker of this made that, and it's supposed to be iconic. So we got a whole list we got to watch. The next is your favorite movie.
The Others. Love that movie.
2001's The Others, which is the best haunted house.
Well, I love Nicole Kidman anyway.
Right.
Such a great actress. But the whole movie's so creepy without being, slasher jump scare kind of thing. Right. But it still has that creepy, scary vibe.
Next one is one I haven't seen, 1961, The Innocents. I really don't.
I have not seen that.
I don't know that. Then you go to 1959, one that I've seen probably 1,959 times, House on Haunted Hill.
Oh, yes.
Just an amazing story. I love that movie. 1989 is next for The Woman in Black.
I saw that.
Yeah. Next, we're going to go with 1992. Now, this is very interesting. I've heard so much about this movie. I never watched it because I didn't like the whole reality edge to it. But it was really before reality television. So I know when this aired, it caused a lot of trouble in England. So you Brits listening right now, you probably know all about this. 1992 had a movie called Ghostwatch, another TV production, so a TV movie called Ghostwatch. What makes Ghostwatch so scary is how utterly believable it is. Originally broadcast as live, it says in quotes here, on October 31st, 1992. It starred real TV presenters, both inside a BBC studio and out on location.
Wow.
Investigating a family's claims that their home was haunted by a poltergeist known as Pipes. The ghost makes several appearances throughout, initially so subtle you might miss them, then increasingly obvious, and by the end, even the TV studio isn't safe. Watching it now with years of distance and knowing it's not real, you'd think it'd lose some of its power, but nope, it's still properly scary. And the thing about it is, it was a classic, and it caused a lot of issues. Like, I think people had heart attacks. Like, I think it was
because if they were really pushing it like it was live and didn't tell people it wasn't real.
Yeah, really, really scary stuff. So 1944, The Uninvited is next. Then 1963's The Haunting, which is the same Shirley Jackson. That's the Haunting of Hill House, the Legend of Hell House. All those that come off there, The Haunting, that you love so much. Then 2018, speaking of that, The Haunting of Hill House. Pretty cool. I really liked it, actually.
Yeah, I did.
I'll say I love it. It's 2015. I will say I haven't watched this one, Crimson Peak.
No, we haven't. We talked about watching it, but then I think we just never did get around to it.
Yeah, 1979, obviously the Amityville Horror.
Mm-hmm.
And
that movie scared me to death when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Because I saw it when I was a kid.
Right. Yeah,
And
it was pretty scary.
Yeah.
And then saved the best for last year.
Mm-hmm.
2013 had a film.
Okay.
It's called The Conjuring.
Ooh, good movie.
Yeah.
Very scary.
Yeah, The Conjuring was pretty good. It was James Wan.
Mm-hmm.
And, it was based on a true story.
Yes, it was.
And, they would have used the actual house,
mm-hmm.
but some stuff happened. And James Wan said something to the effect of, I'm not going to go to that effing house. I'm not going to go step foot in that effing state.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to build a replica
mm-hmm.
because he didn't want to get anywhere near this place.
Right.
Because of the curses.
Because of what happened.
And when they did the filming of this
mm-hmm.
and the subsequent movies after, it always falls on our curse list.
Right. We talk about it. It's always on the curse movie set list, and weird things happen around it. It's very strange. Every
time. But we have a little bit of a story. Basically, the reason that I wanted to do the movie list
mm-hmm.
was to talk about that movie that we just went over, The Conjuring.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of cool things about the Conjuring case. In fact, a ton of cool things about the Conjuring case.
Yes.
Depends on your definition of cool, I would imagine, but our definition of cool.
Right. We think it was very cool.
Super cool. And it's super creepy and it's super true.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's a lot of things in that movie that would really surprise you as to the validity of them.
Right.
Like some of the things, I know they always take creative license with Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
I realize this. Everybody realizes this, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with me, I really thought there was more creative license taken with The Conjuring than there actually was. Because we'll get into the reason. I love when we have a timey-wimey episode like this where we jump around, and then at the end of it all goes together. It's like a really ingenious episode of Doctor Who.
Right.
When you're like here, or Quentin Tarantino.
There you go.
It's a Tarantino movie, all right? You're like, why am I seeing Bruce Willis here? I thought Bruce Willis just got killed. Wait a second. What's going on? And then all of a sudden, boom, it makes sense.
It just makes sense, right?
If I could just have Samuel L. Jackson show up right now and go, say what one more time, mother? Mm-hmm. And as long as he said mother, mm-hmm, then that would work.
Right.
So basically, I want to talk about a guy named Corey.
Okay.
Corey is a friend of mine and a friend of yours. And a friend of the world's. Corey Hansen is one of our Yankee friends, and he is a cool guy who just purchased the house.
Yes.
He calls it the farm on Round Top Road.
Right.
To confuse people. No, it is to stay away from copyrights and some other things, some other negative entities we will not discuss, because the best way to get rid of negativity is to literally clear the room.
Yes.
Kick it right out the window. So the negativity is gone, and it's the Conjuring House. Okay, for our intents and purposes, it's the Conjuring House because it's most well identified with the fact that the movie The Conjuring and the case and everything, it's based on that case of Ed and Lorraine Warren's. I'm not going to get split hairs here on whose case it is. It's Ed and Lorraine Warren's case, and it's The Conjuring. Very, very interesting case of the Perron family. And their trials and tribulations over the course of the 6 years or so that the investigation was going on, with Ed and Lorraine coming and going a few times during that time. Some of the things that went awry. And then, what's not in the story is the fact of how they came to live with it. Decide these were good spirits and we got rid of the bad spirits or whatever. Exactly what people with bad spirits would say. And, a lot of the things in the house we're going to talk about shortly, but I'm just here to tell you, I have a little trip to talk to y'all about. A little harebrained, crazy trip that started with a concert.
It did.
Now, I need to explain something because we all know how cool Stacey is. Okay. Stacey's done a lot of cool things. Stacey has been to my concerts. Stacey has been to many metal clubs wearing tight leather pants and looking really hot. A lot of nights that she absolutely looked like the Mistress of the Dark is what she is. And the only thing she hadn't done, because we have something called children, when we did get a babysitter to do things like our show or to go investigate for the past 20 some years, it's hard to get or pay for these sitters while we go gallivant around the nation and go see cool concerts. So with that said, it's been something that's been intended that hasn't come to pass because something else comes up, like a broken leg or a sickness or a house payment or something.
Right.
The real world. And I think you all go through the real world like we do. Okay. So Stacey was she was locked up as a child. And
I was not locked up. I had very strict parents, very strict Christian parents.
Locked up.
And they didn't let me listen to any kind of rock music, secular music.
Okay, they didn't let you listen to Disney.
No, Disney is the devil.
Okay. That's, you know what, the defense rests. No more questions, Your Honor. No more questions. So there was a lot of things there, and people, intend good. They have good intentions, right? The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Right.
So anyway, Stacey didn't get to go to concerts, listen to stuff. So one cool thing about when I met her, it was, grunge was still popular. Yes, grunge was still popular when I met her. Everybody was still alive. There had been no ODs yet, except for Andy Wood and Kurt Cobain. Kurt Cobain was dead. But other than Kurt Cobain and Andy Wood, everybody was still, alive and shooting up. So I got to introduce her to music, and not just music. I got to introduce it to her in layers. Like, okay, we're going to go over heavy metal.
Yeah, I think we went by genre, then by era.
Yeah.
In genre.
And by favorites.
Right.
So I remember her listening to Temple the Dog, and we had gotten into the Mother Love Bone stuff and Andrew Wood, and we were in the whole Seattle scene, which was my favorite. It was my absolute favorite. And we were sitting there listening, and yes, Faith No More is my all-time favorite band, up there with Pearl Jam. Duran Duran. Yeah, it's a weird eclectic mix, but as a scene, the grunge, the Seattle, that's my favorite scene. So anyway, we were sitting there listening to that, and I explained the whole thing of Andrew Wood, and Mother Love Bone was like one of those iconic bands for me, and it was all about Andy Wood. It was all that connection to Andrew. In fact, I tried summoning him before, which is probably very stupid, but was really into this guy. As you get when you're in your early 20s, you gravitate toward things that are kind of like your way of thinking, especially if your way of thinking is not like everybody else's. And it's one of those things that he said and wrote in a certain way where I've always been poetic, that I really identified with. So we're listening to the Temple of Dog album, which was obviously written for the passing of their friend, Andrew Wood, and it was written by like Chris Cornell of Soundgarden and Eddie Vedder and the guys from Pearl Jam. The guys from Pearl Jam obviously were in the band with Andy and various other people. So we're listening to it. I'll never forget her listening to Cornell, and I think it was on Say Hello to Heaven, and she was just like, I can feel. She looked right at me and she's like, I can feel the pain in his voice, and it was just so cool introducing somebody to that, like to be the one who pushed the button and played the CD that really opened someone's eyes to something, and it ended up being like one of her favorite genres. She actually went more toward the kind of like the trash metal, like, kind of stuff like Manson and everything. But she probably went to the El Satanico for a reason right off the bat. But anyway, cool stuff. And the reason I try to bring all that up is because people are always like, you've not been to a concert? That's like the big, every time we mention it, it's always just that same reaction.
Get that weird look.
Yeah. And then they look at me.
You live under a rock or something?
They look at me like I'm your dad or something. It's always like they look at you and then they look at me like I'm some kind of butthole because they know what I've done.
Right.
And they're just like, well, what the hell, dude? What the hell? And I just wanted to explain what was going on. So, being the guy I am, Stacey's favorite solo performer is Marilyn Manson. Okay, she just is. And she's loved the Foo Fighters forever. So if you're going to take her to a concert, Dave Grohl, Marilyn Manson, you can't go wrong. Anyway, I was seen that there was a concert coming to a place that we've been to, where I've been to before for concerts in West Virginia. And I was like, well, that looks really cool. You know, Zombie always puts on a great show. This will be like the umpteenth time I've seen Zombie ever since it was White Zombie. And Manson, you know, I've never seen, and it's kind of hit or miss over the last few years. You never know if he's going to be like fat and on drugs or just on drugs. So you don't really know how the performance is going to go, but that's kind of the fun of it. That's kind of the allure of him.
It's like a toss up.
Same reason me and my son like this guy named Joey Janela in wrestling. And I could be a fan of Joey. Because he's a piece of crap, and you never know if he's going to show up or be drunk or, you know, or fall off a building. Or
total wild card.
Yeah, total wild card. Something about that is so punk rock that we absolutely love it, and that's just funny. It's how our family is. So I don't just get tickets.
No,
I get tickets that I would not have been able to get at one time. Thank you. # Bruce Wayne job. And I get her VIPs. Okay.
Yes. And we bought these tickets months ago, like when they first came out.
Right.
And he bought me the tickets, 2 VIP, like second row tickets, really close to the stage. You could see everything. You could see the whole show. You could see behind the stage a little bit. I mean, everybody was right there. When the performers were on the stage, they were like, you could throw a ball and hit them. Okay, so I couldn't throw a ball and hit them. I throw really weak, but John could throw a ball and hit them on the stage.
I could throw a ball really hard and hit something on the stage. Let's be honest with our listeners, because we may be at a celebrity event at some point.
Right, like, you want to throw this ball?
Yeah, you want to throw the first pitch and like, oh my God, that old lady in the 4th row is dead. Her head exploded. We're not sure. Oh my God, the velocity of that. So let me explain this. My sons, I was so proud, because my sons got aim from the other half, and they got the power from me. Mm-hmm. My entire life, I've been able to throw. Like when I would throw a football with my friends, I can remember this, you know. When I would throw the football with my friends would just freak out. They couldn't believe the power. And I mean, they'd go way, 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 way back. I remember being at my grandmother's house on Lee Highway. Well, like, you know what Lee Highway is. Anyway, on this highway. And I would be like, go on, go on, go on, go on. And they would go way, way back. And I would throw it, and it would be top spiraled and all this stuff, and go nowhere near where I wanted it to go. And they were thinking I had them doing routes or something, you know. And the same thing with baseballs, man. I would throw baseballs and it would kill a dog or something. I mean, like, it was bad. I don't know why my aim is so bad, but it's great for fighting because you don't have to aim, really. You know, you have to aim, but so my sons were fantastic magicians at baseball, and were throwing hard, you know, and great with everything they did with first base or pitching or whatever. Mm-hmm. Thank God they didn't have my aim. But so I would have thrown it, and it would have hit something.
You're still that way. We'll be sitting on the couch, and all of a sudden I'll get hit with a water bottle. I'll be like, what are you doing? He's like, I was not aiming for you.
Yeah, no one ever believes it either.
I was aiming for the kitchen, and somehow it just like made a left turn in there and hit you.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but you know, you need to know my weaknesses too. So
right. So anyway, we were super close. Like, you could just really see everything.
It was too close.
So great.
Like,
it was not too close.
Like when they came up to us, it was, I mean, they were there. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? They were just like right there.
See expressions on their faces.
Expressions on their faces.
It's
great.
Right. So we got to the concert, and of course it was amazing. And Marilyn Manson played first, and he was really on. I think he wasn't feeling well that night, so the fact that he did such a good show was probably pretty cool.
Maybe he couldn't do the drugs because he was feeling so bad.
I don't know, maybe. But the show was great. You know, I knew all the songs, and I was just having this amazing, amazing time. And you know, John said he'd seen Rob Zombie a lot. And of course, I've never seen him. And I went to the concert because of Marilyn Manson. And
I smartened her up beforehand to something about Zombie's band. You know, there's elements of Manson's old band in there, namely mm-hmm. John 5. Mm-hmm. And John 5, the guitarist, the lead guitarist for Zombie, my God, if you haven't seen Zombie perform, you need to see Zombie perform. If not, you can get John 5 solo stuff. Mm-hmm. He's just amazing, and the guy is genuinely cool. You know, there again, my son's seen him at his own show mm-hmm. at a small club, and he spent all his time talking to him, you know, people don't normally do that.
No.
And the guy just kicks ass. I mean, he really does. And it was really got this weird vibe. Like when he came over, that like he knew I had told you all these nice things or something. Like it was just
kind of like he was eyeing you. Like,
yeah, it was just.
I know what you're saying over there.
Like,
Well, and it got to the end of the part where, Manson got done playing, and I was just like, oh, this is so great. What a great show. And John was just giving me that really knowing look like, yeah, just wait, just wait. And so it was time for Rob Zombie to come out. And I have to say, as much of a Manson fan as I am, I liked the Rob Zombie show so much more. It was so good. Like they were all so energetic and they were jumping around, and it was the video screens and they just looked like they were having this amazing time, like as much fun as we were having on the stage. And like you said, like John 5 would come to the corner of the thing and he'd be playing. Man, he's good. And it makes sense I like him if he was part of Manson's band too.
Yeah.
But with the like just amazing things with the guitar, and I don't know, just Rob Zombie was jumping everywhere, and it was just not what I expected. But man, it was great. Yeah, like I'm ready to go back. I'm like a hardcore Rob Zombie fan now.
Yeah, it was epic. It really was. And every time I've seen Zombie's been great. The first time I saw Zombie was the famous one that was on made MTV, CNN, everything, was when they decided in Johnson City, Tennessee, they weren't going to allow that devil music, and so Bristol was like, well, we'll allow it for whatever reason. And,
I don't know.
So I was there, and the protesters and all this stuff, we were screaming in each other's face to have fun. And it was a snowstorm, and it was just really cool. And everybody that was in there, Rob said some things that night that was just very, thank you guys. That's not what it's all about. It's about having fun, and all this stuff. And then we all said Hell Satan a few times and went on. But it was very odd because then years later, one of my reconnecting things with my eldest boy, Cody, that I talk about all the time on here, one of our big reconnections, because there was some, life, and was a Rob Zombie show, which was just crazy to me. That it was just nuts to me. And then of course Stacey's first concert. I don't know, like I've got this stuff with Rob Zombie that's just eerie.
Well, I want to do another zombie concert, and I want to do the meet and greets. Yeah, I think next time.
Yeah,
so we can just like shake his hands.
No, they're all cool. So anyway, with that said, you would think that would be the night. You think that we would hashtag mommy and daddy and be done with it and all that stuff. But no, that's not what happened. So we, the crazy ones, decided that we were going to drive a very long way. That drive took us all the way to the ocean state of Rhode Island.
Yes.
And a little ocean state Paracon, but it couldn't be that easy. No. We drove straight to there.
From the concert,
which took, well, on paper, 12 and a half hours. But that's not how long. It took like 18 hours because we did have to stop and, die a few times.
Right.
No
Shoot
sleep.
Up with caffeine.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
No sleep. There's a couple of times at some truck stops that is I have memories like an acid trip. I mean, I have memories of sitting in a car where there's no comfort to be had. And you're just sitting there and you're dying. You got like a caffeine in your hand. You don't know what it is at this point. It could be like a Jolt Cola slammed with a coffee slammed with a midget. You don't know. And you're sitting there and you kind of look over and you're like, hey, what's going on? And the sun's beating down and there's people having their normal lives.
Right.
And they're doing their normal things and you're not. You know what I'm talking about? Those times where there's people doing things that are normal. You see normal families.
Right. And you're like, I wonder what it's like to be doing a normal thing.
Yeah. Because that's not who we are. And that happens so often. Like I'll see people like, oh, that normal guy has normal things. But anyway, we stopped at this all night deal. I was hungry as hell. And I mean, hungry as hell. And I found this pull off in Pennsylvania. And we had been in this weird part of Pennsylvania in the mountains. I don't remember what the mountains there are called, but it was one of the mountain chains. Excuse me, Pennsylvania. And it was such fog that it was like the clouds had just dropped. And, it was beautiful and all this stuff. The sun was about to come up, not come up yet. It was still dark when we pulled into this place. So we pulled into this place and it had a 24-hour Arby's. I didn't know they existed, and I know why I never cared that they did. I was like, they had breakfast food, and I'm like, why don't you see if they have like the brisket? I love the briskets. And she's like, okay. And I was like, I want to go over to the gas station part and take a leak and like get some more monsters or something. She's like, all right. So I go in there, and I'm just, man, I can't even walk right. Like I'm to the point where it feels like I think my body from memory is walking, but I'm more like trapped inside my own eyes, and just kind of going through the motions.
Right. You're
over there with the people, but I'm in that mode where you'll have a conversation with absolutely anyone because you're so messed up. And
I just want to point out that at this point, we had been up since Friday morning because you had to work, and we didn't take any naps or anything. And we left for the concert because that was a few hour drive.
Yeah.
And then we kept driving. And so here it is, almost sunrise Saturday morning. We're still up and, going. So.
Right. So I'm standing and not really in line. This cashier was just ignoring me. And he was talking to this lady that had a uniform on as well. And I didn't know what the uniform was from just yet, but I did shortly thereafter. And they were talking about aliens. Now, I was trying to figure out if they meant aliens or like aliens in the back of a U-Haul aliens. I'm not really sure, these days are strange. So I'm just going to keep my mouth shut either way. And every now and then I'd look over and make sure Stacey hadn't been abducted, by real people. And so she starts coming over and she's all happy. She's got her I accomplished the goal look. And so she's got my brisket and all this stuff. So I'm like, oh, that's cool. Well, at this point, I think I fast forwarded just a tad. I've already talked to the guy by this point. So this lady goes, look, to the guy. She's like, look, they're probably going to be here. They're probably going to come talk to you. Why are they going to come talk to me? Well, I mean, you know about it. Yeah, but why are they going to come talk? They talk to everybody. They took them down to the hotel, and they've talked to them, and so it wasn't just, it started out with the normal cops, but then those guys in the black suits came and started talking and all this stuff, and I'm just like, I'm blown the F away. I'm like, what is going on? What the hell is going on? And so she walks out, this lady who I found out is from the Comfort Inn, and this exit is only this gas station and the Comfort Inn. If you live near this exit, you know what I'm talking about. If you live in Pennsylvania and you're near those mountains or whatever, and there's a freaking exit that has a 24-hour Arby's and a Comfort Inn and nothing else, that's this exit. So I asked the dude, I was like, hey. He's like, hey. I'm like, are you talking about like aliens? You talking about aliens in the back of a U-Haul aliens? He's like, nah, man, I'm talking about the, and right off the bat when they make the sound. And I'm like, damn, what happened? And he's like, man, there was a UFO land. Yeah, you hear that right there? Let me give you that again. Hold on, here it is. Yeah, that's what happened. South Park, man, when they go from one face to the other face to the other face to the other face, back and forth between two people and nothing's being said. It was one of those moments. And I'm just like, so where did it land? He's like, over, beside the place. And so people seen this. He's like, yeah, a lot of people. And you guys called the cops. And he's like, yeah, apparently. I'm like, okay. And he's like, and they took the people. He said they took them. Okay, so when he said they took them, I swear to you, it felt like he meant they took the aliens. I know, I'm serious. That's the biggest part to this.
He didn't specify.
He never specified people.
Right. Just said they took them.
Them. And it felt like he meant that they got off the freaking UFO and they took the aliens. I don't know. So anyway, these guys are supposed to come back. All I'm thinking is, holy crap, they've got our file in the back of their truck. Like if the Men in Black pull up right now, and they see us, that we're in their training course. So
they're going to think it's awfully odd that we're at this location at this specific time.
So I'll let Stacey take her side from here.
So I got your food and I was walking back over to where you were buying, your stuff. So I see John, he's buying drinks or whatever, and he's just looking at me. And I'm not close enough to talk to him, but he has this look on his face. And it's this look he gives me like when I'm not going to believe what's just happened. And his eyes are kind of weird, and you can't tell if he's going to like laugh or scream, or I don't know. It's just this really crazy look. So I just walk up and I was like, what's going on? And so he kind of recounted the story for me pretty quickly, about the aliens. And that guy behind the counter was freaking out. He was like, I don't know why they're going to come down here and talk to me. I don't know anything. I didn't see it, but people saw it. And then other people were coming into the gas station. He was like, did you see the aliens? Did you see the aliens? Asking all the people in the gas station if they saw the aliens. So we sort of just, got our stuff and left. We were like, okay, see you later. But we did drive down to the Comfort Inn just to see if we saw anything. We contemplated staying, but it was still too far away from where we needed to be, and it wasn't a good idea. I mean, we really thought heavily about it, though.
But the weirdest thing about the Comfort Inn is when we went down there, and this was really strange, that woman that was down at the gas station was looking out of, because she worked there. She works behind the counter too. So, but there was somebody else working. So her shift hadn't started yet. She had cigarettes in her hand. She's looking out the glass, man, at us. Like we'd sat there for 20 minutes in the parking lot and just, trying to arrange ourselves again and everything.
Letting you eat your 24-hour Arby's.
And letting me eat 2 bites of it and realizing don't ever eat roast beef after midnight. Okay. If there's a rule here, there's 2 rules in life. Just because they're cute and fuzzy doesn't mean that you break the rules, okay? And if you do feed them something after midnight, feed them that Arby's. They won't bother you. They won't become gremlins. They'll die. So anyway, when we were driving out, it was like time stopped, man. It was like time slowed. And this 50-year-old, twice divorced, heavy smoking, probably alcoholic, Comfort Inn lady was just staring out that window, staring out the glass. And she watched us the whole way, and she's just like looking straight out. And I couldn't say anything while I was watching it. Stacey's just doing her Stacey things. And we get past it, and I'm like, that lady was looking out the window. It was just one of those things I couldn't say at the time, but it was really weird. We got on the road, and it's one of those things we've had to tell a couple people. But it was so weird. It was just a weird timing. And it's weird timing because that's going to happen when we're coming by. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
And it's
of all the places we could have stopped.
Yeah, it's just weird. All the things that had to line up for us to walk in there right at that time.
During that conversation.
Is silly.
It is.
And so anyway, that was that. And then we just drove and we drove and we drove. And we had, let me just tell you, we had a strange drive. I'm not going to go into details, okay? I'm just going to tell you, in order for us to make it there on one run, it was a strange drive. So we got there, and we got a room when we got there. That was funny as hell itself, and we died.
Yeah, it was like probably 5 or 6 p.m.
It was 6.
It was 6, and we got the room, went into the room, and literally just went to sleep. Like we were just, okay, time to sleep. And we probably slept for 12 hours at least. Yeah, 12 hours at least, maybe 13. But we absolutely died. And so next day, yay, us, we went to the Ocean State Paracon just long enough to, get with Corey and his lovely wife, Jen, and, go out to the Conjuring House. So he told us some really cool stuff that was a secret at the time, but now the whole world knows. Right.
And we had to keep that secret, which is not hard for us to do. We're secret keepers.
We are.
So he told us, he's like, hey man, would love to let you investigate inside. You can go inside, and all that good stuff, but you can't investigate inside. I'm like, cool, man. Just wanted to come see you and see the house. And
it's a big momentous occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to be there and be in support of it. And it's awesome, I would love to investigate it.
Right.
I always have my gear with me, but it was one of those deals where, he said that Ghost Adventures had reached a deal with them, and they want to be first.
Right, which is totally understandable.
And they're going to do their Halloween special from there. So it's like a 2-hour, and it's such a big deal for Corey, his family, that house. Everything that happens from here on is going to be documented on the world's largest paranormal show. Okay, the highest ratings, the biggest deal. I could not argue I couldn't look down at anything on that.
No,
you know,
absolutely not.
And damn you if you do. It's really cool and such a big opportunity. So I was like, hell yeah, man, let's just go look at it, you know?
Yeah, we just wanted to go in and see it.
Yeah, so Stacey and I took some time by ourselves out on the property. As soon as we got there, both our tails went off, you know, like our poker tails. Stacey's head crashing in, and everything with me was just 5-alarm fire. You know, some people feel a lot there, some people not so much, you know, but there's so many stories to this place that it is nothing short of a vortex of paranormal. And I'm here to tell you that there are UFO sightings. The paranormal is freaking unreal there. There is hidden things on that property that will come to light soon that are just magnificent. There is, if you look at the world of vortexes and very haunted places that have everything, you have a couple places come to mind, maybe nothing more than Skinwalker Ranch. This is very much a Skinwalker Ranch. And there's so much history to the place too. The history of the place is just unreal. I mean, the property was so large and so important that it created the Massachusetts state line, like where that lies.
Yeah, I think they said when it was built, I think it was built in like 1736. So it's really old. But the original property was thousands of acres. Yeah. Thousands. Like it was really big. And over the years, you know, pieces of it have just been sectioned off and sold off. And I think the original, the plot that they have now is still over 8 acres. It's still a huge piece of property with the house on there, but just beautiful place.
Yeah, it's amazing. And just to go in the place, you know, like when we first walked in, you know, he actually knocks on the door to let the spirits know that we're coming in. And some of the things that, you know, maybe some of you know and maybe some of you don't, you know, like it started out as like a tavern back in the day, and of course like a makeshift hospital, as every old house was. You know, but they have like the kill holes or murder holes or whatever in the side of the building, where when it was like a tavern, they killed the British out of those holes. And I mean, just crazy stuff, man. And everything's original for the most part inside. I mean, we sat at this table that is ungodly. This table that's from the 1700s, I guess. It's just unreal to sit at something like that. So much energy soaked into it. And then you're standing in the room. And by the way, the parents themselves in and out of this place, right? While everything's getting ready and getting prepared. Johnny Zaffis had just walked through, you know, before us, and actually had a little jump, you know, because he actually, you know, got touched or whatever. And upstairs, well, first of all, downstairs, you know, in the movie where the mom gets thrown, well, you know, that really happened, and it was wicked. Like it was wicked intense. And to stand in the room where she got levitated and then thrown all the way to the other room and see from this mark to that mark that this is what happened.
Oh yeah, because they pointed out everywhere all these different things happened, because they had Andrea come in and, you know, personally talk about her personal
Andrea was the oldest child, so she would have the best memory. Yeah,
and she pointed out where all the things happened and exactly where they slept and where their beds were. And so they have the whole, you know, information for what was going on there at the time. Yeah,
and you know, Andrea actually, she's written some books on it, and like 3 long books about the experiences before, after, everything that's really going on, because there's so much more to it. She contacts UFOs now, and before you scoff at that, she's really damn good at it. And, you know, a lot of those, you know, contact in the desert type events, from what I understand, it's a lot like that. So she can actually get with some people and, you know, have the UFOs come, and which I want to take part in one of those. That's very, very interesting to me. But even the father, everybody who had ever worked on the case really, you know, is there and coming in and out and really being a part of this. And I think they're all going to be part of the Ghost Adventures Halloween special, which will make it even the better, because Zach has a way of telling a story. He's a wordsmith, and he's got that storyteller's thing to him that I have, that you can just tell a good story. You can spin a good yarn.
And make it interesting all the way through.
Yeah, make it interesting. So we go upstairs, and you got to understand, from the time this thing was built, you know, the people were smaller, and it's hard for a person like me. The stairs are tiny and very elevated. Like, it's funny because I've watched a lot of videos recently on breakthroughs in making stairs throughout the years. I've been watching a lot of videos on stupid things you take for granted.
Right.
And like, for instance, and then I'll go right back to what we're talking about. I just watched a video today on how far back in time you could actually travel and still speak English that people would understand. Or hear English that people would understand.
Right.
And then I found out about this whole time of the vows, where everything changed. It changed a whole lot over for like 200 years. And so basically at the first of the 16th century, and they would take that long.
Wow.
If you go back like the 1100s, it's a whole different thing. And did you know that when they wrote down, accounts of things, they didn't have spaces between words?
Oh, wow. That would be horrible.
When somebody started, it was the French. No, it was some monasteries. It was some monks that originally put spaces between words because they were sick and tired of trying to figure out these Latin words they didn't know.
Right.
And where to put the space.
Right.
And they're like, the hell, why do we not put spaces? So when they did, at that time, all the popular people who wrote, their thoughts on things, and basically newspaper articles, okay? But they would write papers and present those papers, and people would all talk about the paper that, Papupius wrote. Right. And so when they did this and put the spaces, there's papers about people just going nuts. Just like, oh, I can't believe that they, ruin what we, is like completely against the young people.
Isn't that how people always are?
But that's the point. They showed throughout time how young people always change things and always, and the language is always evolving. Always. Never been a moment in time that it's not evolving. So it's funny because every older generation in every generation always scoffs at it and goes, those kids today, what are they saying? But that ends up being in the dictionary. That ends up being from generation after that. Because when they're the old people, that's normal language. Right. And as cool as that is, that's why me and Stacey have never been like that about music, about movies, about interest. We always listen to our kids. And we're always like, okay, yeah, we'll take that one, and that other one's stupid, But that's just a little side note there. So I'm always into this stuff, right? And the staircase thing was funny because here recently I watched like 3 long videos on how staircases originally killed so many people.
Because they're like ladders?
Well, because they didn't have the physics right. Right. And they weren't, they were different sizes. And you can when you're making stairs, you can just barely missize one. And people will fall every time. Like almost every single time. They'll at least stumble. And I'm talking about a minute difference. Right. Because your mind is doing that. You're not physically thinking about every step. Right. And if it's different, especially if you're going like upstairs, I think it's worse. And people are just boom, 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 just falling. Right. And
makes you really wonder about all those old timey stories of people dying from falling down the stairs.
That was it.
And like, because people built their own houses and stuff like that.
Well, no, that was it. And especially the ones they didn't build in London, downtown London, just like it happened with the fireplaces, because the way they heated their homes killed people for years. Right. And they would catch houses on fire until they got that perfect. Right. Okay. Same thing happened with stairs, especially where they had servants, because they really didn't care about the servant stairs. And they would there was nothing on each side. They never put handles on the sides for servants. Because why? Right. It's servants. We can get another one. Right. And they fell every day. And they eventually, somebody figured out, they got the guy's name. I think he got knighted for it, like the guy who figured out the way we need to make stairs. Right. And it's just, that kind of stuff is just really cool to me. I don't think they had that knowledge come all the way to the States when this house was built. Right. Because when I went up these stairs, I was I'm claustrophobic anyway. So little staircases, things like that, especially in demonically haunted places.
Low ceilings, little staircases.
Oh, it's horrible. Aside from that one little thing, it's a beautiful, beautiful home. And my lovely wife is the weirdest person I've ever met. And that's one of the reasons that she's my wife. But when we walk in these old, just rustic, haunted places, she's always just like, I feel so comfortable. I'm at home. I don't know why I feel this way. Do you feel comfortable, John? And I'll be like, I guess, yeah, I feel great.
I always just want to move in.
Do you really feel great? Because I feel great. I don't know why.
I don't do the terrible British accent though.
Oh my God. Did you just say that?
No, it's great accents.
No, you just said terrible. You're always like, why don't you do your accent, John, for the kids when you're telling this story? And I'm like, because you always say something bad about it. And this is a problem.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You've killed my ability to do accents. So anyway, God. So anyway, we go upstairs, and we're up there in the kids' rooms. I've been in some heavy places in my life, and very heavy places. When I've been in those heavy places, I've been very cautious, instantly cautious, because you just know. You feel eyes peering at you from some unseen force or forces, and you know this stuff's real. So when I went upstairs in this place, Corey's telling us a little bit of the history about where we're at, whose room. You can see way down at the other end is Andrea's room. And there's a weird, creepy window, like a window to the outside in her door. Like there's her door, and over to the left of her door is like a window into the other rooms. And she would keep that window open to be able to see if the girls were, in trouble, or if they were coming or whatever. And they would jump in bed with her. So I was standing there in that first room, and I just felt this ominous, crazy, just harsh feeling. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if it was the energy from before. I don't know if it was something that's been there the whole time, but it was different than a heavy feeling. It was dangerous. That's how it felt. And I didn't even say anything to Corey because of our previous adventures with the Dybbuk box. See a previous episode. So anyway, we go through there, and he's like, this is the real bad room, It's like, well, okay. I walked in there, and we went downstairs, and anyway, the house itself, like I said, not to go into too much detail because that's for Ghost Adventures to do. It's going to be amazing. That episode's going to be amazing. This house is going to be amazing. And
I just can't wait to see what happens there live. Yeah. With them.
And everything that happens from here on, with the house, with the grounds, with Bill Brock, who's Corey's friend, and he makes some amazing documentaries. Bill's like working there to be lead investigator, to do like a full-time gig, man. Like find out the secrets of the paranormal, and have people come and investigate the house. There's so much fun to have. That's coming. I can't wait. So just wanted to tell you guys about that righteous trip that we took.
Yes.
And it was fun it was fun going. It was fun coming back. I'm lying about the second part.
It was another long drive home.
Yes.
Long drive home because somebody had to work the next day.
Somebody did.
And we drove all the way home, and bless John's heart, he went straight to work.
Somebody made it to work. And I didn't get hardly any sleep the whole week. But, there's going to be another sleepless weekend coming up. Do you know what that weekend that would be? I think it's going to be September 12th through the 15th.
Yes. That is going to be a great weekend.
It is.
That is going to be Scarefest.
Scarefest.
Yes.
Go all the way back to Haunted South, kids. There's one paranormal convention that John and Stacey absolutely adore. And that is Scarefest. So you can come to Scarefest September 12th through 15th in Lexington, Kentucky. And come out to Lexington, one of the most beautiful cities I've ever been in, and one of the few cities that I talk about with great admiration. So definitely come out there and join us and meet us and play with us and all that good stuff. Bring us your paranormal evidence, bring us your stories. We love meeting people, so we're going to love meeting you.
Yes, we'll have a booth.
Yes, we're going to have.
Come by and see us.
We're definitely got a booth, and we know we're going to have all our pictures up behind us, and we'll have our books there. If you don't have our book yet, you can get a copy of our book, and get an 8x10, whatever you feel your fancy for. And if you would like to hear us speak, you'll have two opportunities for that, because we're going to be doing two different speaking engagements. The first little lecture that we're doing is going to be Till Death and Beyond.
Right.
Named after some really cool, crafty book.
Right. And that's basically just a lecture about us and, our journey and stuff that we put in the book. And there'll be time to ask questions.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's going to be some stories, some funny, some comedy, stuff like that as always. PowerPoint. So, there'll be some naughty pictures and all this stuff.
There will not be naughty pictures.
Damn it. So then at another time, we're going to have our good friend Alan Marston with us, and we're going to be doing a paranormal panel, and that is going to be named by somebody very ingenious, by the way. A crazy thing happened on our way to the normal. So, and that's going to be basically as it sounds. It's going to be really cool though, because there's some specific things we're going to cover in that. That'll be where we deep dive into some topics, including like attachments, alien abduction, psychic development, black-eyed kids, shadow people, demonic oppression, the Hulda folk, and living with a severely intense, intelligent haunting. It's just a few of the real life and actual experiences our panel has endured throughout our lives. So for the first time ever, we're going to be open and willing to give the full experiences and theories about the links between many of these phenomena and that we've endured. We'll also be taking your questions at the end and the presentation to make this a very interactive presentation. So it's going to be a lot of fun, 2 speaking deals, and we're going to have the booth. So we'll be there the whole weekend. If you haven't got your tickets yet, get your tickets now. And the best way to do that is to go to
thescarefest.com, and they've got all of the notices of who's going to be there, what stars are going to be there, the schedule of events, and the list of speakers, which we're on. But we don't know what time we're speaking yet. They haven't made the finished schedule, so we'll let you know that as soon as we have that information.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll put that out on all our social media. So pretty cool. And I'm going to let you know, Scarefest Radio is going to have us this week, Friday, August 2nd, and that'll be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So all you have to do is go to scarefestradio.com, and you'll be able to listen to us there, or watch us. I believe I think he does that over Skype. So,
yeah, I think it is a video.
Yeah. So our good friend, Wes Forsyth. Wes Forsyth has been on our show as a guest 100 times. I don't know.
A lot.
Yeah. Wes is always good, a great guest, a lot of fun, and we love them. So good friends of ours, the Forsyths, and can't wait to hang out with them at Scarefest this year. So anyway, we're going to be on Scarefest Radio, scarefestradio.com, this Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you happen to miss it, I'm sure there will be a log on there where you can get and watch the old episodes. I'm looking at it right now, so yes, there is. So if you do happen to miss it, don't miss it. Be live and ask questions, because I love it when our peeps come out and support and, fill up the chat room. It makes us look dang good. So please, this Friday night, 9 p.m., scarefestradio.com, just go ahead and make your plans. Be there, support us, and get on there in the chat room, have some questions ready, let your presence be known, and let's have some fun with Wes Forsyth. So, pretty cool stuff. I just wanted to get all that in because I cannot wait for Scarefest. Cannot wait to meet all you guys. I'm going to talk about the Facebook for a second. Again, we've been having so much fun with all the social media, man. The Facebook really has taken off. So I put the memes up, and we get 1 million people on there that are loving it and just having a lot of fun with it. The questions are so interactive. We put the question up yesterday with, have you ever worked at a haunted location, or not a haunted location? Have you ever worked at a job where the building was haunted?
Right.
Got some of the most interesting answers. I mean, there was some really interesting answers out there
really
with that.
Was.
And it makes you think, is everybody's place haunted? I mean, it's just, it's really nuts when you start, if you ask the right questions, you get some really cool responses. And I love that. And I love our little community we have there. We've really focused on that element of it. And we've had a lot of new listeners come from there already. So exciting stuff there. Of course, with ParanormalSideshow.com, it's still up, but we have a newer version of ParanormalSideshow.com that's going to be rebirthing soon. So we're going to have it relaunching, and the Mistress Raja is going to be taking care of that. She's got some cool things we're working on there, make it even more interactive with a lot more fun. That's going to be happening just for you guys. So that is coming up. In the meantime, if you would like to support your favorite show and support the the website and support all these cool little endeavors we have going, that is mucho apreciado. And it is at patreon.com/paranormal sideshow. That's all you got to do. Go there, pick the level you want to go to. And we're going to have some new t-shirts, by the way, that will be coming. And I think what we'll do on that is just let you pick, when we do get those, of which one you want to go with. So anyway, that's pretty much all the shilling I have to do and all the cool little stories I have to do. What I think it's really time for is my favorite part of the week. It's Stacey Edwards and some paranormal news.
She's the GOAT of paranormal news, traveling the globe to find you the stories you didn't know you needed to hear, and the stories she knows you'll never forget. It's time for Stacey Edwards and paranormal news.
All right, let's get on with the news.
Let's.
Okay, so I'm going to start it off with a little bit of a sad note, and this is something that happened. We haven't had a show, but the past week we lost an icon, a paranormal researcher and author, Rosemary Ellen Guiley.
Yes.
And, we are huge fans of hers. We own lots of her books.
Absolutely.
We never had the opportunity to meet her face to face.
Nope. Always the step off.
It was just one of those things where it just never worked out right. But, we have friends in common, and, we know she has this amazing reputation, has written... I pulled her biography off of Amazon. It's one that she wrote herself.
Yeah.
But it was a little dated because it says that she has over 50 books, but I'm pretty sure that number is much higher than that. It's probably around 70.
And let's just say,
more than 70.
I actually used her as a reference material and early on. So I believe her books go back to like 89. I may be wrong on that. Her Encyclopedias of Ghosts, Encyclopedias of Angels, Encyclopedia of Demons, Encyclopedia of Witches. We had them all. And in the 90s and going into the early 2000s, and always used it as a reference material, because back in the day there was not, when you go back to the early 90s, you didn't have internet, you didn't have, and even in the late 90s going into early 2000s, there wasn't a whole lot of material out there. We had the big Holzer books, and we had the Rosemary Ellen Guiley books, and we had like the Time Life books. I mean, the ones that came out,
right.
Ghost and the Beyond.
Right, the ones they advertised on TV and you could get them COD.
Right, yeah. But there was very, the paranormal section, if you will, was not filled to the brim with books. And but we did have Rosemary.
Yes, and she wasn't just an author. She did field investigations. She hit the whole paranormal gambit, everything, UFOs, aliens, shadow people, Bigfoot, everything, all the spiritual stuff. And she really prided herself on helping people on their spiritual journeys and, developing that sort of thing. And so she's definitely somebody that's missed.
Yeah. And
quite a lot.
One of our good friends that was a good friend of hers talked about the fact she did appreciate her privacy, with her private life. And, so we'll just leave it at that. It's a tragic passing of someone that was, like Stacey said, an icon in the field, and very respected as much for the research that she did as for the kind soul that she was. And I can only hope that she is now finding answers to the questions that we all ask in this field nonstop. And I hope that she is just spending all her time running from one thing to another, getting every mystery of the universe possible. And, that's amazing. So rest in peace, Rosemary, and thank you for what you have given to the field. And we'll go on with our news now.
All right. So we have to talk about this event, this Facebook event that started as a joke.
So I tried ignoring it. It was already going. Last time we recorded, it had already been put up, and I've been trying to ignore it.
Yes. And, when I first saw it, I even sent it to you, and I was like, I know this is a joke, but something's going to happen and people are going to show up, and I even said, this is going to turn into something that it shouldn't turn into. And boy, has it ever. And I'm talking about the Storm Area 51 event that's on September 20th. And I believe the Facebook event actually says Storm Area 51, they can't stop all of us.
Right.
And, it was put up as a joke. I believe they finally found the guy that did it and asked him, and he was just like, I guess he was bored one night. I don't know. But it really took off. And as the last time I looked at it, and that's been a few days, we're talking about 3 million people either said they're going or are interested. It's been shared, hundreds of thousands of times. of course, if you follow anybody on like Twitter, Instagram, celebrities are posting pictures saying, I'm going to be there, or, it's just become this sensation thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And even the funny thing about it is, if you try to book a hotel in that area for that weekend,
right,
there is nothing.
Yeah, well, they're trying to organize a concert coming up, aren't they?
I think now they feel like all these people are going to show up, so they're trying to turn it into something.
I've been seeing so much, I want to organize a big wrestling event.
Well, there is a website. It's stormarea51.us, and if you go there, there's merchandise. Because somebody jumped on that really quickly as soon as it started becoming popular.
Probably the Chinese.
They've jumped on that, and they're selling T-shirts and all sorts of items. And like you said, I think there's talks now of maybe some kind of festival they're going to try and organize, just so, I don't know if it's to keep people distracted and away from Area 51, or if somebody's just trying to profit on it.
My favorite thing was Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar came out, and he was like, "Get off my damn lawn, you kids." And he was just basically like, look, this is stupid. This is not, there's nothing there now. Right. Even when I was there, it was at a different place. I mean, and it's obviously, listen, a couple of years ago, the government, after years and years and years of lying, came out and said, okay, there really is an Area 51. Okay. But I didn't sleep with her. I absolutely did not. And I knew you wouldn't believe that 10 years ago or 20 years ago. So that's why I had to deny everything. And now, of course, the fact that she's real is it's insurmountable against me. The fact that she's there and she's tangible. Mm-hmm. But just because that, I just need you to know, I absolutely did not sleep with her. No, you cannot talk to her. No. But she's real. And I did not have sex with her. Listen, when they came out and they said there was Area 51, but the second they said that meant there was not a damn thing there. Okay,
right.
Nothing.
Kind of like when they said, "Oh, you can come in and look at HARP. I swear we're not doing anything wrong." Of course, you're not now.
Yeah, because they're on JARP now or something. Yeah, I mean, no, it's ludicrous to believe there's anything there. I mean, they've moved everything. It's in different places. Of course, it can be because it's the freaking government. So, if you want to get it honestly hurts me, because if we have that many million people that really want to be like, our voices can be heard, nobody can stop us, you're right. So you need to vote.
Exactly.
You need to get the people in. You need to get the people in that preach disclosure. You need to let your local politicians know the only thing we care about is disclosure. That's all we care about. If you want to make disclosure what you're running on, okay, let's do it. You can do it in other ways. You can spend the money, can you imagine if everybody put $10 in? What you could do to build a corporation that is focused only on disclosure. The kind of news story it would get right now if everybody said, you know what, we're not going to storm Area 51. We're just mad. We're just tired of this. We know they're real. You've already put out the stuff in the last couple of years, the actual footage, and that we have current congressmen and stuff coming out going, you know what, we're worried about this.
Right.
It's a perfect time right now. But when you have a bunch of people that say, woohoo, let's drink some beer, let's get topless and go to storm Area 51, that's not the right foot to put forward and to show that we're mature enough to get
right, definitely not the mature way to go about it.
Right. It's the very opposite of that, and
they will shoot you.
They'll shoot you hard.
Yes, and the fact that you say storm Area 51, they can't stop all of us, I beg to differ with you.
Yeah,
they can. Yeah, with weapons.
Yeah, and let me just tell you, as soon as they start shooting, there's going to be like 4 of your buddies that take off running the other direction. So just letting you know,
make sure you're not the one that's disliked in the group, because they'll pull you in the front.
if it's groups of 5 of you, the odds are all your buddies are going to run. So anyway, it'll be interesting to watch it, as always, see what happens.
It's interesting, all the other events that have spawned off of this storm Area 51. I've seen the storm the Loch Ness Monster,
Right.
which, in Scotland, they're like, no, absolutely not. Do not do that. It's supposed to be the day after Storm Area 51. So you're really going to have to make a choice there.
Right.
I don't think you can storm Area 51 and then immediately make it to Scotland.
Right.
To storm the Loch Ness. You're going to have to pick and choose what you're more passionate about. So, I was just really surprised at how viral that went.
Oh, yeah. Well, you never can tell with these things. I mean, you really never can tell with these things. I guess that one just kind of caught on, and it looked legit, and,
It was funny. It was meme worthy.
Yeah, kids love the fact of, they can't stop us and all that stuff. And a lot of times people just do that to get a rise, to be one of the ones saying, yeah, they're going to go. And then, of course, Hollywood just gets on there just to get on there. So I don't know. I wouldn't take part in that if I lived next door to it.
No, me neither.
That's just not my style.
I think it's really good for the businesses in that area, though. I think the businesses are profiting pretty highly from all the publicity.
Yeah, good. I'm glad. They need to. Somebody needs to, that's other than whoever came up with the merchandise stuff.
All right. So let's move on to talk about the Apollo 11 anniversary celebrations and all the things that are happening. And I think they had a pretty cool celebration with a really cool band.
A great band. So they picked Duran Duran. Kind of tells you the age group that most of the scientists probably are.
Right.
Young and virile. But they picked Duran Duran to come out there and bop, 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 bop. This is planet Earth. So the funny thing to me about that is Duran Duran is obviously from England.
Right.
It's just funny that it's big, this big American celebration.
Right, and they get
an English band.
Yeah. But they were really popular.
Yep. Yeah.
Here, so
no, I mean, absolutely, they are still popular.
Yes.
In my little world.
Yes, they are. Well, along with all of the celebrations, there's obviously a lot of media attention that has come along with that. And they started writing this story about an old incident that happened with Buzz Aldrin. And this was back in 2002. It was a man from Tennessee, a conspiracy theorist named Bart Sibrel. And he was insisting that the 1969 moon landing was a fake. And so they're talking about how he confronted Buzz Aldrin, calling him a thief and a liar and a coward. And Buzz Aldrin punched him in the face.
Yep, he did.
Absolutely outraged by being accused of all of that. And, this conspiracy theorist, he claimed that, all the missions were staged to avert international humiliation, the whole thing that conspiracy theorists say. And so they were running the story, and you really had to get into it and read to realize this was not something that just happened. Like Buzz Aldrin didn't just punch some guy in the face.
But I knew right off the bat because it's something I showed you years ago.
Right.
I loved it. The thing about it is when the kid is interviewing him, some of the stuff he says, Buzz gives really bad answers on. I'm just going to tell you.
Right.
I mean, Buzz was like, well, you already know. I mean, I remember this like it's yesterday. I watched it years ago.
Yeah. Admittedly, Buzz Aldrin is not the best interview.
Well, no, he's not. But it was very, he was caught off guard. But at the same time, he's so defensive.
He is. I agree. I don't really know how to feel about that because, if you have people telling you constantly that they think what you did was not real, I mean, it could make you that way. But I know that Vice did a piece on their show. It was their Vice News Tonight on HBO. So on the 19th, they did a whole piece on the conspiracy theorists around. Instead of doing it on the moon landing and the anniversary, they did it focusing on the conspiracy theorists and what they believe and why they think that. So if you're interested in the conspiracy part, you want to check that out. But something else that was interesting with this whole thing, speaking of Buzz Aldrin, is on July 16th, they did this event where Buzz Aldrin was supposed to stand with Michael Collins at the launch pad at the exact time that they took off on their mission, which was July 16th, 1969 at 9:32 a.m. That was when they departed. And so they did this big whole ceremony and Buzz Aldrin didn't show up.
Yeah.
And it was just Michael Collins.
Yeah.
And so everybody thought that was pretty weird. They were like, where's Buzz Aldrin?
Right.
What's he doing? So little interesting
weird,
twist
man.
there.
I mean,
it was weird that he didn't appear for that.
It's very strange. It's strange what happened to all of them after the moon landing. It's you had a lot of standoffishness. You had a lot of just weirdness, general weirdness, and the way they acted and the way they came across. It's just, I don't know, man. I mean, there is a lot. it's a weird conspiracy to have out there, but at the same time, you have to go with the fact of how much crap they didn't do since then.
Right.
You know, with you know, after the initial times of going up there, not going back, losing the, you know, the way to get there. And of course we're going back now, but you know, supposedly we couldn't figure it out all these years. And
right.
it's just nuts. There's a lot of weird things, and obviously it feels like there's some stuff hidden. You know, there's been people that worked on projects with pictures and stuff that I just think they've been hiding stuff. I think that there's definitely some artifacts there that would point to, you know, ancient civilization and you know, ancient visitations even.
Right.
So they just weren't ready to show us that, and I think it's more that than anything.
Yes. Well, I'm sure there's one day the full story will eventually come out.
Nanu, I agree.
Eventually. But Buzz Aldrin did show up for some other events, you know, because they've been celebrating it all month. So he's not just completely gone, but it was weird that he didn't show up for that. So it was newsworthy.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about an interesting interview that was on Tucker the other night. I haven't actually seen this interview yet, but I saw a write-up about it where the U.S. representative from North Carolina, Mark Walker, he joined Tucker Carlson on his show because it's gone out, it's viral now, you can find it online, where he wrote a letter to U.S. Navy Secretary Richard Spencer about tracking and investigating the sightings and about the national security around it and the scientific implications around all of this UFO stuff that's going on now.
What did Dick say?
And he said, well, you can read the entire letter, it's like 2 pages. I'll link to this article. There's a link to the interview and there's a link to the actual letter. But basically he's saying that, you know, while he's encouraged that the Navy's taking a proactive, you know, way to draft new guidelines for reporting, that he's concerned that they're not being fully investigated or understood. And, you know...
Oh, they're investigated.
He questions...
Oh, they're understood.
He questioned, you know, whether or not the department is, you know, continuing to dedicate resources to this, if they found any physical evidence, if there's anything else that substantiates the claims. I mean, he's asking the tough questions.
I believe we're not taking the war seriously. I got a real problem with this.
Right.
They gave them spiders in matchboxes. And how did the troops react? Well, they were bloody interested.
They asked to see the spiders again. So... it's really a huge thing for this letter to be out there and for him to do this interview. And, you know, during the interview, he did say that he mentioned China because that's something that's come up before as well.
China.
And,
it's like blah, blah, bloody, blah, blah, blah. F China!
Well, he's talking about how China's looking at hypersonic missiles and how fast they can travel.
Hypersonically.
I think he used
make a hypersonic man out of it. Sorry.
He used the example that you could get from DC to LA in like 10 minutes or something like that, 9 or 10 minutes. Like that's how fast those things travel.
Not me.
And so he feels like it's something that they really need to take a serious look at, even throw more resources at it if that's what's necessary. But regardless, the letter's interesting. And we did talk about how all those Congress people were asking to be briefed, you know, more in depth. So it's cool that Congress is taking
it is
a vested interest and really asking the hard questions and wanting to know, and that they're releasing that.
It's funny. It took something like, you know, military footage to get this going. I mean, we've had some of the most astounding footage. It was unfakeable over the years. I mean, we've basically had, I mean, like I think back to some of the footage that I've seen where you can see the ETs moving on the ship.
Right.
And it's some of my favorite footage ever. But we've had stuff like that. We've had landings. We've had all this eyewitness account. We've had millions of abductees. You know what I'm saying? Like of people that just crazy stuff, right? And here it takes something like this to get the ball rolling. I really feel like, yes, they've given us the nougat, but I believe that creamy caramel crunch is somewhere else already. And, you know.
Well, I know that I've seen things going around where people are talking about how everyone's like, oh, it's so amazing that we're getting this disclosure. But there are people that think that even though it looks like we're getting disclosure, that it's still just the government, like you said, giving us the breadcrumb, so to speak. So I don't know.
It gets very confusing in the field. I saw an argument today. Well, not an argument, a statement and a counter statement about, you know, the MJ-12 stuff.
Right.
The original MJ-12 letter being maybe fake, but then the 90s MJ12 letter being absolutely fake. And, but maybe the 80s one wasn't. Stanton Friedman always stood by it. It's one of those things, like, because people are afraid of disinformation because it's been there before.
Right.
And it's happened before. So people don't want to be took. You know what I mean? It's the equivalent of going into a ghost hunt and someone completely faking what they're doing and completely telling you a bunch of BS. And you go in there and it's just like, they're like, yeah, we saw the ghost of a little girl. And then halfway through, they're not laughing at you.
Right.
Right. That wouldn't bother us because of the way we investigate. And but there are people that would go in there just looking for the little girl, thinking they're making that contact. And, just so these weird people who, I believe when you do something like that, you need to be locked up, government or not. But I could see them actually doing the disinfo just to cause disruptions, out there. But this, however you look at it, this is great.
Yes.
It's fantastic, including the Scooby-Doo sound effects in the background with the thunder.
Well, on the same sort of informational vein, let's talk about Tom DeLonge for a moment.
Tom DeLonge.
And there is a report out there that says that Tom DeLonge's UFO organization says that it obtained exotic metals unknown to science.
Wow.
So supposedly they have this, what they are calling potentially exotic materials featuring properties not from any known existing military or commercial application.
And not the same old pickup line.
Yeah, it was a pretty vague press conference, and they haven't really given any proof of that yet, but they did claim that they had it. They said that
they got a pretty good track record.
Well, they do. And they said that the materials that they have were obtained through varying levels of chain of custody documentation.
Various levels of sneaking it out.
So that leads you to believe that it's stuff that came, because, in the original article with the AATIB thing, with the whole, warehouses that Bigelow did with the materials. But it also points to,
this was up my butt.
According to the press release, some of the materials were in the possession of Linda Moulton Howe.
Oh.
And supposedly they think that it's some material that she had back in 2004 that she presented at like some kind of conference and talked about. So, it's from different, sources. They haven't really said anything about it. They're supposedly investigating it to kind of try to learn, investigate the properties of it on their own and not just take what people have said about it. They want to do their own scientific.
Lick it.
I don't know.
All right. You know what I mean?
Put your finger here. I'm going to shock you.
I was like looking at a clock. Like, all right, stick it to your tongue. All right. Any change? I'm fine. When do I get the hot dog? Shut up. Any change? Poof. All right, we need the next one. The next. Did you say free hot dog? Yeah, absolutely. This guy ate so many he passed out. All right. I mean, what would you do? Who's going to miss a few bombs?
All right. So hopefully, I think whenever they're done with their investigation, Tom DeLonge, he's pretty forthcoming with information. So I'm sure he'll let us know.
It's always, every time I hear his name, I think, Dunk DeLunk. Thick as a castle wall. Slow as a borax. Is that what it is?
Or Aurochs?
Aurochs?
I think it's Aurochs.
It's just the way you say it. It's like Tom DeLonge, thick as a castle wall. Sorry.
All right, so let's move on to something that Elon Musk is doing. I know you love to keep up with Elon Musk.
I love Elon Musk.
His amazing ideas. So this is not going to come as a surprise, but the headline for this article is that Elon Musk wants to merge humans with artificial intelligence.
I'm in line, Elon.
I feel like we've talked about this before.
We have.
Because he's mentioned it.
Yeah.
But he has started a company called Neuralink.
Right.
Like, he's putting money into this research, and they've created this new brain chip that supposedly is going to help us make better connections to the world and to ourselves and to each other. That's the way he pitches it.
Right.
And it's a smallish chip, and it's inserted under the skin, I think behind one of your ears. It's like an outpatient surgery, local anesthetic. You don't have to go under. And it connects a wisp of microthreads to specific neural points on the brain. And supposedly these threads, which each measure 1/10 the diameter of a human hair, can transmit brain signals to Bluetooth devices, allowing for high bandwidth communication without, just with your mind. And they say the interface to the chip is wireless, so you don't have any wires poking out of your head. basically your head is just going to be Bluetoothed to your phone, and you can interface with it and update the technology from an iPhone app.
That's freaking awesome.
So the only thing I was curious about, because it says that the implant procedure, it's sort of like having LASIK done. That's about the level of trauma you're going to sustain there. While you're still conscious, you get mildly sedate, like the mild sedatives, and you get this 2 millimeter incision made behind the ear and the chips inserted. And the cut's so small that they just glue it shut. It's not even stitches.
Right.
My only problem was I don't really understand how the wisps get to certain parts of your brain. That's a little confusing for me because I don't know the science behind that.
Yeah.
A little scary, but supposedly he wants to see implementation as soon as the end of next year.
Yeah.
And he's saying that it'll start sort of in the medical realm, something that can be used, general use for those, interacting with technology, wanting some cognitive function, maybe trying to find a medical use for it. But, if Elon Musk has his way about it, this is going to be offered public ASAP. But it's just one of those things. Yes, we can do that. Should we do that?
Well,
I don't know. Yeah, I know you would.
I'd do it tomorrow, Elon. If you need a guinea pig, I will happily do that, and you can happily update it. You can put a whole like hard drive up my butt. I don't care. Transhumanism is awesome for me, and I want to live forever. So just make me a robot. I don't have a problem with it personally.
Right.
I just don't. I don't have a problem with it, and
I feel like if it's something that doctors can use to treat like neurological disorders, because it's attached to the brain, that's great.
It just sounds fun to me.
And it's weird. I guess it's just one of those things that's just weird, and you really have to see it in action before.
I would guarantee if you would be one of the ones with that in you, that getting medical treatment would be much easier.
Probably.
I bet they'd be like, let's take care of this guy. He's the one who don't care.
Now, here's another problem I have with it. The only thing I have with it is if you can control it and update it with an iPhone app, does that not make it
hackable?
Yes.
Of course.
And controllable by someone else.
It's also fun.
Yes and no, maybe not.
Just the danger of it. Of having someone hack me and me becoming a perfect weapon.
Right.
It just, I'm not hearing anything that I'm against. Absolutely not.
They hack it. I'm like, my husband's Liam Neeson all of a sudden. I don't know what's happened.
There's a chance I'm having sex with some chick named, Natasha in Russia next week, so no, it's all good. I'm waiting to do it. Listen, he's a mad genius and I love him to death. People can say what they want about him, but he doesn't hide as crazy. And that's what I love.
He really doesn't. He just flaunts it right out there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's like, we're going to put a chip behind your ear. Listen, if that's not alien technology, I don't know what is. It's not going to leave a mark. No, we're totally able to do that now. We couldn't do that last week, but...
Do you think Elon Musk is an alien?
No. I'd say he's probably on the payroll, though.
Think Elon Musk is his real name?
No. You don't have a name like Elon Musk. That's just too cool of a name. Are you kidding? I told you, I still want the perfume.
Right.
I just want to see like the commercial for it, the black and white, like Calvin Klein commercial with a bunch of gray aliens, but they're wearing like togas, and it's just coming to it. And it's like Elon. You know what I'm saying? Just like it's just,
right.
They're all turning around and stuff. It's a bunch of sexy grays.
Is there such a thing?
Well, just give them some breast. That's all you need to be sexy.
I see.
Well, if you're trying to sell it to guys, they don't care if they're gray aliens. Trust me, I've been out with guys. They don't care. It's like, she's got a big head. It's not a big deal.
Turn the lights off. It's fine.
I'm not dating her for her head. It's fine.
Wow. I can just feel the testosterone in the room right now. Okay.
Do you want to feel the testosterone in the room right now?
Let's just move on to the next
All
story.
Right.
How about that? All right. So I thought this was a really interesting story about ticks.
Like ticks?
No, not like you've been struck by lightning and you have a tick.
Yeah.
Tick. No, like little animals that bite you and suck your blood. Ticks.
Oh, yeah, ticks.
So I actually have two stories here, and it was funny how they came out kind of simultaneously. And the first one is about how there's concern over what they're calling self-cloning ticks that suck animals' blood dry.
Oh my God!
And now
this is fat tick.
This is a story from North Carolina.
Oh my God!
And
you don't want to suck a North Carolinian dry.
They're saying it's this tick called the Asian longhorned tick. tick, and they were first found in the United States in 2017. And earlier in the year, there was an article published in the journal Clinical Infectious Diseases that noticed that these ticks, they used to just bite animals, but they are now starting to bite humans. Now, what's so worrisome about these ticks is that they believe that like 5 cows have been killed from these ticks biting them and sucking their blood dry. I guess they just get bitten by so many that it kills them. And, you know, of course, ticks carry multiple infections and viruses. And this particular Asian longhorn species, the females can lay eggs and reproduce without mating. So it's what they're calling a self-cloning tick. So, of course, the CDC is very concerned. I'm
concerned of that, too, every time I hear it, because our human women are going to be like,
Because about the ability to, you know, reproduce without mating, and because they're responsible for the death of these cattle, and now they're finding out that they are starting to bite humans.
Yeah, it's totally a setup.
It's all this weird, like, horror movie stuff that started from this ridiculous tick. And it says that so far the Asian longhorn ticks have been found in Arkansas, Connecticut, Maryland, North Carolina, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, and Kentucky.
Kentucky, I knew it. They weren't really found in Kentucky. They're just like, I know what I saw.
It was a tick eating a cow. Swear.
It's a hump the size of a snow hill or whatever.
Well, also in the same time frame that this article had come out about the ticks, there's another article that tells how the Pentagon was ordered to tell Congress if it weaponized ticks and released them into the public. Like, this is something that has been sort of a conspiracy theory, that the whole Lyme disease thing, that these ticks were weaponized between the years of like 1950 and 1975, and somehow were either purposely released or accidentally released. And so now Congress is ordering the Pentagon to come forward with the information on whether or not that those sorts of things happened.
Right.
And I thought it was odd that it came out at the same time that these weird, you know, Asian longhorn tick.
Where did they get the name Asian? Out. I mean, they got a little flag on their back. I mean, how do they know they're Asian?
I have no idea. That's just what they're called. I'm assuming has something to do with where they first came from, because they haven't been in the U.S. for very long.
If they first came from somewhere, it looks like they've handled it pretty good wherever they came from, right? I mean, it's still there.
I suppose.
I mean, if they were named after some island that you have never heard of, then I would be terrified, you know? They ate the sand. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's stupid. It don't make any sense.
Right.
If they have the name Asian longhorn, whatever, it looks like they would have, I don't know.
Well, it's curious about Congress being interested in the tick thing, because they just wanted to know if ticks or insects had been used in experiments and whether they had been designed as biological weapons, and what the Pentagon knows about it. So it'd be interesting to see what happens with that. It was just a voice vote that was an amendment to a 2020 defense bill. And it, you know, once that passes, they're going to have to hand over the goods.
Congressman, I'd like to bring up as my first surprise guest of the day, my witness. Please come to the stand, Rover. And then the dog comes in, you know. Sir, can you please raise your right paw? And that would take a while to figure out which one, you know. Once they got it, you have to do a handshake thing. I don't know. Listen, when was the last time you were bit by a tick?
I don't think I've ever been bit by a tick, but I don't roll around in the woods a lot.
Okay,
I'm not an outdoorsy person.
I used to have 3 or 4 every summer, and because I lived out there.
I mean, we used to pull them off the dog.
Well, we pulled them off the dog, and they would burn them off me. So that was always fun. To get held down against your will. And
you could put Vaseline on them.
Nah, I mean, it works a lot better just to burn them.
It does, much faster.
Yeah,
much faster.
They tend to jump the hell off, and
they make these little things you can buy in the stores now. Like, I saw them in Maine, because I guess Maine has a lot of ticks, and you just like put it on the skin or something. It just pops the tick right out. I don't know. Ugh.
Yeah, it's horrible. But I used to have them quite often. I remember finding them, and it's the worst thing, because you'd feel it, you'd be scratching, you'd be like, oh crap, and it was all full of blood and everything.
Ew.
Yeah, because they suck the crap out of your blood, you know.
Yeah.
They're really weird creatures. and terrifying. The fact that they are vampiric,
right,
and actually suck your blood. It's just nuts. And then it's like sharing needles when they get the next person. I mean, essentially.
It is. And that's why they carry all those diseases.
Yeah.
Oh, it's horrible. And Lyme disease is terrible. Like, you can't get rid of it, I don't think, can you? Once you get it.
I know it's bad. I just know there's levels to that crap. And I know it's bad. But it's a weird story. It's a weird thing. And just don't go into woods, I guess.
I suppose. All right. So let's talk about something that just happened recently that should scare us all. This is about an asteroid that got really, really close to Earth the other day, and it did a flyby, and astronomers didn't even know about it until it was just a couple of days away. And they're calling it what they're calling a city killer. So it's not like a world-ending Armageddon, but it was big enough that if it had hit us, it would have...
I wish you could get a choice.
Taken a big chunk out. So it's 427 foot wide asteroid, and it came within 45,000 miles of Earth.
Wow.
That is a close shave. And I mean, that is less than 20% of the distance between the Earth and the moon.
Yeah.
So this is the closest one. I mean, in the last few years, this is like the closest one that's been. And it was named 2019 OK. I don't know why it got that name, but it was, by the time they saw it and realized it was too late for them to even, if they had a plan, do anything about it.
Yeah.
Like, it was just too late. And it just so happens that it missed us.
Yeah.
Luckily, I suppose. But that is
Might
terrifying.
have been thrown by one of my relatives.
It's terrifying to think that an asteroid that large can still squeak through. I did see this article, funny enough, when I was looking that up, from last year, where this guy that was an astronaut on like the Apollo 9 mission, I don't remember his name, I apologize, I don't have this story in front of me, but he was talking about a project that NASA has right now for a telescope that you launch into orbit that is specifically designed to look for asteroids like that, but they can't get funding for it. Like, NASA won't fund it, but it's a viable, legitimate solution.
Do you know why?
Why is that?
Because it could see things it's not supposed to see.
Possibly.
The guy who came up with that is not on the know. You know, there's the in the know NASA team.
Right.
And then there's the I work at NASA team.
Right.
You know, he's on the I work at NASA team.
Well, it's still a NASA project, so they would still have, control of it. But
dude.
I suppose.
People would say, why don't you turn it over here?
Yeah, they don't want a telescope up there, huh?
No, or they have telescopes up there that's looking in your window when you take a shower. I mean, it's, I don't know. There's a reason for that. And it's just so you don't see stuff like the flat earth. I don't know. It's
some reason.
There's some reason.
Right. Well, hopefully they come up with a better solution to asteroids coming at us.
I think we should have the Star Wars system already in place. I think that there should be an early warning system, that there should be satellites that you go through this zone, and we have all these great lasers. Like, we have a laser now that could shoot a duck from 1,000,000 miles. I mean, and why can't we have the satellites in a huge perimeter shooting a laser to each other for the perimeter guide? And then when this grid gets broken by anything, okay, you instantly get locked onto it. What is it? Is it friendly? Is it scary? Is it whatever?
Right.
And then these missiles and lasers that they have, these hot ass lasers, all hit it at once, and blow it to smithereens.
I mean, it sounds good in theory, but I'm sure...
no, the theory schmeary. They were talking about this in the 80s.
Yes, but talking about it and actually implementing it, I'm
if
sure
they talk about it, it's been done.
Separate things. It sounds very difficult to implement.
Listen, man, I know that there's been very intelligent people that say anything that's been written in science fiction has already been created. Like
right.
That's
if you see it in a movie.
Yeah, man, it's doable. Listen, everything you did see in Star Trek is out there now, like tractor beams and crap like that. I mean, they talk about this stuff. They talk about the warp drives and all this crap.
Right.
Stuff that was just science fiction.
Right.
And then the condition, where it's just normal. and then all of a sudden, you're born into a world where they're like, oh yeah, this is, beam me up, this is what it is. And they're like, oh yeah, that's freaking normal. My grandparents are talking about that. I mean, It's just how it works.
Right.
It's all real.
Well, maybe the new Space Force will.
They just want to scare us. They blow it out of the damn sky unless it's going somewhere they want to blow up.
Right.
You know?
Right.
You just make sure you got the...
So they're sitting there going, oh, look, there's an asteroid coming in. We think it's going to hit. Yeah, we can't stop it. No, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's like, who do you save kind of scenario, right? And the best way to do that is not let people know. So then it's not a big crisis if they know that you could make the choice. So let's just imagine there's 2 asteroids coming in at the same time.
Okay.
One's going to hit, I don't know, Moscow.
Okay.
One's going to hit New York City.
Right.
And we have to make a decision in a split second of which one we're going to shoot down. And we can't shoot down both. Mm-hmm. So it would be much easier for us to shoot down the one that's going to hit New York and, let the other one go. And because if we didn't do that, it could cause a war. It could be the biggest thing ever. It could be horrific. It could be, nonstop questions asked, why were these people worthy and the other ones weren't? Mm-hmm. So if you're a nation that has that capability, maybe the best thing to do is just to keep it to yourself.
Maybe.
I mean, would you tell anyone? I wouldn't.
I don't know. I'm thankfully not ever going to be in that position.
Well, it's just a thought of mine.
All right, well, let's move on.
Let's.
So here's an interesting scientific article, and I'm going to try and break this down for you to make it. It's really very in-depth when you read the article, but I think I can lay it out so it's pretty simple. So a scientist named Leah Broussard is trying to open a portal to what they call a mirror universe. Now, I know that sounds very weird and scientific, but it's a series of experiments that she plans to run this summer, and she's going to send a beam of subatomic particles down a 50-foot tunnel past a powerful magnet and into an impenetrable wall. And if the setup's just right and the theories are all right and everything works out, some of the particles will transform into a mirror universe. Now, the reason this has come about is because starting in the 90s, physicists developed these high precision experiments to study how neutrons, which are, like the nucleus, the atoms, they break down into protons. And it's sort of like a radioactive process. But when they were doing these experiments, they noticed that the neutrons that were created in particle beams broke down differently, like in a different time frame than ones that did it in a laboratory bottle.
Right.
And there should not be a difference. Like, it was this weird anomaly that they weren't expecting. Like, the time should be exactly the same no matter what.
Right.
And it wasn't a lot of times, like 10 seconds, but still it shouldn't have been there.
Right.
So they started doing more experiments to try and figure out where this time difference came from. And that just landed more questions. Like, there was no answers coming. It was all just more questions. So the theory that has been proposed now is that perhaps these ordinary neutrons sometimes cross over into what they call the mirror world or parallel universe and transform into mirror neutrons. Then we can't detect them, and that would explain the difference in the time. And this is not a really new idea. You read a lot of articles about dark matter. They talk about how they try to detect dark matter, which is, you can't see it, but the gravitational force obviously has an effect. Right. That's the same type of thing. That's because dark matter would essentially be a parallel universe or a mirror universe. So it's the same sort of idea. So she's going to do these tests to see if she can recreate this portal opening to this parallel universe. Now, this is going to happen at Oak Ridge.
Oh, joy.
In Tennessee, which is frighteningly close to where we live.
Right.
It just so happens that Oak Ridge has an 85 megawatt nuclear reactor.
Yes.
Which we knew about already. And it can shoot out billions of neutrons on demand. So getting the power is not the problem. The problem is getting everything else set up exactly, doing the experiment, and then, of course, it's going to take a couple of months to analyze the results and see what she comes up with. But, if it works out, then there you go. Mirror universe proved.
How cool would it be if they did the experiment and then all of a sudden here in about a year, All of us have superpowers in this area.
Oh, we do live close enough for that, don't we?
Yeah. So it would be dependent on what we were doing right at the time. So let's find out exactly when the experiment is.
Right.
And have sex.
You want that to be your superpower?
Yes. I want to be like, I could save the world. Bend over. You know, like somehow when I'm getting busy, I can like make all this stuff happen.
Unfortunately, it wouldn't work out for us like that. We would just be like fused in some weird like monster creature where we could never separate. So, that's our luck right there.
Again, I'm not seeing the problem.
Well, anyway, interesting experiment, and I can't wait to find out later in the year how that turns out, because I honestly, the whole dark matter mirror universe, I think there really is a parallel universe out there like that.
I think there's 52 of them.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, according to DC Comics, and
right by the
who would argue with them?
Exactly. You gotta go with the source material, don't you?
Yeah. No, I mean, I like the idea of every decision made. There was the other decision made. Like out there somewhere, there's a John that can throw and hit a target. Yeah.
Right.
It's I don't know. It's fun to think of. It's fun to think of every. There's a Stacey out there that made all good decisions. It's it's
unthinkable.
Yeah. It's hard to tell, but I don't know. I don't think there's that many. Mm-hmm. I think there might be other dimensions, and maybe it is the same people because it is a mirror universe. And of course, there's different decisions that are made, but maybe it's just a bit, it's on its own timeline. I don't know. It's very strange. And
it is.
If there is such a thing, then I will say that we are part of a matrix. I will say that if it is, we are part of an AI. Because that just seems like other people's games. Does that make sense to you? Like,
yes,
that's somebody else's save file.
Right. I got you. Well, now she did say that, or it says in the article, I don't guess she said this, that, if it was found that there wouldn't necessarily be mirror people, that it's just matter, like they made it sound like, but I don't see how you could have a mirror image of all matter from here and not have people.
Well, she's just saying that so she gets funding and don't sound so crazy. I mean, I've talked about this before, and what's funny is some of our listeners. I've seen some of our listeners before, like it might be on some kind of post somewhere, and you happen to come across and see like, oh, that's an astrophysicist. I mean, seriously, I've come across tons of science.
Oh, really?
Science related listeners.
That's funny.
And I know that there's a bunch of scientists out there. I love you to death, and I appreciate you and your and the fact you're listening.
Even though we say you're baffled.
Well, we say it in a fun way.
We do.
And we're one of the only shows that talk about science, and
we do.
And we talk about everything and have fun with it. Most of your science shows, scientists don't want to listen to it because it's like, and then in the first quadrant of 72972 burning, we found out that the non-dark Kalama was somewhere near the nucleus of Virginia. And yeah, exactly. So those people just aren't fun, It's like the NPR of science, whereas we're here like, woohoo!
They probably just listen to hear how I explain things. They're probably like, let's see if she gets this one right. They're taking bets. Like, if she's not going to get it right, I bet you here's $100,
Well, no, I mean, they're just really getting that fun take on things, but that's how these guys really are. I mean, they release, they go smoke a doobie after they get off and talk about Star Wars. I mean, what do you think made them scientists?
This is true. This is true.
But probably Princess Leia's bikini in Jedi. I'm just telling you the truth, man. That's what made them. What made them want to go see other planets? I want to find some space girls. I mean, that everything boils down, and as much as you think it doesn't,
right? Everything
boils down to sex and to rock and roll. I mean, you could pretty much get everything down to these base human, like dog.
It's human nature.
Yeah, it's wolf nature. It's just, it is what it is. And we pretend it's other things. Like we pretend that it's, that it's other reasons. You know what I mean?
Right.
We pretend that we want our histories erased for our protection from our financial records, instead of our Pornhub, record. We know that's just something we're not honest as a human civilization about,
Right.
And the only people who really know are the people working at Google and listening through Alexa or whatever. I mean,
oh my goodness. Have you seen those articles?
yes. Yes. Do you not have one of those?
I don't have one of those for the show. But
I sent that to you on purpose. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've come forward. Mm-hmm. They're listening to sex.
To all kinds of personal stuff.
Drug deals, sex.
Mm-hmm. And the people listen to it, they say, I guess, to better enhance the use of it or something. I don't know what the purpose is. They're just voyeurs.
They're listening right now.
So they can get an early copy of the show.
Well, I mean, they're smart probably.
Yeah.
And, if they're listening.
Them and the government.
I wonder if they've got it triggered, like every time they hear hashtag Mommy Daddy Tom.
They're like, show.
There's like a light.
No, it'd have to be when you do the intro.
Yeah.
Like you say, Paranormal Sideshow.
Yeah.
And it's like, whoop. On.
Yeah. They're like, all right. No, I thought maybe they were listening to hashtag Mommy Daddy Tom.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not like you say that before we actually have.
I have before.
You have. This is true.
Why did you have a pained look on your face there? Like you have. Yeah. Moving on.
All right, moving on. Let's talk about this haunted bar. Ooh, a haunted bar. So this is
I don't know why Yoda got excited right then.
This is a story from Memphis, Tennessee, about a bar.
It didn't sound like you said Memphis. I knew you said Memphis, but sometimes you just don't sound right. And It's like Memphis.
I think it's your ears don't work right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you're all full of that tonight, aren't you? I'm just going to sit back and let you tell me your story about Memphis.
All right, so it's this bar called Ernestine and Hazel's.
Right.
And the bar is over 100 years old. And they brought some builders in to do some renovations.
Right.
Because, they want to keep the place standing. It is an old place, and some of the things were, starting to crumble down. So they started taking some of the wall apart, and things were falling out of the walls. And one of the things they found were bones that came out of the wall at this old bar. So somehow the word got out and the police showed up because, you always have to call the authorities if you find any kind of remains. And there weren't.
That's why I always throw them in my neighbor's yard.
there weren't any skeletons. Like, it wasn't a full skeleton.
They weren't looking in the closet.
Just bones.
Yeah.
But all of the people that were working there, and I think this is funny, but one of the builders, one of the construction guys, he actually said, "We freaked out. A lot of us ran outside for a few minutes.
Because they're freaking builders.
To collect ourselves, because that's what construction workers do.
Anybody who's ever listened to the show, we warned you years ago. I know that you're big, strong, burly mother hunkers, and we appreciate what you do and how hard of a life you have. But you are also the biggest cowards since Shaggy and Scooby. As soon as something starts going sideways, every story from every place I've ever investigated, there's never been construction going on where they don't go, and then the construction crew ran out and left everything they owned, And I remember, like, the first time I started hearing that, I was like, well, that's intense. Those, because you think about construction guys, at least I do, and I think about some of the hardest working people in our country.
Yeah, tough guys.
I think about tough guys. I think about fearless guys. I always look back to the pictures of the guys on the beams, like when they were building New York City.
Right, with their metal lunchboxes.
And I think about those guys. I think about, what? That is a different level of machismo.
Yeah. You wouldn't get me up there.
I mean, those guys, and a lot, even today, these guys, a lot of day laboring, these guys, paycheck to paycheck, well, cash to cash, is some of the hardest working people that you'll ever find. And a lot of it would even be like your immigrants and stuff, like a lot of it just is what it is, right?
Right.
And still, you're going to have all kinds of, you would think they've seen everything. You would think that they, if you're going out here and you're back-breaking work every single day, and then all of a sudden, a ladder moves like 5 feet, and you can just see everybody like looks, and they look at each other, and they're just like, "Ay, caramba," and they're just running, like crazy out of the place. So,
well, a lot of people would though.
Yeah.
Not just construction work. A lot of people would probably run out of the house. But they did run out of the bar because it kind of freaked them out a little bit. Now, this building, it has quite a history. It started out as a church.
Yes.
In 1906.
Oh, there you go.
And then it was a sundry, a pharmacy, a jazz club, and rooms for rent. And of course, when it was a jazz club with rooms for rent, they were rented by what the article says is ambitious ladies of the night.
My
And
favorite
in
ladies.
one story, and you'll recognize this story, but a prostitute was either pushed or jumped out of a second floor window.
Oh, as always.
And now she's haunting the men that come there.
Yeah.
Because that's like the story.
That's how prostitutes die.
Yeah, they just...
I seen one the other night. I just wanted to go push her out a window.
If you have a group of prostitutes, one of them statistically is going to die mysteriously and then stick around to haunt
We got
people.
the strangest family. We were we were down at the New Age shop in Asheville, and we were. I was showing the girls around town because I used to live in that town, so I actually went to my old place. And we were driving, and there was a prostitute just walking down the street, and she had on the prostitute clothes, like Julia Roberts. How do you look like a prostitute? And I was so excited, and we were so amazed, and I was like, look, and somebody said something. I was like, don't say anything bad about poor girl, and it's like I want to turn around and all this stuff.
He's like pointing her out like we're at a zoo or something. Look, it's a prostitute in its natural habitat.
Yeah,
there it goes.
I used to see them all the time, and the first one I ever met was I told him the town, and then I shut up really quickly. And I respect prostitutes, and they used to get their little licenses. That was fun when we were watching the Tombstone thing, the real Tombstone.
Right.
They were like, because all the Earps were married to prostitutes. Isn't that crazy?
It is.
Continue. Sorry, that was my
That's okay.
That was my hooker break.
Supposedly,
Dead hookers in a trunk. That's it. That's the other place they end up. It's like, you got a dead hooker in the trunk? All right.
Okay, so, the place went through some different incarnations. I think some famous people like Aretha Franklin, James Brown would show up there, over the years.
For the prostitutes?
No, just, jazz club.
Oh, I thought maybe he wrote "I Feel Good" there.
No, I don't think so. But it is reportedly haunted, and there was even an article a few years ago titled "What It's Like to Work at the Most Haunted Bar in America," and it was this woman that talked about working there and all of the different things that happened.
It wasn't that bar, but they knew somebody who had once been in the other bar.
Well, some of the things is funny enough. What you said about James Brown is she was talking about one time her coworker and her were talking about James Brown because it was the day that he died. And, he had obviously, the story is he had been there before, and all of a sudden the jukebox started playing out of nowhere, and it started playing "I Feel Good." Just blaring it out. And I believe there are a lot of stories about a piano playing, and most of the activities focus on upstairs where the brothel area was. But
I tend to think that the jukebox playing "I Feel Good" or whatever would be a mischievous ghost that's there.
Right.
And people always are like, James Dean came in here and used the bathroom once. He clogged it up and he left. So James Dean was in their bathroom for a total of 2 minutes, out of his whole life.
Right.
And people always try to be like, I believe the ghost is here. He took a massive crap here.
Yeah.
There's so much emotion. You know what? Now that I say that,
right.
I kind of believe, there's places I've taken some craps where I bet a piece of me is at still. I bet I've sinked into the walls. They're like, just the John Edwards guy, he died and he's everywhere. Like every Chevron gas station. It's just, never mind. You're not a guy.
So no, I don't relate to that at all.
When you find a really nice bathroom, it's like heaven. When you're on the road all the time like me.
Right.
And you find a certain place that has like this luxurious, clean commode and like room to move around and complete privacy, like where the privacy is not the fact that somebody can walk in and stare through that crack. God, I hate that, because for some reason guys do and pretend they're not, and because they don't want to like open the door and you know what I'm saying? So they'll like slowly walk by that crack in the door. Right. And I don't know about girls' bathrooms, but sometimes that crack's like 5 inches.
Yeah, it's big enough that people can kind of side eye you when they walk by. It's weird.
Yeah, I can't stand that, man. I can't stand that. So Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Ernestine and Hazel, it's called Ernestine and Hazel's. Ernestine and Hazel were two sisters, and they came to that area around the mid 1950s, and they are the ones that, had the bar. And Ernestine's husband owned the club where all the jazz musicians would hang out. There's even a story that Ray Charles used to come and stay upstairs, and he'd like do heroin and mess with the prostitutes, like
I can
that
see
sort of
that.
thing.
Ray Charles probably couldn't, but
so then it passed to a man named Russell George, who reopened the bar in 1993. And Hazel had passed away. It passed away in 1995, but Ernestine was still alive, and she was alive till 1998. And her and Russell became friends. And she gave Russell all of the history about the place, and they used to hang out, in the bar. And Russell, the guy that owned it, he committed suicide in the building. So now I'm not sure who owns it now, but you've got all of these different places that it was, and all of these people and all these things that happened, and all these people that died in this building. So it is a very haunted location. And so they've got this construction company in there. They're trying to keep the building up. They find these bones in the wall. Completely freaked out. They found a lot of other things. They found like this hidden drawer that had like a Plymouth hubcap in it from the 40s and a 5-cent peanut bag and different things. But
the
they
5-cent
found
peanut bag's kind of cool.
They found these bones, freaked out. So eventually the police came. Turns out the bones were cow bones.
Ooh,
They're
that's even
not,
scarier.
Yeah, they're not people bones.
I wonder why they killed a cow and stuck it in a wall.
I don't know. Who knows? This place has been around for 100 years. It was a church. Church people do weird things.
To cows?
No, I don't know.
We got cow handlers?
I don't know what the deal was with that, but it did turn out that it was not people bones.
Because then God!
I found it interesting, though, that the woman that did the other article talking about things that happened, she did say that she's worked there for a very long time, and sometimes she'd hear her name whispered, and sometimes it sounded like it was coming from the walls. So I thought that was funny that they found all this stuff in the walls. So I don't know.
That is
Interesting
weird.
story. And no, there's no explanation to why there were cow bones in the walls.
Is her
of the
name
bar.
like Muva?
No, it is not.
I was just going to see if she was slightly mistaken. It's like,
But cool story. And the place was already, people already said the place was haunted before they found all that weird stuff.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's a lot of history about that bar.
It is.
I never knew about it.
Building. No, and it's in Memphis. We don't go to Memphis that much.
No, I try to avoid Memphis. I've been to Memphis.
Yes, you have.
And that made me desire not to go. It's
all right. Well, let's move on.
Okay.
To a reincarnation story.
Oh, I love when these come back around.
So this is a story about an Australian TV presenter. His name is David Campbell, and he has revealed that for the last 2 years, his son Billy, who is now 4, has claimed that he is the rebirth of Lady Diana.
Oh, wow.
Princess Diana. And, the dad, he was writing an article for a magazine called Stellar Magazine, and he is describing what he calls the weirdest thing he'd ever written. And he started the article by saying that his son first started talking about Diana when he was 2. And he pointed to a picture of her. I think his mom had received some kind of card or something that had a picture of Lady Di on it. And he pointed right to her and said, "Look, it's me when I was a princess."
Oh my God.
And he's only 2 years old at this time, and that is about the time that kids will generally start saying those sort of things. And so now he's never really been taught anything about the royals. They're Australian, so it's not.
Well,
I mean, it is.
The royals used to send them there as prisoners.
But it turns out that he started talking about Diana's close family, things that he probably shouldn't have known. So he would say that he had a brother named John. And it turns out that Diana's brother John died before she was even born. Mm-hmm. And he would mention his 2 boys. And whenever they would say, "What are you talking about, your boys?" And he'd say, "My sons." And they, at the time, they're just kind of like, "Okay, yeah, sure." He was 2. They didn't know what he was talking about. So one day they were talking to a Scottish friend of theirs, and he claimed that when he was Princess Diana, he used to go to a castle in that kilted wonderland, is what he called it. And he described the castle as having unicorns on it and was called Balmoral. And that's actually the Queen's Christmas residence. And he described what it looked like, and he's never seen it. And, the unicorn is the national animal of Scotland. Like, he's described this place. He's a baby. He's never seen that place, but he did have a memory and was able to describe the area. And that was very jaw dropping for them, because there was no way he could have known that.
Yeah.
But it says the most amazing comment is one of his more recent ones. He's 4 now. And he talked about the car crash in 1997, and his wife showed him another photo of Diana, and he said, "There's me as a princess. Then one day the sirens came and I wasn't a princess anymore." And that was his comment about it. So they're not sure, what the deal is with that. It's not like something that you can really go to the family and talk about, considering the family that is, but they're just they're just sort of letting it go, because kids normally, they don't remember that sort of thing.
I bet they're hearing it now.
Maybe.
I mean, the royal family loves that kind of stuff, I'm sure. I mean, when you're rich and you're, you know how they are. They love seances and all that crap. I mean, you have to, right? And that's interesting. I mean, that's stupid. That's too much.
Yeah.
And that's too much. So I think that it's brilliant, and we truly believe in this. And it's always amazing little things like that. And having Kyler, I keep waiting, because he's at the age now. I keep waiting for, and we notice strange little things he does. Like, we noticed that, we were watching the military stuff one night, and it was like his hand went up to salute.
Right.
And he stopped it, but it went up.
Yeah, he stopped it and kind of looked at it like he didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah, but he got so excited about the music, like very excited about the music. And then, there's other little things here and there that are just like things he shouldn't know. Automatically, things he shouldn't know, things they're scared of. And all humans are like that. Now, I think about that a lot now that I'm older. I think about the fact, we have inherent fears of certain things. We have, weird knowledge we shouldn't have unless we're taught. Case in point, again, with Kyler, never really went over anything with him with snakes.
Right.
But he's infatuated with the snakes, and he plays with this bracelet of mine that he calls a snake on his mommy, and it's like back and forth, like, like it's a snake, and he goes, he does a lot of little things like that. But I think we notice that now with children, and we noticed it with like Ariana and stuff, just because of what we're into, but a little kid, a little 2-year-old, in case you haven't had a 2-year-old in a while, is not going to say things like that and lie about it.
No, and to know what places look like that they've never seen, and that sort of thing. That's what really gets
especially
it for me.
Especially the Scottish stuff.
Yeah.
And it's almost like something's trying to be peaceful with him about then I wasn't a princess anymore,
Right.
Not really getting into the whole plot to kill Diana or anything. It's really interesting. Very interesting.
Speaking of Kyler, I don't think we mentioned this before, but when we were in the New Age shop, remember you talked about going this weekend, we were letting him run around, and the particular one that we go to, they have like this altar in the back. It's a bookcase, but they've got a lot of things sitting out, and you can go over there and put your little intentions there, and it's like a little nice little space. Well, he wouldn't go over there. He wouldn't. He just kept, and it was a circle, but instead of going around the circle, he would stop and come back and go and come back, and he wouldn't go to that particular spot. And I was following him, and one time he stopped and looked directly at it, and he said, "Mama," because he calls me Mama. He thinks he's saying Grandma. And he went, "Ooh," which is his symbol for a ghost. Yeah. Because he can't say ghost. And then he pointed at that corner. And I said, "Is there a ghost over there, baby?" And he just went, "Ooh," and pointed again, and then turned around and ran off. And I was like, I just got chills. I just asked the lady at the store, I was like, "Do you have a ghost in here?" And she was like, "Yeah." So I was like, that was pretty amazing. Yeah. I mean, we always suspected, but.
Well, he's done that here too. I mean,
I've not seen him do it yet, but yeah.
He did that in the corner of his room. And he was just like, he kept looking over there, and he's normally, wired, and but with that, he'll chill the hell out for a second. And he was like, "Ooh," and pointed, and
he always does the fingers. Like, he doesn't just say woo, he like wiggles his fingers like a ghost and goes woo, and then points.
And he doesn't, crazy. Again, we don't even watch ghost hunting stuff in front of him because he's one of those kids that picks up on things. Some kids are just stupid. I mean, they're
not observant.
Well, I was talking about my own kids, but some kids you can have anything playing and they're just like, they're talented in their own way.
Right.
But, Kyler is just kind of like, You can't do that. If something's on TV, he's like looking over.
He pays close attention
and watching. So I can't watch certain things, you know. But anyway.
All right, so let's go on to the story about some ghost hunters. This is going to be interesting.
It always is.
This was a ghost hunting company that was doing like a public event.
Yeah.
And this is in England, and it's called Most Haunted Experience.
Oh.
So it's exactly what it sounds like. You go.
Most haunted people?
Yeah, with people from the show and, you know, people that are involved with the show. And they set up these hunts and people go. So they went to the former Accrington police station.
Okay.
And they were doing this public investigation. It was like 7 people showed up, and then there was all the people from the company. And when the building was decommissioned, like all the doors and stuff, all of the locks were left open. Like the locks were pushed out so the doors couldn't close.
Right.
You know, it was set up so people could go in there and investigate. Right. So it so happens that 3 people from the investigation got locked in a cell and could not get out. So it was this huge mystery because the lock mechanism shouldn't even have been able to, the door shouldn't even have been able to close. And we're talking about cell doors, so it's not like there's a lock on the door. You have to have a key, a very specific key, which they didn't have. And you'd have to unlock that and shut it and then relock it. And so nobody has any idea. And one of the men that was on the hunt was a former police officer, and even he was stumped. He was like, I don't see how that's even possible for that to have happened. So 3 people got stuck in the cell. They had to call the cops and say, look, we're doing this ghost hunt. These people are locked
that would be fun.
in the cell. But they said that the people that were in there, you know, were still really upbeat. They kept investigating while they were waiting.
Well, I would hope so.
And the rest of the tour, you know, they went on with other people to other parts of the building.
Anything?
And apparently it says they had some pretty good results. It didn't say what those were.
Pretty cool results would be like, I did it.
Yeah.
Locked you in, I did. I mean.
But eventually a Lancashire fire service showed up. They had to use a saw to open the door, but they did finally get them out. They were locked in there for about 3 hours. You know, everybody was fine. It was all good. They were not upset about it. Like I said, they kept investigating, but the whole thing is still, they're investigating because it's still this huge mystery. They're considering putting blocks in where the locks are so that there isn't even a mechanism there anymore. Just so that sort of thing doesn't happen again. But what an interesting
it is. That's crazy. Very cool. You get your money's worth.
Yeah, exactly. And they are doing, the Most Haunted Experience is going back there in August. So
that'll be
hopefully they'll have this sorted out by then. But interesting story. And you know,
I'd be pissed off now if I didn't get locked in.
You'd be like, lock me in.
Everybody's going to want to go there first. They're going to get there and be like, okay, we're going to start up top and then we're going to go to the middle and then we're going to go down to the cells. And then you'd be like, can I go down to the cells first, governor? And they'd be like, no, you can't go down the cells first. Sorry. It's just because you say I do such a bad one, I just thought I would throw it in there. It's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
Oh, you're so lying.
I'm not lying. All right, well, let's move on. Okay, so this is an interesting ghost type story. And I just thought this was a really interesting kind of history piece that I didn't know. And it's talking about the first chiropractor. And he was a Canadian, but he claims that he received a message from a ghost. That's how he came up with what we now know as chiropractic care.
Wow.
And so he claims that his name was Daniel David Palmer, and he said the idea for chiropractic care came to him from the other world during a seance. This was back in the late 1800s. He was born in 1845, and he was a spiritualist, and he used to do seances and communicated with
that was all the rage
things. And he claims that he communicated with the spirit of a doctor named Jim Atkinson, who had died 50 years earlier. And so he has this theory that a lot of diseases are due to misalignments and things in your body, and through the chiropractic care, you can be aligned and relieve a lot of those things. Now, not everything can be cured by chiropractic care. Obviously, viruses and things, you need to see a regular doctor, but he was very adamant about this. And I think that even though, a lot of people dismiss chiropractic care, it has come a long way. Yeah. Especially recently. And this man, Daniel David Palmer, he opened the Palmer School of Chiropractic in Davenport in 1897. And so it's sort of how the whole thing got started. And it's become widely used now as an alternative.
Well, you still have problem getting insurance. I mean,
yes.
It's ridiculous. And we've seen it firsthand. We saw it with our sick daughter. And, you know, she has come leaps and bounds. You can't even tell, looking at her just normal, the way her shoulders were and everything, you know, and I'm going to go because where I'm so messed up, I'm going to go and get mine done because I was told for years, you know, well, you need this, you need that, you need surgery. And of course, that's to an extent, it's always a racket.
Right.
Everything's about business. I really want to go to a chiropractor. And, you know, I've got friends that swear by a chiropractor and of course, being in pro wrestling.
Right.
You know.
Oh, I'm sure you're all out of whack, probably.
Oh, dude. I mean, my, you know, I've got one foot that's longer, one leg that's longer than the other. I think that's one of the signs.
It is some kind of misalignment in the hips. But yeah, I think we all need to go. And of course, you know, he already sees a chiropractor. But I think it's a great way to, you know, alleviate a lot of problems. Maybe not every, like if you have a cold,
maybe my migraines.
You're probably not going to get, maybe. But I mean, if you have a cold, you're not going to go to a chiropractor and get rid of, you know, you're still going to see your doctor. But I think a good healthy dose of
this one
both
I watch
of them.
on YouTube. I watch some really good ones on YouTube. He actually does something though to clears your nose up and everything. Like, I've watched him do that.
I know there's ways to.
It's nuts. I want it all done.
You're like, just
well, no, there's a full body one they do. And I just want the full body adjustment. Like
I've seen some of them work on babies to relieve colic.
Wow.
Things like that. So
I'd like to see him work on Kyler.
I don't think Kyler's
bam.
not very fond of strangers. I'm not sure that would go over well.
Yeah, no. Okay.
Yeah. All right, so let's move on to this story. And this is just kind of a funny story. I want to stick in the middle here because I thought you'd get a kick out of this.
Right.
But it's about a man from Washington, D.C. that has filed a lawsuit against Godiva, you know, the people that make chocolates.
Right.
Claiming false advertising because he says that the Belgian 1926 that's displayed across the front of the chocolates would lead a reasonable consumer to assume that the product was made in Belgium. And of course, you pay a premium price for those chocolates. They're very expensive. And he's seeking $74,000 in damages because he found out that somewhere it says that all Godiva chocolates sold in the United States are created at a plant in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow.
So they're not... he's saying they're not Belgian chocolates.
So it's not exactly like it's on the...
It's not exactly like
God.
advertised.
Dude,
so
this reminds me...
filed a lawsuit.
This reminds me so much of Monty Python.
It is very Monty Python.
Stacey and I are Monty Python junkies and have been for freaking decades. But Wizard Chocolates, man. No, I gotta.
Okay.
I gotta play this.
Mr. Hilton? Yes? You are sole proprietor and owner of the Wizzo Chocolate Company? I am. Constable Parrott and I are from the Hygiene Squad. Yes? And we'd like to have a word with you about your box of chocolates entitled the Wizzo Quality Assortment. Ah, good, yes. If I may begin at the beginning. First, there is the cherry fondue. Now, this is extremely nasty. But we can't prosecute you for that. Agreed. Next, we have number 4, Crunchy Frog. Yes. Am I right in thinking there's a real frog in here? Yes, a little one. Is it cooked? No. What, a raw frog? We use only the finest baby frogs, dew-picked and flown from Iraq, cleansed in the finest quality spring water, lightly killed and sealed in a succulent...
Lightly killed?
...full cream treble milk chocolate envelope and lovingly frosted with glucose. That's as maybe, but it's still a frog. What else would it be? Well, don't even take the bones out. If we took the bones out, it wouldn't be crunchy, would it? Constable Parrott ate one of those. Yes. Well, it says Crunchy Frog quite clearly. Well, never mind that. We have to protect the public. People aren't going to think there's a real frog in chocolate. The superintendent thought it was an almond whirl. They're bound to think it's some kind of mock frog. Mock frog? We use no artificial preservatives or additives of any kind. Nevertheless, I advise you in future to replace the words Crunchy Frog with the legend Crunchy Raw Unboned Real Dead Frog if you want to avoid prosecution. What about our sales? I don't give a damn about your sales. We have to protect the public. Now, what was this one? Number 5. It was number 5, wasn't it? Number 5, Ram's Bladder Cup. Now, what kind of confection is this? We use choicest juicy chunks of fresh Cornish ram's bladder, emptied steamed, flavored with sesame seeds, whipped into a fondue, and garnished with lark's vomit. Lark's vomit? Correct. It doesn't say anything down here about lark's vomit. Yes, it does. On the bottom of the box after monosodium glutamate. I hardly think this is good enough. It would be more appropriate if the box bore a big red label warning lark's vomit. Our sales would plummet. Well, why don't you move into more conventional areas of confectionery like praline or lime cream, a very popular flavour I'm led to understand, or strawberry delight. I mean, what's this one? Cockroach cluster. And this anthrax ripple. And what's this one? Spring surprise? Oh, that's our speciality. Covered in darkest velvety smooth chocolate. When you pop it into your mouth, stainless steel bolts spring out and plunge straight through both cheeks. If people pop a nice chocolate in their mouths, they don't expect to get their cheeks pierced. In any case, it is an inadequate description of the sweetmeat. I shall have to ask you to accompany me to the station.
I love that one.
Oh my God, I love Wizzo chocolates. That's just the best. It's if you better put a big red sticker on the front advising and warning about lark's vomit. Oh my God, lightly killed.
Yes, lightly killed.
Lightly killed, flown in from the deserts of Iraq.
All right. Well, anyway, silly lawsuit there.
Yes.
So I just thought you'd enjoy that. Okay, so let's move on to some updates of previous stories that we've done.
It's
in the last few
Stacey's
shows.
update. Stacey's update. Stacey's updates. It's Stacey and her update.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's a nice intro. All right, so this is the one about the Hawaii telescope. Do you remember we talked about the 30-meter telescope that they want to build on Hawaii's Mauna Kea?
Yeah, it's like real deal now. They've got like Facebook overlays you can put up to you stand with Mauna Kea. So.
Oh, yeah. See, and they dismantled some religious things, and a lot of people there claim that it's sacred, and so they're having a lot of trouble with this whole situation. And so this newest article claims that the directors evacuated employees on Tuesday because of the growing protests, and they have blocked access roads to the construction site of where they want to build it. So they're having trouble even getting up there and being able to work. And the people that on the construction, they were fearing for the safety of their employees, and they thought that it was best to just evacuate everybody. They left everything behind, all their equipment, all the expensive stuff they had up there. They just left it, and they got everyone off of the mountain. And so it was sort of a sit-in protest. A lot of people were arrested. And I do believe that eventually there was some sort of agreement that was reached where the demonstrators cleared the roads so that they could get up there to do their work. But I think that they're still protesting. But they did agree to not block the access for the construction company. I'm sure it was a huge legal deal. But I feel like this is just the first thing in a line of bad luck that these construction people are going to have. We talked about that before.
I think
about
the volcano god will just blow off some steam.
Well, we did talk about the whole process of building on this sacred place and dismantling these religious and sacred statues and things, and that's going to come back on them, and it seems like it's already started.
I mean, you look at like Iceland and all these places that build around the things for the Holda folk.
Right.
I mean,
right.
You better do that
because they're smart.
Yeah.
All right. So the next update is about the treasure hunters that were looking for the amber room. We talked about they found the hatch with the tree growing on it. And so they finally cut down the tree. They cleared away the soil. They opened the entrance to the tunnel, but there was nothing in there. They lowered a camera down into the shaft, and they did not see anything in the tunnel. Now they could tell that nobody had been in there since the war. There was no trash. There was no anything since that time period in the space. But there also was just some dirt there too. And so the museum curator that was heading this up, he has not lost hope. He's going to get some more ground penetrating radar equipment in the tunnel because he's hoping that maybe there's still something in there just buried.
Right.
Yeah,
so they found nothing.
They found nothing.
Yeah.
Which I think you basically said they were going to find.
Well, no, I mean, it's just always a bit odd, you know. We're going to open this treasure. We'll let you guys know how that happens.
Right.
You know, oddly enough, there was nothing there.
Well, there's footage that they can show you. I don't know how.
Can't doctor that.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
And so they didn't find anything right off the bat, but, you know, radar, they're going to go back in there and see if maybe there's something buried there.
Right.
Who knows? Okay, so next update is about the sonic attacks in Cuba.
Oh, man,
This has been going on forever. And this isn't really anything extra to the story. It's sort of more of just a confirmation where this woman, Regini Verma, she's at the University of Pennsylvania, and her colleagues have
Is she a giant
used
snake?
some, no, I don't think so.
Oh.
They've used some more advanced imaging techniques to study the diplomats and compare their brain scans to a control group, normal brain scans. And they do say that something did happen. Like, you can no longer pass this off as a mass hysteria event.
Right.
That there is absolutely something different about the brain scans. I believe one article, the way they described it was that their brains had shrunk a little. So there is something that happened to these diplomats. It's confirmed now. Before, it was up in the air because they didn't use this advanced imaging. Like, it was just normal brain scans that I guess they were not as detailed. But so these new researchers have determined that they absolutely did have something that happened to them, even though they don't know what it is. They're now saying you can't play that off as just a mass hysteria event.
That's crazy that their brain shrunk.
Yeah, like some of the white matter's
That's
gone
nuts,
now and
man.
stuff. It's really weird. The whole situation's weird. I don't think we'll ever get any closure on that, on what happened. Nobody's ever going to step up and say, and I don't think there's any way to find out.
You know, they should
really.
take some normal politicians first and scan their brains and make sure that it's not just a side effect
of working for the government.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe when you work for the government,
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah.
I can't believe you made that joke.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, so let's talk about Aleister Crowley's house. Remember it went up for sale?
Mr. Crowley.
So the house was up for sale, and it did finally sell. Of course, I knew it was going to very quickly. 3 unnamed investors paid $650,000, the asking price. They didn't weasel it down or anything.
It down.
And they had the intention of restoring the historic building and opening it up to the public. And it's a new nonprofit.
3 unknown buyers.
Right. And they've formed this new nonprofit organization called the Moleskine Foundation.
6, 6, and 6.
Yeah. And it's been established to restore the estate. And they're now in talks with the Ordo Templi Orientis, which is the religious organization that was led by Crowley back in the 20th century. And so they want to bring all of that back to the house. They want to, they claim that it's going to be a space for
Orgies. Sacrifice. Orgy sacrifice.
to promote events and activities that facilitate health and wellness, such as meditation and yoga, as well as education on Thelema, which is the spiritual legacy forwarded by, Aleister Crowley. So, yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to include
Spells.
black magic
Incantations.
and stuff like that, but apparently they're going to facilitate health and wellness here.
Goats.
It's really cool that you'll actually be able to go to the house.
Yeah.
And I don't know how long it's going to take them to redo, there was fire there, so I don't know how long it's going to take them to redo the location. And it
Gotta
doesn't,
get some brave construction workers.
it doesn't specify exactly who the investors are. They are unnamed
Yeah,
investors.
I told you 6, 6, and 6.
So
It's a law
very
firm.
strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see when that place opens up and who goes there and how much it costs and what they do.
Maybe we can go. Maybe they'll have an eyes wide shut party or something. We could finally wear that outfit we got.
All right, so last update, and this is about the fast radio bursts. So this is a new study by a man named Vikram Ravi at the California Institute of Technology. And he is saying now that he doesn't believe that there are enough space explosion events to explain all the fast radio bursts that are being found, which is an interesting theory because, there are the theories out there that fast radio bursts come from some sort of, thing that happened in space, a star exploding, or, they don't really know, but that has been the preferred explanation up to now. And he's done a lot of different calculations and has claimed that there doesn't appear to be enough events to explain all the different FRBs that are being found. So
space is infinite, right? So for the most part, and we don't know how much is out there. The hell with that guy. You don't know that.
You don't know.
There could be something exploding every second. We don't even see stuff until years later on a lot of stuff.
Right.
I think it's something they found that is some kind of intelligent life signal, some kind of maybe it's like if you were next to a big diesel engine factory, or something that was running. Anybody's ever lived in a city? I've lived in places before where you just get used to hearing certain things, and it's just like all day, all night, no, near a compressor plant or something. It could totally be something like that out in space, and we're just picking this stuff up. And so, yeah, I do think that we have discovered, I think we're on the early stages. We don't know what we discovered. And it's kind of funny, if you were to receive a satellite signal, but you didn't have the descrambler, and all you were getting was the noise or whatever.
Right.
It kind of reminds me of that. Somebody threw you a CD without a CD player. And I think that we're at the early stages of we have this signal, but we don't have the correct receiver.
Right. So you think 30, 40, 50 years from now, somebody's going to be like, oh, all the signals we keep getting. I think it could be a matter of days. A matter of weeks. I think we're in a different kind. There'll be a name for our era right now at some point in the future. Right.
But you remember the Industrial Revolution, right? And everything just exploded, and we had all these factories, and there's all these new ways to build and do these things. So we built America, we built the world, and so much great happened. I think right now we're in the technological revolution, and so every year we talk about how computers are, you have to get the new iPad, we have to get the new iPhone because there's new freaking features and amazing features. Things they couldn't do, and then things we couldn't even dream of 10 years ago. I think we're in that time. I think eventually everything levels, right? And is this going to level up technology? I don't know where that bubble ends, because the thing is, new technology promotes new technology.
Right.
We are able to have this new computer. Now we can do this. 3D printing allowed us to create this. Now we can maybe go and replace this. It's crazy where we're at as a human, as people. We are definitely in uncharted territory.
I agree.
And it's scary. It's like we were doing a spacewalk without a rope. And, where are we going to be, and where are we going to end up? So I don't know, man. I think the FRBs are something. I really do. But
Yeah,
I just think
so.
I just think the technology is not there yet to really even throw a theory. You could throw theories out there, but there's it's such hyperbole, because there's no real basis to anything, because it could be anything, literally anything, because there's so many variables to space that at the very short, let's say it's going to be an algebraic equation, because there's going to be a lot of letters in there. Anyway.
Well, it's fun to watch it evolve like that, like being at the beginning of the discovery and watching it go through all its different theories and
everything that
levels.
we have got to see in our lifetimes. As much as I would love to have lived in a different time, and I talked about that, I do believe I'm from a different time. It's been a wonderful time to be alive and see what we've been able to witness. We've went from one way of living to a complete other way of living. We talk about it sometimes. We used to go out and we didn't have a cell phone. We didn't have this. We didn't have that. You went out and you did whatever.
Right. You asked for directions.
Yeah. Or
you didn't.
No, it's just stuff like that. We go out to the middle of nowhere. You're in the middle of nowhere without any help. And it was cool. I don't know. It's a certain kind of adventure.
People didn't know where you were. They just didn't know where you were.
Yeah.
You could hide.
Yeah. It was a lot better. You could kill somebody and people wouldn't know for days. So I mean, I hear.
Right. All right, so let's move on to some discoveries.
Okay.
Love discoveries. And this is about a huge 9,000-year-old Stone Age settlement that was discovered near Jerusalem.
Wow.
And archaeologists in Israel have discovered a huge Neolithic settlement. And it was uncovered during excavations by the Israel Antiquities Authority. They found thousands of arrowheads, pieces of jewelry, and prehistoric figurines. And it's at a site near Matzah Junction. And so the experts say that the settlement is the largest found in Israel from the Neolithic period. At least 2,000 to 3,000 residents lived there.
Wow.
And they are just amazed at how large it was. It said large buildings were discovered at the site, and that included places for public and ritual use. And they had plaster that had been used to create floors were found in some of the buildings. Burial places were exposed like in and amongst the houses. And they found like stone bracelets and some items made of an unknown stone were found there, and volcanic glass from Anatolia.
Are you kidding me?
Which is modern day Turkey.
Yeah. That's crazy. And an unknown stone?
Yeah, and the reason that's important is because they feel like the people that lived in this civilization were trading with faraway places. Like I said, there's volcanic glass from Turkey and
how far away are we
from the
talking?
Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea. I don't know.
Neptune?
It just says items made of an unknown stone. I don't know if that means they just haven't decided what the stone is, or if they really don't know what it is. It doesn't go into detail on that part.
So I mean, you're talking 9,000 years old. I mean, aren't we supposed to be hunting and gathering? I mean, the whole thing about it, you're not supposed to have civilizations that are that
big. Like that's like a modern day city.
Right, exactly. And this is exactly what happened in the European countries when we found some stuff around the same time period. And I was telling you about that big war, that big battle. I even showed you the video that happened, and they were like, this doesn't make sense because we were hunters and gatherers then. It doesn't make sense. There's proof that there was a city here. They defended the city, and just like this. And the one that I was watching, it was like 10,000 people were involved in that battle. And they said that back then it didn't support that. And here's the reason. Because if you don't have farming, it's a hard time to support a city.
Right, that many people.
Because you don't have crops.
Well, in this case, they found flint tools, thousands of arrowheads that were used for hunting and potentially warfare, and they discovered axes, sickle blades, and knives, and they found storage sheds that contained preserved seeds.
Wow.
And so it was giving them a glimpse into their agricultural life.
So I guess they did. I guess this was after that.
They did have obviously some sort of agriculture going on. And this whole excavation is part of a highway widening project. So I don't think that highway is getting widening anytime soon.
Wow.
But they've just stumbled on this.
They should have hired me.
Yeah. You're like, well, there's no civilization here. What are you talking about?
They should have hired me. They'd be like, did you find anything? Hold on a second. I wasn't ready for a question. Hold on. What was it, Mohammed? Did you find anything? Well, I didn't. I was widening the road like you guys are paying me for, and but I heard the craziest story. I heard that down there on that other contractor's road that he was trying to hide some stuff. I heard there's a tarp down there that kind of shows a little proof of some kind of city or something. I don't know. You may want to check that out. I'm not one to talk, but no, I didn't find anything. But when I heard, he keeps dumping it in this one place. Maybe you'll see some more there soon. I don't know. You wouldn't find anything. If I had to make a road, I'll make a road.
It's a good thing you're not an archaeologist then, I guess.
It is good. Yes.
All right. So next discovery. And this is of a newly discovered shark species.
Oh, great.
That squirts glowing clouds from its pockets. From little pockets. It doesn't like have shirt pockets or anything like that. So it's a tiny shark. Tiny. It was discovered in the Gulf of Mexico and has mysterious pouches near its front fins. And it's turned out that this is a completely new species. And they've called it the American pocket shark. And it uses pouches to squirt little glowing clouds into the ocean. And it has cells on its body that emit light.
Wow.
Like it can make its own.
Do you think that the thing it spits out, it's like poo?
No,
Like
they call
poo?
it luminous liquid.
Yeah, of course
so
they do.
it's like a little neon shark.
I mean, what
or
is it
something.
then?
I know it's a pocket shark, and there are two other previously known
Sounds like an app.
pocket shark types. There's like what they just call the pocket shark
What are you playing,
and a
pocket shark?
tail-like shark. But they're not from this area. They're from other parts of the world. So this is the first one that's been found in this area, and it's different enough that it is considered its own species. Now, this shark was found, it was collected during a 2010 survey to find out what the Gulf of Mexico sperm whales eat. Like they were trawling an area at a depth where these whales would get food, and they just hadn't opened the specimen bag. It's been sitting there all this time, and when they finally opened the specimen bag, they found it, and it's very small. It's like 5.6 inches long. It's male. They think it's a newborn male, but they don't think that it gets very big, but they're really not sure anything about it. So it's very crazy, and it's completely new species all of a sudden found that we had no idea about right there in the Gulf of Mexico. Wasn't it the Gulf of Mexico where we saw the video of the giant squid?
Yeah, maybe it's the only one there was and they killed it.
Maybe there's just no more now.
I wonder how many mer people they found and they just don't tell us about. They're just like, that's another mer person. What are you supposed to do? Put it in the pile. You know, you get like the Sasquatch pile from Mount St. Helens. And
so do you think because it squirts this luminous liquid and it has, I guess they call it clusters of light emitting cells on its belly, do you think it lives so far down the ocean that we just don't ever see it?
you would think.
Because it's got all those light things.
I mean,
it must be in the darker area.
You would think it would be. Usually the ones that are down there just, I mean, you don't need the flashlight fish up top.
Right, because there's enough light up there.
I mean, it's cool that they do that in the first place. It's weird how life finds a way.
It's crazy.
And,
I mean, it's amazing how many things they find
even
in the
to
ocean.
make light, even to be able to make light.
You make your own light. I know. Isn't that insane?
It makes me want to drop you down a cave for a couple of years and just see if I come up, you got flashlight eyes.
I don't think that would happen.
Well,
I think I would just be blind.
It'd be a good excuse as to why I did it.
Be like, I swear it's a scientific experiment. She consented. See, I have her signature here on this piece of paper.
I've been dropping tea down and peanut butter sandwich.
Pop-Tarts.
You'd be okay.
All right. So speaking of new species, there has been another new species discovered in China of
I don't trust them.
a flying squirrel.
See, they've made that. They made that. They have sit in a lab somewhere, and
I knew you would love this new
I hate squirrels.
flying squirrel, and it's huge. It's like the size of a chihuahua.
Oh my God, they're just rats. What people don't understand, they're rats. Is when I was little, they're like at Myrtle Beach. They're like, don't you want to feed the squirrels? They're not being. No, I don't want to feed the rats. Because they got a big furry tail and everything, and they climb in trees and stuff. It doesn't mean they're not rodents. They're
Right.
dirty, nasty rodents.
Well, this particular
And they're crazy.
rodent was discovered in 2018, and it's in between two areas of two other populations of flying squirrels. And so at first they thought that this was just the same type of squirrel as these two other populations, but it's not.
Except for the fact it's giant.
It's its own species. It is completely brand new species. Now, one thing I thought was funny about this article is the picture they took. Someone took a picture of it, and the eyes are glowing because it's doing this lens flare thing with the camera like it does. So the headline was like, "Squirrel with glowing eyes found." And so when you read the article, way down at the bottom, it's like, its eyes probably really don't glow. It's probably just a lens flare, but they use that to their advantage.
God.
And the picture was terrifying. It was like this freaky looking squirrel with these
It probably
bright
does
glowing
glow
eyes.
though. I mean, it probably does. They're probably like, like Ho Chang, you are not to make the glowing eyes. No, I'm serious. And you know what? There's all this stuff. You were talking about the transhumanism earlier.
Right.
I'm going to find the article right now. Yeah, hold on. Okay, in my search for knowledge nonstop, I'm always on stuff, crazy stuff. So earlier, I was reading something on bigthink.com, and it was about a Harvard geneticist plan for redesigning humans.
Okay.
And on transhumanism. It's a recent article. You can find this July 21st.
Okay.
So Professor George Church created a wish list that can lead to superhuman abilities. And what he was wanting to do, basically, this is the same Harvard professor or geneticist famous for bringing back the woolly mammoth, or trying to bring back the woolly mammoth.
Right.
And so what he did, he wanted to give us a real look at the traits that we could pick.
Right.
So,
like a menu.
Yeah, like a menu.
Okay.
Of things that we can actually do.
Okay.
That would, lead us to have like basically superhuman abilities. He also does some negative ones too, that, some negative things that can happen and all this stuff. But so he lists both positive and negative effects for this, because it'll tell you, obviously, this will give you this, but it'll take away this. You know what I mean? So, and some of it is like, make you immune to this. HIV is one thing I remember, but it'll make you susceptible to this, you know?
Right.
And so he's just wanting to put it out there, because some people would be like, well, I'd rather, be able to do this.
Right.
So anyway, would you improve humanity if you could? Many of us have opinions on how we can boost up society and government, but what about re-engineering the people themselves to make them more advanced physically and intellectually? Would better bodies lead to better people? Well, I think so. One person who can turn such musings into reality is George Church, the Harvard genetics professor famous for trying to resurrect woolly mammoths. Among many other accomplishments, Church also made a list of genes that could be targeted through gene manipulation for the purpose of designing a new version of humans. In an interview with Futurism, the professor explained the one purpose of assembling such a list is giving correct information to the people. It's been his long-term mission to drive down the cost of genetics resources. To that end, the list includes both protective and negative consequences of hacking a particular gene. He thought it was important to give you both sides. But, here are some selections of the so-called transhumanist wish list.
Right.
Drawing upon the philosophical movement of transhumanism, thank you, that calls for using technology to enhance humans' physiology and intellect, leading to a transformation of what it means to be a human. So here's like the names and what they do. LRP5. Hacking this gene could give people extra strong bones. As research has shown, a mutation of LPR5 can lead to bones that don't break, period.
Oh, wow.
The tweak might make it hard to swim, however, as denser bones also means lower buoyancy.
Right.
I think I would trade that one out.
I mean, unless you're someone that swims all the time or competitively.
If you can't break my bones, that's pretty cool. MSTN, messing with the myostatin protein, could result in larger, leaner muscles and cure such diseases as muscular dystrophy.
Oh, wow.
FAAH OUT, FA out. I kid you not. The amusingly named FA out gene mutation was linked to insensitivity to pain. Wouldn't you all like to have such a super ability? No pain.
Right. I don't know if that's good or bad.
I would take it. ABCC11. Modifying this gene could really pay off socially. It's been linked to low odor production. Currently, only 2% of the people in the world carry the mutated version, which helps their armpits not produce any unpleasant smells.
Wow.
Isn't that cool? I think I have that.
I'd take that one.
I think I have that to an extent. Like
I think Raja does.
Yeah, we don't stink. PCSK9. People who lack this gene have very low levels of cholesterol. Tweaking it could lead to fighting off coronary disease. On the other hand, the negatives could include a rise in diabetes and even reduced cognition. GRIN2B, GRIN2B. Playing with this gene could lead to enhancing memory and learning abilities.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's hellaciously cool and no side effect.
There's no downside.
No. BDKRB2. Figuring out how to affect this gene can lead to people who can hold their breath underwater for much longer. It figures prominently in the abilities of indigenous Bajo people, sea nomads of Southeast Asia, who are known for these amazing feats of deep diving. So what you do is you get BDKRB2 and that bone one.
So it wouldn't matter if you weren't buoyant.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just thought that just rung in my head when you were talking about that. And,
right.
I'm a big fan of transhumanism anyway. So I don't know. I just think it's cool to manipulate things to make it better. I mean,
It's crazy. It's definitely an argument for both. All right. So next discovery. This one is terrifying. It's not necessarily a new discovery. It's just they found something that they thought was extinct. And they've discovered for the first time in 38 years that it is not extinct. And it is the biggest bee in the world. Yes, called Wallace's giant bee. And its
like
wingspan is 2.5 inches. And the body on these things is almost 2 inches long.
Oh my God.
Huge bees.
That's 6 inches to a man.
They thought that they were extinct, but a group of researchers from the Global Wildlife Conservation, they set out to find the bee and solve the mystery of whether or not there were still these bees in existence. And they finally, on the very last day of their effort, of them looking on their expedition, they found the nest. Someone climbed up the tree
and burned it?
No, they climbed up the tree and they saw one bee. One bee in the nest, and they waited and waited, and eventually it says they took a blade of grass and tickled her so she would come out of the nest, and when she did, they caught it, took some pictures, and looked at it and stuff like that. So I don't know, I'm not excited about this at all. I don't think we need 3-inch bees.
No, I mean,
around.
do they do anything worth a damn? Do they pollinate anything? Do they?
I mean, they're bees. I'm sure they probably do.
Not all bees. I mean,
but I'm not sure.
There's like wasp and hornets and
no, this is just
mud daubers.
This is a bee. I'm not sure. It doesn't give a lot of background or information on the bee. Just that they found one and they thought it was extinct.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but there's a video, and if you want to be terrified.
Yeah, no, I don't need to see that. Don't show it to Ari.
No,
she'll never go outside again.
No, they're not around here.
Oh,
they're not. Okay, so let's go on to this discovery about a mysterious face sculpture found in a plowed North Carolina field, and it's the experts are scratching their heads. Is what it says. They're just like, the confused look on their face.
Does it say if you want to change your face, you can go to Riften?
It does not.
Oh.
So
because until they do that, they'll find all kinds of these.
A man was plowing a field in Newton Grove, North Carolina, and he unearthed
I know where that is. That's like
a mysterious
south
stone face.
Well, I mean, obviously. But I mean, like below Charlotte. South.
Oh, I see. Carved into a stone, and they notified the Office of State Archaeology, who's done a 3D video of it, and they've posted it because the experts aren't really sure what it is, and so they did this 3D.
It's a stone face.
There's 3D scan of it and put it up for.
I swear these guys make so much money.
They're hoping that they're sort of crowdsourcing some information. They're hoping that someone else has seen something.
Well, let's send it in.
Similar to it.
It's a stone face.
The reason is because it's sandstone.
I see something similar to it every few seconds.
It's sandstone.
There's another face and another face and another face.
It's sandstone. It's 22.2 inches long. It's 15 and 3/4 inches wide, and they don't have anything like it from North Carolina to compare it to.
Jesus Christ, that's huge.
Yeah, so they don't have any.
I just did that with my finger measurements, and that's really big.
It is pretty good size, and they said that normally they would do their research into similar artifacts and kind of match it up, but they don't have any similar artifacts.
I thought it was like a carry-along face.
Match it. No, like you pop it in your pocket and you pull it out, talk to it, whatever.
Well, no, not talk to it, you weirdo. I was just thinking maybe it was like of an old sweetie or something.
Like instead of a photograph.
Yeah.
Let me just carve your face into this rock so I can take it with me.
Well, yeah.
And remember you forever.
Yeah, I mean, back in antiquity, you don't know what happened. Maybe that's how you carried your loved ones around.
It could be. It's hopefully you didn't have a big family.
Well, I mean, it would just be a lot more time with the rocks. So this is really crazy, and so it's found in North Kakalaki, which I mean is pretty nuts to start with. You don't hear about stuff like this.
No, and I think that they're possibly thinking it might be Native American, but they really don't have any idea. They really don't have any idea, and they're hoping that someone will come forward and say, "Hey, we have something like that here." Maybe take a look. So
it's really cool because it could be so much older, and just like we just recently had a New England story where there was some Druid possibilities.
Right.
And how cool would it be if the Druids got ran out by the Romans and they were like all over the place and like putting little heads all over? Right. It'd be cool.
Well, and they also did mention that it's sandstone, and sandstone is easier to carve than other types of stone. So, you don't have to specifically have metal tools.
Right. Don't you think we should like dig up everything there?
Possibly, but I think it's a farm, so I'm not sure.
Well, just pay them off.
I'm not sure how well that's going to go.
There's a lot of farms
Possibly.
down there.
It's amazing they were just working, and how long has that been there that nobody turned it over and saw that it was a face? I don't know. How strange.
Yeah, no, it's really strange. It makes you think we should always turn that stuff over. Mm-hmm. I mean, why was it face down?
I don't know. Maybe that's the heavier side of the rock.
And that used to be the way to keep something in the ground, like if it was a witch or something.
I mean, possibly with a person. I don't know about rocks.
Well, no, I remember. No, you would put like some kind of amulet or some kind of sigil, and you'd put it face down.
Oh, I I see. So it
into
would,
the ground. So it would keep, I guess with the face, it'd be like kind of looking at them all the time. Don't you move.
possibly.
But I mean,
and now they've moved it. The world is going to end.
wouldn't it be cool if there was a bunch of murders around there now? And well, I mean, that wouldn't be cool.
Right.
That'd be horrible.
I understand what you mean, but now all of a sudden it's a Scooby-Doo episode and they've released the spirit of the
release the spirit of the ground witch. I don't know. That'd be really cool.
All right, so another cool discovery is a college student found a 65 million year old fossil of a triceratops skull.
Wow.
In North Dakota. In the North Dakota Badlands.
Really?
Yes. So a California college student.
I guess she doesn't listen to the Sod Show.
Who's majoring in biology just found something rare and special. The student's name is Harrison Duran, and in his school's release, it said that, he said he can't quite express his excitement when he unearthed the skull. He was obsessed with dinosaurs since he was a kid, and so it was this huge deal for him to find this triceratops. It's cool that he found a triceratops skull because you would know what that is as soon as you saw it. Yeah. Like, it would be very apparent.
That's so awesome anyway.
Yes, and so...
I can't believe the devil hid it there for him.
It was found in the Hells Creek Formation.
Oh, I see.
Which spans across Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. And of course, dinosaurs roamed there like 100 to 23 million years ago. And so he found it, and they're trying to figure out where to exhibit it. It's awesome.
Well, I mean, we have listeners in all those other states except for North Dakota.
Right. So.
Way to go, Harrison.
They'll never hear that.
Yeah. Somebody, if anybody knows Harrison, tell him to tune in.
All right. So here's a really cool story. I think you might have sent me this one because it's about Vikings. Mm-hmm. But it's about a mysterious medieval warrior that was found in a Viking graveyard. And this warrior was not a Viking.
Oh.
So it's a mysterious female warrior discovered in a Viking grave in Denmark. And it was originally thought that this warrior was a Viking, but the researchers have made a surprising discovery that she wasn't actually a Viking. She is most likely Slavic.
Oh, wow.
And it says emanating from a region in Eastern Europe that is now present-day Poland.
Yeah.
And so they're
could be
claiming
a slave. I mean, that rose through the ranks and became a great warrior for the Vikings.
I mean, I suppose if you wanted a really romantic backstory for it.
That's who I am, baby.
That could be what it is.
Yeah.
Now, they said that the revelation's not all that surprising because during the Middle Ages, the island was kind of a melting pot of Slavic and Scandinavian elements. But it's strange for this woman. It was the only grave in the area for her. She had a weapon, an axe, and it was the only grave where there was a weapon in it.
So much honor to it.
It was very strange. Yeah. Yes, and it is clear that she was a warrior, but it's unclear how she died because she didn't have any wounds or visible, immediately visible reason for her to have died. It could be. Yes. So it's very cool, and it's just one of the really fascinating finds that they've had from that's related to Vikings. Yeah. Recently, earlier this year, they confirmed that a grave containing a skeleton of a Viking warrior that they thought was male was actually female. And I think that was a very surprising find for them, even though they knew that the females fought.
Right.
You don't usually find the graves where they're honored and that kind of thing.
Hey man, my people were smart. We were ahead of the curve.
And last year they found one of those Thor's hammers in Iceland, and using ground penetrating radar, and they also found the Viking longship. I think we talked about that. Mm-hmm. They found the whole longship that was buried. And we even did a story a couple of years ago about a little girl that found the sword in a Swedish lake. It was just a Viking sword, and they thought it was really just a prop, but it ended up being a real thing. So very cool stuff going on.
I think maybe the gods are rearing back up. Like Odin and everybody's like, okay, let's let them find a few things. And
we need the Vikings to shine right now.
And we'll try to come back, see what happens.
Oh, all right. So that's all the discoveries that we have, but some cool stuff.
It is cool
stuff. All right. So here's a really interesting story from Pakistan, and it's about a mysterious creature that was sighted at the Shershah flea markets. So now this is
there's a lot of mysterious creatures.
Supposedly the biggest market for scrapped goods in South Asia. It's a huge market, but it's become now a haunted site because two security guards have both seen at different times this mysterious creature. And so it all started when a watchman named Gulzar
Cool name.
was performing his duties outside a warehouse. In other words, he was standing watch. He was watchman, and he heard dogs barking nearby. And he got up from his chair to see what was going on. And he said he felt this strange sensation when he was walking towards the area where the noise was coming from. And then he spotted a strange creature, and he ran away. He said the creature was black, and its eyes were as bright as a torchlight. And he said he's been working as a watchman for 25 years. He's never seen anything like that before. So he started sharing his encounter with the other watchmen. And of course, they were like, yeah, sure, Gulzar. They didn't really believe it.
I was a Gulzar again.
But then the very next day, another watchman named Abdul was taking a round of the same area and spotted the exact same creature. And he claimed it's absolutely the same thing that, Gulzar saw, and they claim that the creature has even killed 11 goats that were at a warehouse at the market. So now the rumors have started making their rounds, and some of the merchants have now started closing up shop before it gets dark and leaving because they're afraid of this mysterious creature. And of course, the rumors are going around. All of a sudden, it's 5 feet tall, and it can jump 20 feet, and it's that happens with rumors.
Yeah, the telephone game.
But it does happen that two different people on two different nights saw the exact same thing. So I think that the police are going to investigate the matter.
So the Gulzar happened to say how tall it was?
It doesn't say in here that he said. He just said that it was a strange creature. He'd never seen anything like it.
Be nice to know.
It was black and its eyes were bright. I think if it was 5 feet tall, that would have been part of his initial description.
Yeah, but,
I mean, you don't just go,
does it
I saw
look like
this creature.
Stitch or,
I don't know. I mean, it was around dogs, so I'm assuming it's some sort of dog-like creature. I'm surprised the word chupacabra wasn't in there.
No, it would have to be bigger than that. I mean, if it's been taking goats.
Killing goats, yeah.
Man, goats ain't going to stand for that if you're the size of a chihuahua.
True.
Goats are the devil's pet. I mean, well, I mean, they are. Look at them. You tell me goats.
They are very freaky.
You tell
looking.
me goats are of this earth. Anybody that's ever stared at a damn goat knows better.
Goats are weird.
Creepy ass things.
I have to admit. And they always look at you like they know.
Yeah, they do know. That's because they know.
Like they know.
That's because they know. They work for the Dark Lord.
We went to that petting zoo. Where were we? We went to that petting zoo. And they had the cutest little goats, like little pygmy goats. And they were just running around and open. And they would bite your shoelaces and you could pet them. And they were super cute. But then they had the regular creepy black goats.
The ones I always end up staring at.
And they would stand up on rocks and they'd just look at you.
Yeah, and there's always that one black ass one that just, I would love to own one. And I just want one mean black formerly abused goat, just so
time to a pickup truck.
just so I can have him there. People be like, what you gotta? Yeah, it's a goat. His name's Damien. It's he just showed up here one day.
Yeah, we have no idea where he came from.
Tied himself up. He just said, I'm staying around for a while. Right, well, I got shit to talk to you about, but I'll let you know when that happens.
All right, we'll have a few more stories, our finishing touches, if you will. And this one is about...
Oh, so you've named this series now.
I haven't really.
No. I like it. You gotta own that. So I like that. It's really cool. It also sounds like some kind of MILF porn, but it's like finishing touches. But yeah, Stacey's finishing touches. I like it. It's like the end of your thing. That's cool.
Okay.
So every week now, I just want you to be like, it's now time for finishing touches.
Okay.
It's cool.
All right. So this one is an article from TMZ about the odd thing that Zach Baggins has bought now for his, normally for his haunted museum, but that's not what this is. Now he has bought a house. It is a Manson murder house. It is one of the houses where the family, it's not Sharon Tate's house, but it is a house where it was owned by Lino and Rosemary LaBianca. And they were a couple that was brutally murdered by the Manson family members in August of 1969. And it was the day after they murdered Sharon Tate and 4 others.
So did they murder him? They murdered him in that house?
In that house. It was their house. They broke in, I guess. I don't know the details of the murder.
So we just don't know. We don't hear about that one because it's not Sharon. Because it wasn't a famous actress then.
I suppose. It turns out that Rosemary was stabbed 41 times. Leno was stabbed 12 times.
Oh my God.
And I mean, it was very shocking, of course, when it happened, because all of it happened right there at the same time. And the house came up for sale. So, of course, Zach Bagans, who is very into serial killer memorabilia, all those weird things, he jumped at the chance to buy it. It says he bought it for $1.98 million. And that was close to asking. And believe it or not, there are backup offers. If he decided that he didn't want to go through with it, other people had offered money to buy the house. So he just jumped on it really quickly and was able to acquire it. It's a 1,600 square foot house, has 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, and almost everything inside it is original. And that was one of the things that attracted him to it, because it's all still the stuff that was in there when all of that happened. And of course, this news comes right after the official opening of the Quentin Tarantino film, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah. And so he'll close on it, in a few weeks. I'm not sure what plans he has for it. I don't know if it's just something he's going to keep personally as part of his collection, or if it's going to be something that he investigates, or if it's going to be something that's on TV, or if, who knows.
It might be a documentary like the Demon House one was.
It could be. I would like to see that, because I really liked the Demon House documentary. I thought it was well done. Yeah. And we even watched it more than once, and the second time through, I saw more things than I saw the first time. Yeah. Well,
the second time was the extended version.
Oh, well, there you go. That explains that. Is there extended version?
Yeah, I didn't.
Wow. Well, I'm glad I picked up on that then. How astute am I?
That may be the most adorable thing I've ever heard.
I don't think I realized that there was like a regular version and an extended version.
Hey, there's a Star Wars I want to watch later. Tell me if there's anything different.
So there you are. It says in this article that Zach doesn't say what he plans to do with the house, but that there is a storied history beyond just the Manson murders. And I believe he claims that dogs have mysteriously disappeared from the property, and occupants have been freaked out over what he says is paranormal activity. So supposedly there is paranormal activity that isn't related to that, but of course the history of the Manson thing is what drew him to it. So
yeah, I'd throw some dogs in there and see what happens. I mean, safely,
just to see if they disappear or not.
Yeah.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that, see what happens. I'm sure there'll be an announcement at some point. So.
Yeah, it's very cool.
All right, so this next thing I want to talk about is just an article from Popular Mechanics that I thought was really interesting, and it's about Bigfoot. It's about one of their writers that did an article after they spent a weekend with the Bigfoot Field Research Organization in Ohio, and he went on a Bigfoot hunt in mid-June and in southern Ohio. And the article's really interesting. I won't go into all the details, but it details everything that they did, everything that happened, all the equipment they took, who was there. And I think it was not a bust. Like, I think they actually came away with some promising evidence, some different sounds. I think maybe some casts of footprints. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember real well, but it is a very interesting article, and it's done in such a way that it's not being made fun of.
Right.
So that's always promising. I'm sure there's a joke or two in there. You can't go without that. But I thought it was really interesting that they did this whole article and that the guy took the time to spend an entire weekend doing the Bigfoot hunt.
I mean, that's one of the more harrowing things. I mean, people can make all the jokes they want, but go put yourself in the middle of the woods.
Really, for a weekend where
and completely so far away from civilization that you can't get help that quickly. It's terrifying anyway. But the thought of coming up on a 10-foot, 9, 10, 11-foot beast. I mean, it's terrifying. It is. And not to mention the predators that are out there in the woods anyway.
Right, and you have to be very prepared for that kind of thing.
Yeah, so I mean, it's out of everything out there, that's the most terrifying field to be in. You got to be really well prepared and know your stuff for the outdoors. It's interesting.
So speaking of Bigfoot,
speaking of the Squatch,
this is a story that is pretty close to here.
Oh,
a couple hours away. It's from Mammoth Cave, Kentucky.
Ooh, Kentucky.
And it says that federal officials are investigating an incident involving at least one gunshot fired over the weekend that was prompted by a supposed sighting of Bigfoot.
Did Bigfoot have the gun?
No, somebody else had the gun. So a spokesperson for the national park said that the rangers came about 2 a.m. on Sunday And there was an
When did
incident.
they find the Bigfoot?
They didn't find the Bigfoot. There was an incident involving a person with a firearm at one of the campsites, sort of in the park.
Right.
And the park didn't really release any information, but there was a man there named Brad Ginn and his girlfriend were camping there at the time. And so the news station talked to them. And they said that they went to sleep around, 11 p.m., but then they woke up around 1 o'clock in the morning because people were shining flashlights at their tent. And so they got out of their tent to see what was going on and claimed that there was a man and his young son. And the man explained that something had destroyed his campsite and that he kept hearing strange sounds. So he was going to investigate because this was, quote, Bigfoot country.
It's Bigfoot country.
Yes. And then this man, Brad Ginn, the one that's talking to him, his
I
girlfriend.
hope his middle name's like Anthony or Austin. So it's like Brad again. Sorry.
Yeah, his girlfriend claimed that she also heard the strange sounds.
I hope her name's Lynn.
The man told them that if they heard gunshots, they should probably think about running. So they went back in their tent, and about 5 to 10 minutes later, they did hear at least one gunshot.
Oh, it's a word.
And so they packed up.
That guy and his son are screwing with those people.
They packed their campsite up and left. And they don't really know what happened. But
I bet he's like, hey, boy, you want to see something really fun? You watch this shit right here. All right. Hey, come here. Bring your flashlight, all right? Okay, Daddy. Just shine it right over there. Uh-huh. All righty, Daddy. And here they come. Here they come. Sure, listen. Oh, man, they got my campsite. You hear that? You better run. Bigfoot country. Woo! I'm just saying. A few minutes later. Can I shoot the gun, Daddy? Go ahead.
well, I guess federal officials are investigating. Nobody has said that there was a Bigfoot. I'm thinking, bear. There's probably a bear that destroyed his campsite.
I don't know, man. Campers.
I don't know.
And then he actually sees it come out of the woods.
Nobody said they saw it come out of the woods.
Well, I mean, he shot.
He did, but there was no eyewitness to that. They didn't talk to the man that shot the gun, so who knows what he was shooting at? I don't know. And these people that they were talking to, they just hightailed it out of there.
Well, it's making all the big Bigfoot rounds, so we do need to cover it. And I mean, it's a cool story. Mm-hmm. It really is a cool story. You don't get one of these every day.
Maybe he did see Bigfoot.
He could have. I'm just playing around. Listen, if you're listening to the show right now, we would love to have you on, and you could tell us what exactly you saw, especially being that you're in Kentucky. Mm-hmm. It's being so close.
Maybe there were big footprints in his campsite. We don't know.
We would love to hear from you, and it would be a funny joke to play on somebody who was out in the woods, some young couples out there, just enjoying the night, and they just went off to sleep. And I don't think I would do flashlights though. I would just be like, and then when they come out, I'd be like, that's because I know how to talk to Bigfoot. I know Bigfoot's secret language. It's the language of love. You just have to get it just right in the guttural part, and make sure it travels all the way it would have to travel if you were the foot of the big, and it would just be, that means, excuse me, do you have any grape upon?
All right, so this next story, and this is sort of just a heads up for everybody. And this is about China's Tiangong-2 space lab. Now, do you remember the Tiangong-1 space lab?
The one they were trying to kill Chicago with.
So the Tiangong-1, they lost control of it. It ceased functioning, and they lost control, and it plummeted to Earth in an uncontrolled descent that took literally forever.
Yeah, like years.
And nobody knew where it was going to land.
Yeah,
and
it was our running joke.
Yeah, and eventually it came down. So this is Tiangong-2, but they have planned to put it out of commission and do a controlled demolition on this one. I guess they don't want to wait for it to cease functioning. It's already outlived its lifespan, what they expected to be able to use, like a year past that.
Right.
So they've decided that they are going to do the controlled demolition on Friday and have it burn up in the atmosphere, and whatever debris lands would crash into the South Pacific, far away from any land, kind of like in this space junk like graveyard where they land everything. So they have been proactive this time. They are going to bring it down before it goes down on its own. I'm just hoping that this works and they don't lose control of it. But China's still gung-ho on their space program. Their still ultimate goal, launching a permanent space station around 2022, and this is just the next step. But I just wanted to put it out there that another Chinese space station is coming down.
Yeah.
But they know where it's going.
How
this
much
time.
do you think that South Pacific area where they land, where they let everything drop? Mm-hmm. I'll bet you there's some freaking sharks out there you've never seen.
Oh, probably.
You talk about like all that space.
Just some radar on the bottom of that ocean.
Space bacteria coming down. And
Funny enough, you mentioned that about space bacteria, and I didn't get this story, and I probably should have. But there's this story going around, because, with all the Apollo 11 and the moon landing, where they talk about how after the first moon landing, that scientists at NASA injected moon dust into animals and to see how they would react. Like
what the hell?
The first time the astronauts came back, they put them into quarantine as soon as they came back, because they didn't know what was out there. They didn't know what was up there. And they took the moon samples, all the rocks. They took a little portion of what came back. They ground it up into dust, and they did things like they got an array of different animals, and they like injected it in some.
Do you think they snorted
fed
it like
it to
Coke?
some? I don't know. Maybe they put it like in fish bowls. They put it with cockroaches, any kind of like, they had a specific bird and they fed it to the bird or whatever. They injected mice, and then they made the astronauts stay in quarantine for weeks just to make sure there was no weird bacteria that they could possibly come back with. And this astronauts in the quarantine, they're always like, how are the mice, and how are they, like, they wanted to know how the animals were doing, because if the animals started getting sick, then they would just have to stay in quarantine that much longer. And I just thought that was really interesting. I mean, I don't know if you can put a bunch of dust in a fishbowl and not expect the fish to be to somehow be affected. I don't know how that worked exactly, but I guess eventually they decided there were no strange bacteria, and they let everybody out. But it's just a weird thing that they did.
That really is weird. I mean, it's cautious, I guess, but it is weird.
It is very strange.
That one guy. There was the one scientist. There was the one guy that some temp they just hired, and he's like, give me that dust, man. Give me that dust. Hold on. That's pure, man. And then all of a sudden there's like a little thing of black blood come out, and it's just like, that guy's somewhere in the woods now.
Yeah. I would think it would be funnier if you were an intern to like sneak in like a diseased rat or something, like steal one of the subjects and sneak in a rat with like an extra leg or something. And
rat. Yeah, when I find the rat with an extra leg.
You know what I mean? Like something that's really strange. All right, so let's go into this next story. I thought was really interesting, about a message in a bottle, and it traveled 2,833 miles over 21 years and was found.
Oh.
So it was found by a Scottish family vacationing on one of the country's islands in Scotland, and it had been thrown in the water in Wells, Maine in 1998. And the person that threw it in was a 13-year-old. His name was Matt Rhodes. And he put a message in the bottle, and all it says is, "Hello, my name is Matt Rhodes. Please write back." That's all it said. And he was just 13. He didn't think anything about it.
Well, he should have thought a little bit more than that.
And he put it in a bottle, and he claimed that, this was one of the older water bottles. The plastic was a little more durable and thick than they are today. Threw it in, and now he's 34 years old. These people that found it looked him up on Facebook, and they sent him pictures, and he said he had completely forgotten about it, and he was in complete shock when he saw it. Like, it just brought it all back to him.
So they looked up a guy named Matt Rhodes.
Yeah, the spelling of Rhodes is really odd. It's like Rhoades.
Okay.
And so I guess maybe he probably still lives in that area
or
something. I'm not sure. But he said he didn't really think it was real till he saw the pictures, and that it was weird because he'd been floating almost his whole life. And had he known it would be found, he probably would have written something a little more substantial than just, "Hey, it's me, write back." He did put in there to please write back. There's a chance he did put like an address or something in there, because how would anybody write back if they didn't know where to send it?
Well, that's what I was saying. He sounded sort of like a simpleton.
Yeah, it doesn't say that he put that in there.
If you're listening, Matt, I'm sorry.
I hope you included your address and phone number or something.
Just,
please write me back and throw it with a bottle in the ocean.
You know what I would have done?
What?
I would have got back a hold of him and got him for pollution. Just be like, "Excuse me,
here's your ticket,
Mr.
and
Rhodes.
Since it's been 21 years, there's been interest.
We found this. Thanks for throwing plastic in the water. Appreciate it. What do you think this is, Taiwan?"
All right, so last story. This is another story from Tennessee. It seems like we've had a couple stories from Tennessee tonight. From Loretto, Tennessee. And
from where, Tennessee?
Loretto.
Loretto?
Yeah, it's in Lawrence County, Tennessee.
Okay.
And it was sort of a drug bust announcement where the police department sort of gave this warning after they did this amazing drug arrest over the weekend. And they said when they went to serve the search warrant, the suspect, whose name was Andy Perry, unsuccessfully tried to flush his drugs, his methamphetamines, down the toilet. And so he was arrested. And then they went to Facebook and they put out this warning. They're like, look, please don't flush your drugs. And they're like, when you send something down the sewer pipe, it ends up in our retention ponds for processing before it is sent downstream. And they say, you know, our sewer guys are great. They take great pride in releasing water that's cleaner than what you get in the creek, but they're not really prepared for meth. You know, that's not something you can really filter out of the water very well. And so they say that ducks, geese, and other fowl frequently get into their treatment ponds, and they're just not sure what's going to happen if they get all hyped up on meth. You know, ducks and geese can be pretty aggressive anyway.
Yeah, especially if they don't have their meth.
But they said furthermore, if it made it far enough, they could create meth gators in Shoal Creek and the Tennessee River down in North Alabama. And he's like, they've had enough methed up animals in the past few weeks without our help. So if you need to dispose your drugs, just call them. They'll come get them. Please don't flush them down the toilet. We don't need meth gators. Okay.
Wow.
So,
God.
and
I want to see a meth gator.
They're talking about, and I don't think we did this story, but I did see it about a guy in Limestone County who had what he called an attack squirrel. Did you see this story where
I think I saw something on it.
He had a squirrel and he fed it meth constantly so that it would be what he called an attack squirrel, so that when they came to arrest him because of the drugs, you know, they had to encounter this ridiculously aggressive squirrel. So I don't know. I just thought that was really funny. They're like, please, no meth gators. Wow. Meth gators would be horrible.
Oh, yeah. No, it's all bad. I mean,
I'm still worried about methed up ducks and geese.
Yeah. I think I'd rather have
bread.
I'd rather have the meth gator than this guy. Freaking geese, man. They're horrible.
They chase you and pinch your butt.
Oh, they're horrible. They're terrible. just bad. Well, it's just like the gunpowder dogs. When I first started working in Kentucky, you know, they were warning me about, you know, gunpowder dogs because of the kind of job that I had back then. I would have to go to these people's houses and take certain things.
Right. It's like in collections.
That they didn't want me to take.
Right.
And they would tie their dogs to the stuff, you know. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't normal dogs. It was like logging chain dogs. and this was a really bad part of Eastern Kentucky. They make TV series about this place.
Right.
And when I would go, they'd be like, this partner of mine would be like, oh, that's a gunpowder dog. I'd be, what the hell's a gunpowder dog? They feed them gunpowder and makes them crazy. Yeah. Oh, why would you do that? Well, for this.
So you don't come on their land.
And the whole thing is like you could just be like, and you could see the hairs on the back of their neck just go up. You know, you're just being sweet and just like, just crazy. I think that when people do that, there ain't the right kind of death penalty. Right. You know, when you hurt an animal. Right. I just don't understand it. I never have. Right. How do you hurt an animal or a baby? I don't know. I see adults I want to hurt constantly, but you know, I'm joking. Mm-hmm. But you know, I just don't get it, man. Animals can't do anything to stop it. You know, mm-hmm. I mean, it's just to anybody who picks on the defenseless. Right. It's just bad. And then use them for their own means. And yes, meth gators are horrifying.
Yes. So please don't feed any animals meth. Or flush it down the toilet.
Meth squirrels are even worse. Or flying Chinese meth squirrels.
Oh gosh, could you imagine feeding one of those meth?
No, I can't. Well, all right. As always, just a beautiful series of news stories. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Some good stuff out there, and we're glad that everybody is, you know, safe and okay and made it through our last 5-hour episode. And this one is well over an hour, so
it might be close to the last one. I'm not entirely sure yet.
So, you know, appreciate all you guys again. You know, looking forward to Scarefest. Be sure to check us out this Friday night on scarefestradio.com when we are joining West Forsyth at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in the United States.
I believe he broadcasts live on Facebook.
He does. He does broadcast live on Facebook. You get to see our purty faces. And speaking of purty faces, from my lovely wife, Stacey, my name's John. So long from the sideshow.
Good night.